That's them. That's the cuties. One thing I want to get done real quick. I've checked the music room before, where you can like look at any of the songs that you've seen in the narrative. But most importantly, what I'm looking for is extras, gallery, because this is an achievement. Oh man, we have several pages of things that we haven't seen yet. Ooh, wait, there's 6 chapters in this game and we're not even done with chapter 2? Oh, holy shit, okay. And an epilogue. Wait. Chapter 1, chapter 2. There's no chapter 3, CG. Chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6. There's no chapter 3, CG. Interesting. Oh, but there's a fan art thing. That's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. Maybe it's not fan art. It says guest gallery, so maybe it's just like things that they use to help plan things. I don't know. Still really pretty though. Oh. Z to zoom? It's not letting me do it. Okay, I guess you can't zoom on this one. Ah, I see. There we go. Very cute art. Oh my goodness. That was so loud. You thought we were in a movie theater. Yeah, it's the only thing about this game that is that loud. It doesn't seem to be affected by all like the volume options in the game itself. So the logo is just going to be like that. But all right, with having opened the CG room, the gallery, there we go. That gets that achievement out of the way. So now we can get started. Okay, so we had just spent a very cute time in the church, the abandoned church, with Abigail, the ghost girl, reading to her. And now we are heading home that night. Once it starts getting dark, we say our goodbyes and part ways at the church. Same as when we first met, she watches me go until she vanishes from sight. As I head back towards the cabin, my head is swimming, or maybe drowning. It's hard to think of anything but Abigail, all alone in the middle of the forest for centuries. What's her story? I want to know, but I doubt I ever will. Yet I'm already looking forward to seeing her again, even though in the back of my mind I'm aware that Tara and I will only be here a few more weeks. It seems almost cruel, knowing that all of this is so short-lived. If I were her, would I rather have a few weeks of happiness just to lose it again, or never have anything at all? What if you replace your Twitch account with an AI program that chats for you on your behalf while you go AFK? No, Juice, no! I'd rather have a real viewer, not an AI viewer. I don't pay for bots. Don't turn yourself into a bot. The question makes my head and heart hurt. So true, Maddie. The walk back feels like it goes by much quicker than my journey to the clearing and then the church. As I get closer to the cabin, I can see that the windows are dark. Tara must be in town or out with Morgan somewhere. I wonder if she noticed I was gone. My musing is interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps in the snow. The mayor steps out from behind a tree, just like Abigail did earlier.
Good evening, Madison.
Evening, Miss Mayor.
Where have you been?
What? I freeze. Her tone is sharp, with no pretense of being conversational. Her glare is even sharper. Does she know about Abigail? Or about the forest spirit? Surely she would have mentioned it if so. My mind reels while I stall for time.
I was out for a walk. In the forest.
I'm bad at lying, so I try to just tell her half-truths.
I can see that. Where did you go?
Around. I was just walking around. Needed the fresh air.
Alone? Where is your friend? Or my daughter?
With each question she asks, she takes a nearly imperceptible step closer. I shrug, trying to look indifferent. I don't think it's working.
I'm not sure. Tara and I had an argument earlier. I wanted to be alone.
An argument? Regarding what?
She's far too close for comfort now. Close enough that she could reach out and grab me by the throat if she wanted to. Why is that something you're worried about? You did... Ooh. Still, I'm so taken aback by the nerve of her asking about my personal issues that my voice comes out stronger than I could have hoped for.
I'm sorry, but I'm not comfortable talking about it.
The mayor regards me for a long moment. Her nostrils flare. I meet her gaze and don't look away, even though I desperately want to. I half expect her tongue to shoot out and taste the air like a snake. It feels as if she can see right through me. I'm almost certain that she knows I'm hiding something from her, more than just my argument with Tara.
I see.
She flips her hair and walks past me, heading into the forest.
Be careful, Madison. The woods are dangerous on your own.
She says while walking into it herself. Okay, yeah. This woman's a fae. Something like that. I stand there hard in my throat until the sound of snow under her feet fades into silence. Shuddering, I hurry the rest of the way to the cabin. A perspective swap? Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. A bright burst of light jerks me awake. I groan, getting ready to toss a pillow at Maddie and demand that she turn the light back off. It's so bright, it hurts when I try to open my eyes. But when I do, I realize the light is coming from the window, and it's not a window I recognize. Uh-oh. Yeah! They were! Okay! Tara and Morgan wake up, naked in bed together, covered with blankets. Morgan is still sleeping while Tara is sitting up. Morgan is starting to stir next to me. I knew they were fucking! Okay! Morgan is starting to stare next to me, an adorable little smile on her face. It's so cute that for a minute it distracts me from the fact that she's completely naked. It takes me another second for me to realize that I am too. I yank the covers up to my chest to, well, cover myself. Memories of last night are starting to come back in bits and pieces. We'd been going over notes about something, and admittedly, I might have gotten a little flirty, but next thing I know, we're kissing, books are on the floor, I hear papers crumpling underneath my butt. And once I said yes, she couldn't even wait to get to the bed before she started undressing me. And it's not that I'm complaining, but it was definitely the last possible way I thought she'd respond. At least now I remember why I'm sore. It isn't long before Morgan opens her eyes as well. The rest of her face doesn't move as she wakes up. She sleeps with the same blank face she has when she's awake.
Good morning, Tara.
It looks like your initial guess of Tara and Morgan was accurate. Indeed it was. I mean, was it ever going to not be when Tara was, like, within 5 seconds of meeting this girl trying to flirt with her? If we're going for the ghost girl, these two have to be lined up. That's the rule. Her voice seems a little different. Softer, maybe? I have no idea, but it's kind of nice.
Hey, yeah. Good morning.
I cringe at the sound of my own voice. That was way too loud. I need to do a better job of keeping my cool.
How'd you sleep?
Better than I have in a long time.
I smile.
Although you do snore. Loudly.
I try not to let my smile break. I mean, she's right, but only when I lay on my back. Try to think back on a long list of awkward morning afters and pick out a good comeback. Oh my goodness, this pan down? Hello? Is this allowed? I mean, like, everything's covered, right? Right? It's probably fine. I try to think back on a long list of awkward morning afters and pick out a good comeback, but everything grinds to a halt as soon as I feel her lips press against my side. It's just a tiny peck, the kind I'd give a cute fan, but she also blows a tiny puff of hot air onto my skin that makes me shiver. I can feel my face turning red as my hair, and no, a comeback's not happening.
Tara, are you okay?
I need to say something to get back on top of this mess, but all I can do is stare down at her. Those bright green eyes, that soft face, that messy orange hair.
Tara?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking that, well, you're cute.
Hey, I've had worse lines. I can't see her face, but I think I hear her chuckle or something like it. I should probably get up too, but I can't help taking a minute to stare. Maddie always gets on me for being thirsty, but I think I earned it this time. Her curves, her muscles. She's like someone asked me every last detail about what my type was, then turned her real. This village is a dream come true. My clothes are spread across the floor, and it takes me a minute to hunt them all down once I'm out of bed. Actually, that's how they usually are at home too. I've got more important things than clothes to keep in my dresser. What? I don't know what that's supposed to imply. More important things than clothes. Morgan's already dressed by the time I get everything together, with her hair back in its usual pigtails. Cute as they are, I kind of miss how it looked down.
Hey.
Wait. Damn it. Behind her was the poster for the YouTube channel. Cute.
Is something wrong?
Your mom isn't home, right? I'm pretty sure she won't be happy if she sees me coming out of your room first thing in the morning.
You made enough noise last night that she'd know anyway. I don't think she's going to do anything about it.
Gay, homosexual, gay!
Oh,
I feel like I'm burning up, but her expression is the same as ever. She's not even trying to be smooth, and she's still better at it than I am. And I'm already really good.
great. Yeah, cool. Glad we don't have to worry.
Tara, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're not smooth at all, okay, girl? Okay.
I'm going to go make some coffee for us. That's my bra, by the way.
No wonder it felt so loose. She's out the door, leaving me to search for more clothing and think about the conversation Morgan and I are going to have when she gets back. Oh, boy. Unless they changed the rules in the last few years. Technically covered since this isn't the primary focus of the game stream. Cool. Awesome. About as smooth as sandpaper. That's what I'm saying. She's just lucky she's cute. And a little funny. Like, when she's not trying to be the YouTuber persona, I think she does have like a natural charm to her. I'm still thinking about what I want to say when she returns with the coffee, is already chugging hers down.
I usually make it strong, but I put plenty of cream and sugar in yours, so you should be fine.
I normally take it black, actually.
I saw your daily routine video. I know how you take your coffee.
I don't even know why I'm bothering with the usual cool routine at this point. I should just accept that I'm beat. I take a tiny sip of the coffee and nearly fall back down on the bed. Even with cream and sugar, this is the strongest thing I've ever tasted. She drinks this black?
Is it too much? I can put some liquor in it if you want.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm genuinely not surprised that, like, you live in a small ass town and you put liquor in your coffee first thing in the morning. But it is funny to see it acknowledged.
Isn't it like 8 in the morning?
Oh, man, if you're gonna deal with a town like this, Tara,
Yes.
you need anything.
Why do you ask?
I sigh and take another bitter sip. The last thing I need right now is alcohol.
Hey, so I think we need to talk.
Sure. What about?
I'm not sure if she doesn't know or doesn't care about what I'm going to say, but from the way she's acted so far, I'm pretty sure it's the second one.
Look, you're a really great person. I really like hanging out with you, and I had a great time last night.
I know.
She needs to stop making me blush. I probably look the same way Mads does every time I try to introduce her to a cute girl.
I just want to make sure we're clear on what that was all about. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I mean, I'm not really the dating type, and I'm gonna be leaving in a month. I'm happy to do stuff like this as long as it's...
Tara.
She doesn't sound frustrated or upset. If anything, her voice is softer.
We talked about this exact thing last night. You're cute, you're fun, and I really enjoyed having sex with you. But that's all this is, and neither of us expect or want anything different. You don't have to give me any excuses.
Blunt as ever. She takes another sip of coffee as I breathe a sigh of relief. All that worrying for nothing.
Great! Awesome, cool. Yeah, I'm glad that's settled then.
I should feel relieved, relaxed, all that good stuff. With the rough part out of the way, I can go right back to being as intrepid and charming as always. So, why do I feel like I'm the one who got let down here? This kind of thing shouldn't bother me, even if it didn't go the way I'm used to. This is why I hate taking time to think about things.
So, did you make that sweater yourself?
Morgan's eyes widen at my question. Looks like I found a good way to move on.
I did, actually. My ex showed me how to knit a few years ago, and I've been doing it ever since. It's a nice way to pass the time. If you want, I could make you something to take home when you're done here.
I don't do the whole dating thing. You're in a dating visual novel. Okay, well, technically, this isn't a dating sim. This is more just like it's a regular Yuri visual novel where, like, the main relationships have the Yuri, but it's not, like, the point isn't the dating. At least for the side characters. For the main character, absolutely, the point is we're gonna get that ghost girl. But also, there's a lot more going on, too.
That'd be super cool. Everyone I know wears coats like Maddie's, or one of those big puffy marshmallow coats. I'm sure some hand-knit stuff would break the mold.
The fact that you insist on going investigating in nothing but a light jacket made me assume you didn't like coats in general.
Maybe I was just waiting to get in on the hip wool fashion trend.
I catch her smiling in between sips. She might act different, but I get the feeling that we're on the same wavelength for some things. I mean, obviously, since we ended up together, but still. Well, not together, of course, but...
I thought it was because of your shirt. You wear that same moon shirt in every vlog you do. I didn't expect it to be the same way in real life.
It was actually Maddie's idea, believe it or not. Something about having a visual brand for the sake of the show. I figured my winning smile would be enough, but... I mean, as long as people like it.
I didn't realize she was that invested in the show. I figured she didn't care that much.
Ouch. Hearing her mention how distant Maddie seems is a pretty painful reminder of how much things have fallen apart between us.
She used to be. Back when we started, she was a lot more invested in this whole thing. We've been inseparable since high school, and I figured she was really excited to keep that bond going strong.
That's pretty incredible. I don't think I've had any friendships that lasted more than a year.
I realize that she hasn't mentioned a single friend since we got here. I guess claiming your cat talks to you probably doesn't score you points with anyone other than me.
Oh yeah, it's been like around 10 years or something. Don't tell her I told you this, but we actually met because we were both total goths.
I jump when Morgan suddenly bursts into laughter. I've only known her for about a week, but it feels weirdly unlike her. Probably because it's the most emotion she's shown since we met, and that includes last night.
I can't imagine Maddie walking around with raccoon eyes and dyed hair.
You have no idea. She was goth enough to put me to shame. Always talking about the darkness in her soul, chilling with all other cool goth kids, calling herself Raven. It was great.
I see. Not only was she goth, she was Chunibyo. I get you.
You were part of a group? Do you keep in touch with any of them? I'd hope at least one of them kept the look.
Interesting. Okay. My smile fades as I look away from her. She couldn't have known that asking that would bring back bad memories, so I don't blame her, but the memories are still there.
Not really. Most of them stopped talking to me when I told them I was trans, and the rest bailed as soon as I started to actually transition. Maddie was the only one who really stuck up for me. I'll never forget that.
Morgan puts down her now empty mug. I'm not even halfway through mine.
I'm so sorry, Tara. I didn't mean to.
Nah, forget it. It's seriously okay. The whole thing is ancient history now.
That isn't a lie. I feel a hell of a lot better about the whole thing now that I know I'm doing way better than any of them. I can tell Morgan doesn't buy it, though. Better switch up the subject.
Anyway, after that, the two of us were inseparable all through high school. We even picked the same college so it'd be easier to stay in touch. The only time our friendship was ever on the rocks was... well, maybe we shouldn't talk about that.
Oh, so they did fuck at some point. Okay. I try not to grin when I see Morgan's eyes wide and got
You
him.
wouldn't say that if you weren't going to tell me.
Well, I don't know.
She leaves her mug on the table, moves closer to me. I definitely saw her smile for a second there.
The Tara I know would never pass up a chance to tell a story.
Well, if you insist. Maddie and I actually dated once, for a few weeks, back when we first started college. Everyone we knew was pairing off, so we figured we should try it too. It's our secret shame.
I'm not surprised. You two would make a terrible couple.
Geez, blunt much? You're not wrong though, it nearly killed our friendship. Thankfully, we called it off and went back to being friends. We haven't had any trouble since.
Until now.
Yeah, until now.
Okay, so they are exes, just like the recent stuff is more friendship exes as opposed to romantic exes. I like that. I like that a lot. If Maddie has an ex who taught her to knit, then I wonder if one of those girls from earlier actually did date Morgan. Oh, 100%. That's what I believe. With the whole, like, elbowing her and the girl blushing. Yeah, they definitely dated her. One of them did. I would imagine, like, if you're in a town this small and there is a girl that weird and you're gay, you're almost certainly gonna end up taking a look at her and figuring out if you actually like her or not. Because, like, who else is there? Who else is there in a town like this, you know? Yeah, you were indeed right. It's just that the recent stuff is not them being exes. At least the romantic exes. So much for lightening the mood.
I don't know. I guess her deciding to walk away from everything we built together doesn't exactly make me feel jazzed about our friendship.
Leal Leafeon, hello, welcome in. Not a lot of options. Take what you can get. Exactly. Morgan seems like she's very just like blunt and straight faced in general as a person, but like her comfort with talking about sex and establishing relationship boundaries just makes me feel like she must have a lot of experience. So like I'm assuming that if anybody else is queer in this village, they've all probably become either like exes or friends with each other, and that's it. That's how it tends to go when you're queer. You find the other queer people and you're either friends with them or you're dating them because, like, those are the only people in your community. I guess it goes for, like, any sort of community like that, but it feels more pronounced when, you know, you're the one gay girl and there's like two bi girls and then there's like one gay guy, you know, it's like how the high school, you have your circles forming, and it's because you basically only have either your classes or an interest in common. It ends up being like that for a lot of queer folks too. Both exes and friends for most of the women, I'm assuming. Exactly. You can be both, as we are establishing for Tara and Maddie.
Her having different priorities doesn't have anything to do with friendship.
What, like going back to school? She hated school. So either that's some bullshit excuse, or she just hates working on Terranormal even more.
She was talking about coming back. Having real proof seems to have changed her mind.
And then what? She goes along with it for another few months and gets sick of it. I can't deal with that again.
I can tell I'm getting louder, but I don't care. I haven't had a chance to let any of this out since it happened. Morgan, of course, doesn't even flinch.
The thing is,
Now she's acting like she wants to be in on the action again? Am I really supposed to believe that she wants to commit to this?
but she...
I'm not an idiot. It's not like I'm ignoring the fact that she keeps running off to the woods to be by herself. I'm supposed to just be cool with that?
Tara!
I'm so sick of all this bullshit. Maybe I'd just be better off without her.
Tara!
I jump as her voice drowns mine out completely. This burst of emotion isn't funny. It's honestly kind of terrifying.
Stop. Just stop. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't want Maddie to leave the show, but you're refusing to listen to her when she talks about coming back. You don't want to lose your friendship, but you're freezing her out when she tries to make connections again. I love your show. You know I do. But there are more important things in your life than talking about Bigfoot in front of a camera.
Holy shit. What the hell was that? She just shot through my bullshit like some kind of forest-dwelling therapist. How am I supposed to respond to that? All I can do is sit back down on the bed and let it wash over me. She sits down next to me and takes my hand in hers. She gives it a little squeeze and I squeeze back. I can already feel myself starting to calm down. When Morgan speaks again, her voice is back to its normal flatness.
Talk to her. Tell her how you feel and what you need. You can't spend your whole time with me and expect her to feel appreciated.
I don't want to leave you out, though. You're the whole reason we're here. Plus, like, I really like spending time with you.
I do too. But we'll have plenty of time together. You're here for an entire month.
Yeah, of course.
The word month makes me feel a little weird pang in my chest. For some reason, I don't want to think about how temporary this is. Man, girly, I hate to tell you, but you've caught feelings after like a week and a half. It's okay, I'll give you like 2 more weeks to sort yourself out. If you don't have a whole dramatic speech by then I don't know what to do with you. I let go of her hand to take another sip of coffee. It's barely lukewarm now, and I consider just spitting it back into the cup. That definitely wouldn't be a good look, though.
Do you want me to take you back to the cabin?
I think I'm gonna do a little more investigating here first. Give myself some time to think about what I want to say to Mads.
That's a good idea.
Hey, first time for everything.
She lets out another little laugh. It's not nearly as big as her earlier one, but it's really nice to hear it after all that heavy stuff.
I'll go set up shop then. Come see me when you want to ride back.
You got it.
I stand and stretch, scanning the room one more time to see if I'm forgetting anything.
Wait, are those my panties?
Yeah, you're wearing mine.
I try to will myself not to blush, determined not to let her get one more fluster in.
Shit, sorry. I can change real quick.
It's fine. You can wear them. Just give them back when you're done.
My cheeks are burning again, so much for that.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I guess I'll see you later then.
Oh yeah, you're definitely going to be seeing each other later, Lamau.
Sure. You know where to find me.
Without thinking, I lean forward and press my lips against hers. They're soft, somehow not nearly dried out by the cold air as mine are. Why am I doing this? I jerk my head away, expecting to be met with an angry glare, but all I see is the corners of her mouth twitch up for a split second before she's back to neutral. It could be worse, right? Either way, it's definitely time for me to get the hell out of here. I head for the door, but something stops me before I actually leave.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I don't know what I'm thanking her for. I'm not sure if she knows either. I'm out the door and back out into the village square, doing my best to leave my confusion behind me. I've got more important things to think about right now. I've got to think about what I'm going to say to Mads. Tell her I'm sorry for being an idiot and that I don't want this to screw up things more than it already has. But as I think about that, I realize I've got one more problem when it comes to her. If she finds out I slept with our host, she's going to kill me. Morgan too? Ooh? Ooh? Okay, genuinely, I didn't expect to be swapping narratives at all, but the fact that Morgan is also included when she's been built up as this whole, like, we can't read her, we don't know what she's thinking, she's got secrets, like, that is fun. Okay, hello. The cabin comes, wait, Morgan's voice is more soft? Okay, the cabin comes into view. It's warm and casts a glow on the snow. I keep my steady pace. It's been a while since Tara and I talked. Things still aren't fixed. They've improved. She's getting Maddie's help filming now, but I can still see that distance between them. It doesn't help that Maddie keeps choosing to stay behind when we go to the village. Her excuses are always flimsy, but Tara doesn't push it. I'm not sure if she wants to. I'm not entirely sure what to do. I never expected this to be easy, but now it's gotten complicated in a way that I couldn't have predicted. I wish I could help, but I'm afraid that intervening any more than I already have would make things worse. Maddie still doesn't trust me despite everything. I have to believe it's not too late. I need both of them fully committed before I can tell them why they're really here. At the cabin, I enter without knocking.
It again.
I've tried it like 6 times, Mads. I don't know what else you're expecting here.
Hello there.
Oh, you know what? Her voice is higher. Okay. They both look up from what they were doing. It's not a surprising scene. Tara's hunched over her laptop in the living room while Maddie stands nearby, looking ready to hit her. I don't think either of them noticed me entering.
Hi.
Hey!
Really here? Yeah, we knew something has been up with Morgan. So I assume we're just gonna get tantalizing crumbs until we go back to focusing on the cute ghost girl. While Maddie seems annoyed by my interruption, Tara seems genuinely happy. Whether that's for the distraction or because it's me, I'm not sure. I walk over and sit down beside Tara, place myself between her and Maddie.
Check this out.
She angles her laptop so that I can see it and presses play on a video. There's some distorted noise, but the screen stays black.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Exactly.
Somehow exasperated, Maddie throws up her hands and storms off into the kitchen, banging around the cupboards without actually doing anything.
This was the footage that we took the other night. Remember? With the spirit and stuff?
I remember.
Yeah, well, it was totally fine a few days ago. We watched it a billion times, so you know as well as I do.
Right. It was perfectly visible then.
But now...
She plays the clip again. Nothing but noise. It's worthless now.
So what happened?
Beats me. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Maddie slams a cabinet particularly loudly.
What happened
What Maddie thinks happened.
is that the file got corrupted somehow. Either when you exported it or when it was transferring or something.
But it was working fine before. Seriously, ask Morgan.
She points at me. I wish you wouldn't bring me into it like this, since it'll seem like I'm taking a side.
The video did work before, yes.
Great, that helps us a lot.
Isn't there a backup somewhere?
This was supposed to be the backup. I thought I'd uploaded it to our server too, but I guess the Wi-Fi cut out, and that didn't actually happen.
Tara bites her lip.
That one's on me.
I'm expecting another sardonic reply from Maddie, but to my surprise, she sits down across from us and sighs.
Well, we can't change it now.
It seems that Tara's admission of guilt, even partial, helped her calm down some.
Was that the only footage that was affected?
I didn't check. Can't see why anything else would be screwed up though. We just got unlucky. Super unlucky.
Supernatural tampering!
That's a bit of an understatement. Without that footage, we don't have anything to show.
I want to tell her that there will be plenty more opportunities for filming the spirit, and likely other equally remarkable creatures, but I know she won't believe me. Yet. Geladura warned me this would probably happen, as if I hadn't already known. But Geladura also didn't help my case at all, since she said she didn't know if we could trust them yet. I wish you would have told me that before I made a fool of myself in front of them both. Tara laughs, but it sounds forced.
Guess we'll have to take some new footage then. Morgan, you don't have any other mystical spirits sitting around that we could film, do ya?
Funnily enough, I do. I just smile though, going along with the joke. For some reason, Maddie tugs at her collar and looks away out the window. Perhaps she's more uncomfortable around me than I thought.
Can I borrow your laptop? I'll see if I can move the file to my computer. And maybe salvage something.
Shaking my head. Nick's been showing up every day just to put points in to my husband's team, and that's it. Ugh. You guys are gonna rue the day that you make me play Dark Souls. It's not even gonna be funny! I'm just gonna be sitting here going, ah, that hurts, ah, over and over. You've had videos get corrupted just by being on a computer, but that was after years, not days. You're supernatural believers and don't believe they can mess with tech they're in. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of Maddie and Tara being stupid about this, but I think it's because they have, like, the years of experience spent chasing the supernatural and nothing actually happened. Like, they never saw anything real. So I think it's more meant to be like they're so used to the mundanity of normal life. Like, how we would see things is their perspective, even though they're still being faced with the reality that the supernatural does exist now. I think they're still, like, having a hard time shifting their thinking around to adjust to that.
You really think that'll work?
No, but I'd like to try.
Sure thing.
She lifts the laptop over me and passes it to Maddie.
Thanks. I'll be in my room. Let me know if you need anything.
She leaves, taking Tara's laptop with her. She pushes her bedroom door, but doesn't close it all the way. Beside me, Tara places her hand over mine. It's not anything that Maddie would be able to see from her room. I'm not sure why Tara is so insistent on keeping a relationship a secret. Still, I appreciate the gesture. Of everything that's happened since the two of them have arrived here, getting close to Tara like this has certainly been the most unexpected.
It seems like things are a bit better between the two of you. Did you talk?
I make sure to keep my voice low.
Not yet. I was going to, but first Nats wasn't home, then she was shut in her room all day when she got back. I was going to bring it up today, but then all this stuff happened.
At least the two of you are talking a little. She must be feeling bad too.
Maybe. You should have heard her before you got here, though.
I'm sorry.
Nah, don't be. It's like you said, this is on both of us.
You really don't know what happened to the footage? I promise I won't tell Maddie anything.
Nope, it's 100% legit. It was working fine, and then it wasn't. I didn't even drop my computer or spill water on it this time.
That's so strange.
You're telling me. Mads is convinced I did something to screw it up, though.
I have a niggling suspicion in the back of my mind but I don't want to bring it up just yet. I don't want to alarm Tara if I can help it.
Has anyone...
Uh-oh. Right in the middle of my sentence, the heater in the corner of the room makes a sizzling noise and then dies. Tara and I both stare at it.
Did you see that?
I did.
God!
Clutching her head in her hands, Tara gets up and goes to inspect the heater. She looks around and underneath it, although it's clear she has no idea what she's actually looking for. While her back is turned, I took a moment to peer out the window, scanning for anyone or anything out of the ordinary. I don't see anything.
What happened?
Heater died. Check it out.
Wait, you're kidding me.
I wish.
Already, the cold is starting to set in.
Was it a short circuit or something?
I'm glad that she doesn't default to blaming Tara for this. My suspicion gets a little stronger, too.
No clue. Morgan and I were sitting here when it suddenly died. Didn't give any warning or anything. It was a lot like the...
She trails off. She doesn't need to finish the sentence. I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing.
like the footage.
She says it anyway. None of us say anything. Then Maddie chuckles nervously.
That's a pretty weird coincidence.
Do you two think that, like, they're connected somehow?
What, the heater and the footage? There's no way that could be. It's just bad luck.
Maybe.
She gives me a look that says she doesn't think it's random. I'm inclined to agree.
Any luck with saving the video so far?
Not yet, but I just started. Give me a bit.
Right. I'm gonna go grab a blanket. You want one, Morgan?
No thanks.
What the hell?
2 seconds after she's entered her bedroom, Tara yells and pops back out.
The heater in my room is dead too!
What?
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Come look if you want.
Maddie and I both hurry into Tara's room. Sure enough, the heater in here is as dead as the one in the living room.
Were they on the same breaker? This cabin must have ancient wiring, right?
No, it was renovated a couple years ago.
Is the one in your room still working, Mads?
Without waiting for an answer, Tara pushes past and goes to look, ignoring Maddie's feeble clamor against barging in. We follow behind Tara yet again. In Maddie's room, the heater is running fine.
That's so unfair!
Maddie frowns too, looking perplexed.
I don't get it. Why just in here?
That's a pretty weird coincidence.
Tara does a poor imitation of Maddie's voice.
It is! What else do you want me to say?
Grumbling, Tara leaves the room without giving an actual answer. Maddie doesn't try to stop her and stares at her perfectly functional heater. I shut the bedroom door behind me as I leave.
Okay, tell me I'm not crazy. Something weird is going on.
You're not crazy. This definitely isn't a coincidence.
You say that like you know what's going on.
I can feel a pit opening up in my stomach. I've never been good with words, and I'm not sure how to phrase everything I'm about to tell her, much less how she'll take it. I must struggle for too long because I can see Tara's expression go from mopey to concerned.
Hey, you okay? I was just kidding, but like, do you actually know what's up?
I press a finger to my lips and point to Tara's room. Her eyes go wide, but she nods. I lead the way with her following close behind.
We can talk now.
Tara looks like she's going to explode.
Now? What the hell? That was like something out of a spy movie.
Shh, not so loud.
I think the spirit was trapped in film and it not being in the video means that it escaped. I don't think so. Personally, there hasn't really been much to imply that the film itself was causing any issues until now. I do know that Morgan's mother has been around the house more than she should be and digging into our affairs. So I'm kind of wondering if she's influencing things somehow, if she is actually a supernatural creature like I think she is. But we'll find out. Morgan seems to know what's going on. I listen for any indication that Maddie's followed behind us or is eavesdropping, but her door never opens. Tara watches, waiting for me to elaborate, but I can tell it's taking every ounce of self-control she has to not barrage me with questions. It's understandable.
Okay, bear with me, because I'm not sure how to say some of this.
Nearly vibrating with excitement, Tara nods. I take a deep breath.
I don't think that all these malfunctions are a coincidence. I think they're intentional sabotage, and that my mother's to blame.
Oh! Her eyes get as wide as saucers.
Your mom?
Yes. And I also think that Maddie might be involved too. It's not her fault at all. I'm afraid that my mother might have gotten to her first. She might not even know it.
Gotten to her how?
As in, she's not in control of her actions. She might not even be aware of them.
You mean like mind control?
More or less, yes.
She stares at me and then starts to laugh. She gets up and paces around the room, her hands flying in useless motions, and as she laughs.
Okay, you're screwing with me, right? Mind control. Maddie!
I'm not messing with you. I'm dead serious.
I can't blame her for being incredulous. It's a lot to take in at once, and the rest of what I have to say is even stranger. But if there's anyone who will believe me, who will believe the truth, it's Tara. Her laugh becomes a whistle as she calms down. She takes a second to compose herself and sits on the bed next to me.
Okay, mind control. Go on.
Like I said, I doubt Maddie's even aware. It's probably more like sleepwalking for her, but it would make sense. You said she's been spending a lot of time away from the cabin, right? And that she doesn't like to talk about where she's been. Plus the footage being damaged, and then the heaters dying. It makes sense.
You're gonna have to sell me on this more. I wouldn't say that makes sense. What's the point of it? Why would your mom do that? And how? Like we haven't even approached the point of making sense.
I know. I'll explain.
I'm trying to remain calm myself, but there's a nervousness that I've never felt before. This is my first time ever talking about this with someone else. No matter how many times I'd imagined this conversation and rehearsed it in my head, it's nothing like real life.
My mom isn't really my mom. To be frank,
Okay.
she's not even human.
Okay.
Not anymore.
I pause, waiting to see how Tara takes it. No reaction. I doubt that anything I'm saying even registers as a possibility to her. My only choice is to go through it all and hope that she believes me in the end.
The person you've met, the creature, is something else, using a human woman's body as a host. She has the whole town under a glamour that makes them loyal to her.
Faye!
And she has for years.
Okay,
Longer than
alright.
I've been
Me and
alive.
Randomus were locked the fuck
I
in.
think she has Maddie now, too.
We are locked in. Okay. They mentioned all the Fae stuff before, and we went in on it, saying like it's some kind of Fae presence in town. And how I didn't think that the townsfolk themselves were supernatural, but there was a supernatural thing affecting them. Okay. We are picking up what the game is putting down.
The reason that I sent you an email and invited you to Eysenfeld isn't because of the forest spirit or any of that other stuff, although it's related too. The reason is because I need your help. Evelyn, or the thing inside her, is going to try to kill me soon, to use me as a new host. Within the next few weeks. You are the only people in the world who I could think of who might believe me. There wasn't anyone else I could ask.
I suspected some shit going on with her ever since Morgan referred to her as technically related to her. Oh yeah, That is such like a weird answer when we're primed for supernatural bullshit. If it's just like gay girl has a bad relationship with her mother, yeah, I get it. But in this context, nah, man, there's supernatural bullshit going on the whole time. That technically is much more literal than it seems.
She knows that too, which is why she's trying to get rid of you now. Ruin your trip, make you want to leave. She would never hurt either of you. Too many people would notice if something happened. There'd be way too much unwanted attention on her. But if she could get the two of you to leave Eysenfeld, then she'd be able to proceed with her plans. I'm pretty sure that's what she's trying to do. Through Maddie. That's it, I guess.
As I finish speaking, I look down at my legs. It feels like a weight has been lifted off of my chest. If nothing else, I'm glad that I got to tell someone. Even if nothing changes, at least I got to share my story. If she doesn't believe me, if she thinks I'm as crazy as Maddie does, then I'm out of options. The silence stretches on and I glance up at Tara's face. For someone usually so expressive and easy to read, her face is immutable. I can't tell what she's thinking. She just stares at me intensely, more scrutinizing than I've ever seen before. I meet her eyes, willing her to search mine and see that I'm telling the truth. I want to reach across and grab her hand. More than that, I want her to grab mine. Tara huffs, blowing a loose strand of hair that's fallen over her face. She blinks, pops her knuckles, scratches her leg, then finally she half smiles.
Okay, so then what do we do now?
Do we think Morgan's not hoping, or do you think her mother stole her? Ooh. Morgan has had enough supernatural bullshit going on where I genuinely cannot tell if she's just like descended from Fae or is a Fae. I think if she's being considered a new host for whatever is in the mother, then she must be human. But I'm still willing to kind of bet on descended from Fae, just because we had that one dialogue piece earlier in the narrative about like history always repeats itself with somebody not being aware that they're descended from supernatural bullshit. I think it was FDR or something. Ugh. So I am willing to place a moderate bet on Morgan being descended from Fae or something like that, but not actually like a proper Fae herself. And that's potentially why the thing that's in the mother is going to use her as a host.
Does that mean that you believe me?
My breath catches in my throat, scarcely daring to believe it. She hasn't confirmed yet. She could just be playing along.
Of course I do.
I can't help myself. I lean forward and wrap my arms around her in a very selfish hug.
I'm so sorry for dragging you into all of this.
She doesn't deserve any of what's going on. I brought her into my own world of problems. Her arms wrap back around me without hesitation.
Hey, I'm glad you did.
Really?
Of course! If some other paranormal blog got this scoop, I'd be jealous forever.
We both laugh.
But I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot to take in, especially the stuff about Mads. But if never coming here would have meant you having to deal with all this on your own, then it's a damn good thing we're here.
For the first time that I can remember, I feel warm and comfortable. It's a moment that I wish could last forever. I don't deserve her support, but I'm infinitely glad that I have it.
Now let's go kick your mom's ass!
I laugh again. I'm glad that she's able to keep a light heart through all of this. We're going to need it.
Really though, what do we do now? Pack our stuff and get out of here? You could totally crash with me and Mads. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. You'd have to get past that whole mind control thing first though.
No. Running away isn't an option. She would just take someone else instead. She has to be dealt with.
You said it'll happen in a couple weeks, right? How do you know?
It'll happen on the winter solstice. It's something to do with the moon. I don't really know the specifics myself. There's not a whole lot of information to go off.
You're in luck, because investigating stuff without a real lead is my speciality.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that line read. It fits Tara so well, but speciality. She's incorrigible, and her smile is infectious. Her optimism and confidence makes me think that this might work out okay after all.
There'll be plenty of time for that, I promise. Right now, I should head back home.
Already? Feels like you just got here a bit ago.
I know. I wish I could stay longer, but I need to start preparing right away. There's a lot that I'll need to fill you in on, but it'll take some time for me to get ready.
So like, later tonight?
Probably tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, I'll lie low until then. What should we do about...
Her voice trails off, and she nods in the direction of the rest of the cabin and Maddie.
Nothing for now. Just try to act normal around her if you can.
So avoid conversation as much as possible. Easy peasy.
We stand up together and Tara walks me to the front door.
So, see you soon, I guess?
Right.
She leans forward suddenly, giving me another quick hug. My second one today. It's over far too quickly.
Cool. I'll be waiting.
I smile.
Me too.
Cute! It's always scary going home and facing the prospect of seeing Evelyn face to face. Today, though, it doesn't seem as bad. There's still a long way to go, but with Tara's help, there's a chance that everything will work out. That's more than I've ever been able to say before. Back to Maddie, who I don't actually think is being controlled. I think she's just obsessed with the ghost girl. Unless, like, Evelyn has gotten to her and when we couldn't see her, because, like, Maddie specifically was very much like, nope, I'm not opening up to you. I'm not trusting you. Get out of my business. But it could be that, like, in the time of her going to go see Abigail, something happened that we weren't shown. The skies are gray out when I wake up. I check my phone for the time, thinking that it must still be early, but no, it's almost 10. It's the clouds that are making it so dark. We're definitely in for a lot of snow today. It looks like it could be more than any of the previous storms. Sighing to myself, I get out of bed and get dressed without wasting any time. There's no way I'm going to be able to see Abigail today. Not with the weather as it is. I hope she won't wait up for me. There's also the concept of unreliable narrator. Yes, that's what I meant. Of like the times that we're not like seeing Maddie narrating to us, that normally gets skipped over. Like there have been times where a couple days pass and it's not mentioned until like a few lines in. And so my thought is if something happened in those spaces of time that are being skipped over, then because we're not shown it by Maddie, something could have happened that we're not aware of. It's frigid in the living room. I spent a while trying to fix the heater, but to no avail. I don't even know what's wrong with it. Tara must have had it pretty rough, too. At least she could bundle up in blankets to keep warm. The door to her room is shut, so she's either gone or still asleep. I'm glad that things have improved between us. She seemed to have a change of heart or something, because a couple days ago, she started making small talk again. Even our argument over the footage wasn't as explosive as it could have been. If it had happened 3 days prior, we probably wouldn't be on speaking terms at all anymore. If she's not aware of it too, that would make sense. True. It's maybe not unreliable narrator in that she's hiding things from us. It's unreliable narrator in that she doesn't even know what's happening. That could also be an option. Yeah. Evelyn's magical BS has altered Maddie's perception of reality. That's another very possible point. I'm thinking that Abigail must be like a separate entity from Evelyn just because, like, she seemed to know something about Maddie going into the woods. But I feel like Abigail is just like, because we saw that light that we were chasing before Evelyn really started getting close to Maddie, it makes me think that they're two separate things, you know? It feels too isolated. That is generally how glamours work. Yep, exactly. Hi, Nashoba, welcome in. How are you doing today? And you know, I forgot, Lialu Leafeon. Would you prefer I call you Leafeon or Lialu? But how are you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I know I said that before when you chatted for the first time, but I forgot to ask you how your day's going. I make myself a bowl of cereal and have a quiet breakfast alone. Although I've gotten used to not interacting with Tara much, there was still my visit with Abigail to look forward to. Now there's no telling how many days it'll be until the weather's cleared up enough for me to go see her again. Hopefully it'll blow over quickly. It's already starting to snow a little. Just to pass the time, I move my laptop out into the living room and start an episode of a show I've been meaning to watch. I keep one headphone out so I'll be able to hear if Tara leaves her room. She never does. After 2 episodes, I get up and knock on her door. Unsurprisingly, there's no answer. I take a quick peek inside. Empty. She must be at Morgan's again. At this point, it's pretty obvious that they're more than friends. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's none of my business, of course. They're both adults and can do whatever they want. But I can't help being a little envious. It's been more than a year since I've been on a date. Things ended sort of messily with my last girlfriend, and since then I haven't really been looking. Working on the show kept me busy enough. Still, it wasn't that I was trying to avoid meeting anyone new. It just didn't happen. I'm not like Tara. I can't talk to strangers and carry on a conversation straight away. Business stuff, sure. Small talk, no way. I've always been a bit jealous of that. So seeing how quickly and how naturally Morgan and Tara ended up together feels like a painful reminder of my own social inadequacies. I guess there's an expiration date on their relationship, whatever it may be, though. It's hard to believe that we're already halfway through our trip in Eysenfeld. You don't mind? Are you meant for it to be pronounced Lilu? Is that what it's meant to be? Hi, Deshova. Yeah, I'm not doing so well on the Lover's Quarrel. Randomist has just added some more points into my team. Thank you very much, Randomist. But yeah, my husband's team is unfortunately kind of winning by a lot right now. I still insist it'll be funnier to play with Musume. Let's go. Thank you for another 2K to my side of the point challenge. We're finally hitting that 25% mark that my husband's team hit yesterday. How randomist I see. You're playing both sides. Okay. Yeah. I hit 25% and he's hit 50%. Oh my god. Where are all the real ones at who will take my side? It's not over until it's over. True. I just have to hope people will show up, and for me, when it really counts, in the last moments. It's not over till it's over. Till the last point for the 40k total gets hit on either team. It's anyone's game. Playing both sides is admittedly funnier. I mean, I see what you mean. If you have the points to go around, then there's no penalty. You just get to add to the chaos whenever you want. But how dare you traitor. Shaking my head for real. I also need to do something with your 100k points. Oh my god, okay. See, it's so crazy to me. Like, Juice, for example, has, like, no points left. Juice uses their points constantly. But then you, randomness, you don't use your points on anything. So it's like, damn, I keep on trying to come up with ways for people to use their points. And people still keep on compiling more. I'm never gonna beat it. Hang on. I am not at 28%. I thought I'm now at 28%. Okay, sorry, Nishoba. I see what you mean. I was sitting here like, wait a minute, over 10k points has to be meaning like it's at least 25. 28 sounds like a right number. So I guess I'm not too far behind. It's just another 10,000 points. That's so easy to make up if people love me enough. The most you use your points for is the occasional villainous laugh or a sing mode. Yup, randomist, yup. I'm surprised you don't mess around with like the changing the outfit or anything more. Because you could just do that yourself. You could fund all of that. All on your own. But then again, all of my outfits are quality art. Thank you, Evie. And myself for the Bulbasaur one. But alright, let's focus back in on Maddie moping about Abigail. It occurs to me that I'm in a similar situation with Abigail. Although our friendship is nothing like Morgan and Tara's, it's also time limited. That thought hurts more than I expected it to. I wish there was some way she could come back with us. I wonder how difficult it is to smuggle a ghost internationally. That's the kind of problem Tara would be great at solving if she was around. In fact, I wonder if maybe I should take this opportunity to try to mend things with her. Assuming Abigail is okay with it, I could take Tara to meet her. Well, not quite as dramatic as the forest spirit, having a genuine ghost on film would still be a huge win for the show. It's a little funny to me that an actual ghost is mundane compared to what else we've seen. I'm not entirely convinced on the idea. There's still some appeal to keeping the news to myself for at least a little bit longer. A knock at the front door interrupts my TV watching.
Coming!
That's probably Evelyn again. Uh-oh. In the meantime, hang on. I see that redeem. Shoop! Back to default. But it's so much bigger than the honeybee one. So I gotta put myself back in the corner. Yeah. There we go. I try to cover up as little of the game as possible. So that way we can see all the glorious, beautiful art. Yup. I undo the latch and come face to face with Evelyn again.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
My previous encounter with her on the way back from the church flashes through my mind and sets me on edge. There's a man I don't recognize with her too, adding to my unease.
We heard there was an issue with the heater, so we've come to fix it. Don't want you freezing to death out here.
Her demeanor is a 180 from last time. I wonder which of them let her know. Maybe Tara mentioned it earlier today?
Oh, thanks. That'll be a big help.
Aren't you going to let us in?
Dun dun dun! Oh no! Okay, here we go! Instant death. I realize that I'm blocking the doorway and step back to make room. It's technically her cabin. I don't really have a right to say no.
Yeah, sorry.
The guy with her brushes past me and heads to the heater, getting right to work. Meanwhile, Evelyn and I both sit down in the living room. I stare at the floor, hoping that she'll start the conversation, but she seems content to just look around the room, admiring the decorating. When she clears her throat, I flinch.
I'm very sorry for the discomfort it must have caused. Even a single night without the warmth can be most unpleasant.
She stares at me intently like she's hoping for me to catch some hidden meaning. Whatever it is lost on me.
It's fine. It was just one night. Thanks for taking care of it so fast.
Of course. Are you the only one home today?
Yeah. Tara's out.
I can't imagine that Evelyn doesn't know about her and Morgan, or at least that the two of them have been spending so much time together. She and Morgan live in the same house after all. But Evelyn's eyebrows raise.
Is she now? My daughter said your friend was here. She wouldn't be foolish enough to venture into the woods on her own, would she? The weather's looking quite dire.
My mouth goes dry. Even Tara wouldn't be that reckless, right?
I don't think so.
Good. Only a fool would go out in this.
As if on cue, a heavy gust of wind blows, making the whole cabin creak. Through the window, I can see the snowfall has already gotten heavier. Thick, heavy flakes mask the glass and obscure the view outside. The workman finishes up and moves closer to the couch. He still hasn't said a word since he arrived.
Seems we're finished here. Do take care, Madison. And don't hesitate to call if you need help with anything else.
Will do. Thanks.
The two of them leave as abruptly as Morgan always does. The moment the door shuts behind them, I leap up and head for the landline phone. I don't know what that was about at all, but it's obvious there's something more going on than I'm aware of. Something sinister. There's a small scrap of paper jammed underneath the phone with Morgan's phone number scribbled on it. I dial and wait, praying that the weather won't render the phone useless. It rings and rings and rings, but doesn't pick up. Eventually it goes to a generic voicemail message delivered in an unabated voice.
Damn it!
I slam the phone back to reset it and then dial again.
Please, please, please.
If she's not there, if she's not with Morgan, then I don't know what I'll do. I don't know where else she could be. On the third ring, the phone clicks as someone answers. It's garbled and hard to hear her, likely because of the storm.
Morgan?
The person on the other line says something unintelligible.
Hello?
It's just barely clear enough for me to hear my name.
Yeah, it's me. Hey, listen, is Tara with you?
There's another pause and some staticky noise, then a beep as the line goes dead. Frantically, I hit the redial button. This time she picks up on the first ring.
Hey, it's me. Is Tara with you?
There's a noise, but I can't tell if it's her answering me or just interference.
Sorry, what?
Again, the only response is garbled nonsense. I try to talk to her several more times, but nothing is intelligible. I don't even know if she can hear me. The call drops again, and this time I don't bother calling back. I could try to send her an email, but it'll take forever before the webpage loads enough for me to do that. I try to make myself calm down. Logically, she's got to be with Morgan. There's nowhere else she'd go. Evelyn must have missed her somehow. I go to one of the windows, using my sleeve to brush away the fog that veils the glass. It's already a blizzard out there, snowing harder than anything I've ever witnessed. That's when I see her. A flash of red hair over by the tree line. Tara. She's just standing there? When she notices me, she waves. What the hell is wrong with her? I pound on the glass, pointing downwards to indicate that she should come in.
Come inside, you moron! What are you doing?
I know she can't hear me, but she keeps waving. Then she turns and walks into the forest. What the hell? She's lost it. She's absolutely lost it. I fight against the wind just to open the door.
Tara!
My voice is swallowed up by the wind. There's no way she could have heard me. I try yelling again, but the cold stings my throat. Girl, no, don't leave the cabin. Yeah, don't leave the cabin, but I think it's too late. Is this idea some kind of joke to her? It's a terrible one if so. Stepping out the front door, I can barely see her amongst the trees and swirling snow. She's just standing there waiting for me. I linger, not sure what to do. I can't just leave her there, but going out in this would be asinine. She waves again, more urgently. She clearly wants me to follow her? And maybe she needs my help. Maybe someone's been injured. Still, the storm. Every second I'm out here, the cold seeps a little bit further into me. I need to decide. I clench my fists. If nothing else, I know that Tara would come for me. Bracing myself, I start walking towards her. Oh, Maddie, you care so much, and that's going to kill you, unless Abigail intercedes, maybe. Leon DRV, hello! Welcome in! How's your Sunday doing? Another 2 1D points to my husband. Well, thank you for using the points that you do have on him. I will take 60 points for me over 20 points to him. Doing great? Sounds good. You're just in time to see our main character walk into the middle of a blizzard. She's likely being misled by a Fae glamour. She's going to die without outside intervention, and I don't know who's going to be the one to save her. It's nearly impossible. Just keeping my balance and remaining upright is a chore. Every step I take feels like a battle against nature. Slowly, though, I do it. Once she sees I'm following her, she starts walking again. I wish she'd wait for me to catch up so she could at least tell me what's going on. When I cross the tree line, the wind gets noticeably better, although the cold is no less bitter. Rest in pieces, Maddie is slain by whatever the hell Evelyn is. Or whatever other supernatural tomfoolery are around here. Indeed. Tara doesn't seem phased. She's still forging ahead, always in the distance no matter how fast I go. Close enough to see, but not close enough to hear. After a few more minutes, I finally start to inch closer to her. I can't feel my hands or my feet, and my teeth won't stop chattering. I need to stop her now. My mouth is shaking too much for me to form any sort of coherent phrases. If I wasn't already genuinely scared, I am now. Then, without warning, Tara stops. She stands completely still, back towards me. I do my best to push forward, finally making my way to her.
Tara, we have to...
I give up on words instead of reaching out towards her. My fingers are numb and heavy. Before I can touch her shoulder, though, she turns around. And my blood runs as icy as my skin. Oh! Ah! I don't like that! I don't like that! Oh my god! Her face is completely smooth and featureless, like a mannequin. Her clothes, her hair, everything else are a perfect replica, but her face is an empty void. This isn't Tara. This isn't even human. The sharp taste of bile rises in my throat as I stumble back, repulsed. As I stare in horror, she begins to flicker like a light bulb going out.
No. No, 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 no.
This isn't real? This can't be real. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. Still flickering, the thing begins to move. Its shoulders start to shake as it rocks back and forth, tilting its head slightly. It doesn't make a sound, but its intention is clear. It's laughing at me. I fall backwards, hands scrambling through the snow that I can no longer feel. I scuttle away from it as best I can, though it doesn't even try to follow me. It just rocks, celebrating its triumph over me. My shoulder smashes into something hard, sending a stinging pain through me. It's a tree. I try to stand up, but I've lost all sensation in my legs. My fingers scrabble desperately, uselessly at the hard earth and slick bark, but I can't find any purchase. I try to stand, and my feet slide from beneath me as I crash back to the ground. Each effort is harder than the last. I try several more times to stand, but I can't. Exhausted, I lie there, cheek pressed against the frigid ground. I can't even feel it. Hi, Bunny! Welcome in! A stream at a reasonable time. You can't believe it. Hello, hello! Sundays are my afternoon stream days. Welcome in. You're just in time to witness our protagonist dying in a snowstorm unless someone comes to save her because she got tricked by, presumably, a fae. But how are you doing today, Bunny? How's your weekend been, too? My face burns as it's buffeted with more and more snow. My thoughts run ragged. I know how hypothermia works, how fast it can set in. Surprisingly quickly, I'd once read. My body temperature only needs to drop a couple degrees to start shutting down. I can't muster the effort to move. The fake Tara is gone now. The space it occupied is empty. I'm alone. The realization crosses my mind, surprisingly lucid. I'm going to die. This is the end. There is no after this. I've reached the end of my life. Snow accumulates on my body. What parts I can feel burn. I'm grateful for those I can't. My breath is barely even a wisp of vapor. I try to tell myself that I'm wrong. Someone will find me. I can't die out here. I'm not some mountain adventurer. I'm not the kind of person this happens to. I can't freeze to death. I can't. But I'm going to. What about Tara and BT and my family? I can't just leave them all behind because I ran too far into the woods. That's just not how this works. I try to push myself back up, but I can't move my arms. I can't move anything. I'm sure that if my body allowed me, I'd be crying. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My consciousness fades. A piercing light that should be unpleasant but isn't shines in front of me. I will my body to reach for it, but I can't. Then I understand it isn't meant for my hands to touch. I let go of it all, giving myself up. But then, a sound? Imperceptibly loud, deafeningly quiet. Something vibrant and full of life fills my tired eyes. It blocks the light, and then... There we go! That's our ghost girl! Oh my god, Abigail's so pretty. You know the I love women tag bunny? This is why. I love women! Woo! Ah, God. What a beautiful woman. You were so right, indeed. It's the perfect time to be rescued by someone who's the romantic love interest. Woo! You hate this. You don't think you would have done anything differently in her situation? Yeah, that's what's rough. Like, it is so sweet seeing her be willing to go chase after Tara in the middle of a snowstorm. Even though she knows she should be playing it safe and staying inside. It really shows how much they care about each other as friends, even with everything that's been going on to like strain their relationship. But it also means that it's exactly the right setup for her to be manipulated and killed. Like to say I would, but given that this was preempted by the implication that Maddie was already being mind controlled, I can't logically say I'd do something different. I think in Maddie's case, it is less mind control and more like she's seeing things that she perceives as real. And so to other people, it looks like mind control, that she's doing things that like she doesn't have any control over, but she's just reacting as she normally would to the things that she's seeing. If that makes any sense, like it's not like her mind is being forced into something. Like I guess like to compare it to D&D, dominate person is a spell, right? It gives you complete control. You give them like an order and they just do whatever you say. Like that is just like you are forcing their brain to do things that would make sense with the orders that they have. But in this case, it's not even like she's being given orders. She's just seeing things and then reacting to them as she normally would. It's her perception that's being tricked, not her brain, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Well, I guess like your perception is tied to your brain, but like, there's like a nuance I'm trying to convey. I'm trying. Abigail appears, a look of shock on her face as she reaches a hand out to Maddie. Oh, an angel appears. Ooh, that narration. An angel appears. Oh, this is chapter 3. Oh my goodness. Communion is what this chapter is called. That's not ominous. Or sorry, communion is the achievement for reaching chapter 3. Maybe that's not the name of the chapter. That might have been the second one. You meant her perception of reality and actions have been drawn into question, so what counts as reasonable has also been drawn into question. Very fair point. It is hard to know, like, what is real or not at this point. Because I guess even the glamour quotation marks, like, the creation of it, that just seems like proper fae magic bullshit. It's not just a perception to me, but maybe it is just an illusion. I like to think that I would call emergency services and not run in the snow for us both to die, but I probably wouldn't be rational if I thought my friend was being wildly stupid. Yeah, especially like, You're supposed to call emergency services, but we just had the dialogue with the phone not working. So I don't think that would even come to mind for her, because if she already tried calling someone else, then there's no way she could call emergency services. And there's also the question of, in a town this small, is there even emergency services at all that could go out into the snow before it's too late for someone to freeze to death? Realistically, I think they'd only have the resources to handle this kind of thing after the blizzard is over, and it'd be too late at that point. I'm not cold. I'm not warm either. I'm not anything. I'm not even sure I'm awake. All I can see is vast, profound blackness. I realize my eyes are shut. Are they frozen shut? I try to move my arms to rub my face, but those feel frozen too. With great effort, I manage to wrench my eyes open. I'm flat on my back. Right above me is a familiar curved wood ceiling. The gray smudges in my peripheral vision are the pews where I sat and read with Abigail just days ago. I'm in the church. I try to remember how I got here, but all I have are glimpses of what happened. Waking up alone, the mayor dropping by unannounced, following Tara. No, not Tara. Even nearly immobile, a shiver creeps up my spine at the thought of that thing. And after that, it comes back to me as an avalanche, running, stumbling, and falling, and being so cold. I can recall the dread as it happened, as I gave up, when strength left my body and my eyelids couldn't bear being open any longer. But how did I get from there to here? There's the sound of rustling cloth from beside me. I forced my head to turn to look. And there she is, warm, radiant, just an arm's length away. Abigail. I blink, expecting her to vanish, to be a figment of my imagination. When my aching eyes open once more, she's still there. Worry wrinkles her face. She saved me, didn't she? There's no other explanation. I muster the strength to smile up at her. She smiles back, though it doesn't reach her eyes.
Hello, Medicine. I'm glad you're awake.
Oh my fucking god, that's how we can understand her now. Are we like semi-dead? Are we a ghost now? Uh-oh. For anybody who wasn't here before, we couldn't hear Abigail speak previously. She was silent as a ghost. It is a very bad thing that we can hear her now. In the otherwise silent church, her voice rings out like a bell, the first words I've ever heard her say. I can hear her? We can speak to each other? Understanding pierces through my exhaustion. With that understanding comes a whole cascade of realizations. A million feelings rush through me and I don't know what order to process them. Two concepts stand out among everything else. Her voice is lovely, soft and gentle like she is. And I must be dead.
Abigail?
I mumble out the only coherent thought that I have. She slides from the bench she was sitting into the ground, kneeling on the floor beside me.
That's right. I'm here.
She leans over me, the serene portrait of a heaven-sent angel. She's here. That can only mean one thing. My head doesn't hurt. My back isn't sore despite lying on the way. I think the spending and lying there is not necessary. My back isn't sore despite lying on the cold stone floor for hours. I can hear and speak with Abigail.
I died, didn't I? And you saved me and brought me back here?
She rubs her face, a pained look on it that she can't brush away.
You're not quite dead, but you're not alive either. Rather, you're somewhere between life and death.
Okay, better than it could be. Only half dead is still half alive. Looks like they've forgotten hours there. Oh, spending hours lying. Yep, that would make the sentence work. So, semi-ghost Yuri.
Like me.
Oh, maybe we are just ghosts.
That's the best way I can put it.
I can tell that her tone is supposed to be optimistic, but to me she sounds entirely too cheerful for someone narrating my own demise. Still, I suppose this is better than the alternative.
Then, thank you.
Her smile gets just a little bit smaller.
Please don't mention it. Really, I'm sorry that we hadn't been just a little bit faster. If we had arrived sooner...
She looks away, guilt twisting her face.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
Even in my adult state, I know that much. Wait, who's we? I shut my eyes, hoping that this might be a dream, and that when I open them, I'll be safe and sound in my bed at the cabin. I'm not, of course. There's nothing above me but stone. I force myself to sit up. The motion catches her attention, and Abigail lunges forward, ready to catch me if I fall.
Oh, don't strain yourself.
But there's still no pain or soreness. Instead, it's like each individual part was switched off and I have to reactivate them. Maybe that's not far from the truth. Once I've sat up, I'm able to stand without any issue. The heaviness falls away like a blanket.
I think I'm okay.
To demonstrate, I pace back and forth a couple steps, feeling like I'm just stretching my legs. I reach out and flex my fingers, staring at their strange, glimmering transparencies. Oh yeah, so we're just fucking dead. Just our spirits are still alive? So, kind of not as alive as I thought. The whole time, she watches intently, poised to intervene if anything goes wrong. Oops, sorry. I moved my mouse and it got too close to the history button. Nothing does. I'm fine, relatively speaking. I look towards Abigail for approval with the most earnest smile I can muster. She visibly relaxes. Then I sit down on one of the pews. Abigail sits down beside me. It's bizarre. Despite years of existential dread, I don't know how to feel about my own past tense death. Abigail did say that it's not quite death. It's just not exactly life either. It's obviously got to be a bit more complicated than that, but right now, it's helping to soften the blow a little bit. I look down at my hands. They're normal and clean, not bloating and turning purple like in the last few moments. The rest of me seems similarly plain. Apparently I was well preserved. There's one difference I wonder about though. I press my finger to the stone that we're sitting on. At least I try to. But my hand just passes through. It doesn't feel like anything. Right. Next to me, Abigail does the same thing, pressing her hand in up to her wrist. She giggles and my heart skips a beat.
I'd forgotten how it feels at first. It's kind of wondrous.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Once you get used to it, it's really quite convenient. It'll just take a bit of time.
Abigail stands and gives me a huge smile, probably not realizing just how scary that thought is to me. I don't really want to spend however long it takes to get used to it like this. But she's clearly excited to talk. I am too, regardless of the circumstances. So I won't spoil the moment, yet.
How long has it been since then? Since I... you know...
Even thinking of the word died causes my throat to constrict with terror. It's not death, I remind myself. If I can feel afraid, then it can't be death.
It's been over a day. You've been unconscious this entire time. I was afraid that perhaps I'd done it wrong. That you might not ever wake up.
But here I am.
I can see her eyes sparkle with tears. Despite the fact that I'm standing right here, even the thought of my demise almost makes her cry.
Yes, here you are.
How did you do it? I remember thinking that I was going to die, for sure.
She looks away from me, fidgeting with her dress.
As I said, we arrived too late to save your life. The cold had already set in, and you were so far from home. But we were able to save your spirit, your soul, the important part of you. And that's what you are now.
A spirit?
She nods.
That's what you are too, right?
Another nod.
Exactly.
Her voice is gleeful. I can tell she's excited by this. I can't blame her. After 200 years of solitude, I'm sure that I would be too. But for me, well, this is a nightmare, wrapped in irony. I came to Eysenfeld as a skeptic, and now I'm... this. It's so overwhelming. What will my parents say? Or my friends back home? And what about everything else I left behind? I never prepared a will or anything like that. I don't know what to think, what to feel. I suppose I should be grateful that I'm not truly dead, but at the same time, I don't know what I'm missing out on. Maybe it would have been preferable. I wish I could have at least said goodbye. Especially to Tara. There's so much left unsaid. Wait, Tara! With a jolt, I turn to face Abigail. She flinches at how suddenly I move.
Do you know if Tara's safe? My friend, the one who came here with me. I thought I was following her into the woods, but it was...
The image of that fake Tara comes to mind, and with it a wave of dread. The memory of it is repulsive simply in how false it was, how unnatural.
She's fine. As far as I know, she was never in any danger at all. I'm so sorry, Madison. You were tricked.
Right.
I relax a little bit. Tricked.
Tricked by... by whom?
Abigail looks uncomfortable once more.
I'm not sure what name she uses now. The mayor of the village. Whatever you know her as.
Evelyn.
So she's responsible. I'm not surprised in the least. The way she always seemed like a snake, coiled and ready to pounce. The bad feeling I got every time I interacted with her. She must have come by the cabin just to scope me out. She had probably been planning this all along. I shudder.
Who is she really? Why would she want to kill me?
I'll explain it later, but I promise you don't have to worry about her anymore.
Clearly that's supposed to make me feel better, but it doesn't. Yeah, she's not a threat anymore, but only because she succeeded. I want to understand. I need to understand. Why would she want me dead? I guess I'll find out in time.
I just have one other question. Earlier, when you were talking about saving me, you kept saying we.
Now her eyes regain that previous mischievous gleam that I've started to recognize on her.
Someone special. I'll take you to meet them if you feel you're ready for it.
I think so.
There's nothing to be accomplished by sitting around feeling sorry for myself right now. I spent enough of my time in Eysenfeld doing that as it is. Plus, I'm curious to see who might have helped Abigail. Who else could have known about her this whole time yet kept her a secret? Is this going to be Morgan? I stand up and absent-mindedly offer a hand to Abigail to help her up too. She takes it, then drops it immediately. Eyes wide and awestruck, she stares as if I have sprouted a tentacle from my arm. Tears spring to her eyes, seeping out to form a thin river down her face. Oh, she can feel the touch of someone's hand for the first time in 200 years! Let's go, lesbians!
What is it? What's wrong? Did I hurt you?
Your hand. I can feel it.
She's right. It hadn't even registered as different to me, but for the first time since we've met, I can actually touch and feel her there. She grabs my hand again, not standing. She closes her eyes as her fingers roam over mine, taking in the sensation. With anyone else, anyone on Earth, it'd be awkward. But somehow with Abigail, I don't mind. It's a little endearing, in fact. After a moment, she seems to realize what she's doing. With a yelp and a sheepish expression, she lets go.
I'm sorry, Madison. I just got so carried away for a moment.
It's fine. Really.
My skin still tingles with the feeling, vivid because of the absence of anything else. Abigail also gets to her feet without my help. Together, we face the doors of the church. They look like they've been untouched since I was last here with Morgan and Tara. I wonder how they're taking it. I wonder if they even know yet that I'm gone. It's quite possible Tara hasn't even come by the cabin. It could be days before she knows. I push those thoughts out of my head, though. It doesn't make a difference at this point. I'm still alive and cognizant, at least in some capacity. And as long as that's true, then there's a hope that maybe I can get out of this situation. All I can do is hope and learn. Swallowing my fear as much as I can, I take the first step towards the door.
Should we go meet your friend then?
It's calm outside. In the day or so that's passed, the weather seems to have also mellowed out. A thick layer of fresh snow coats everything, looking fluffy and inviting. A few clouds darken the sky overhead, but are nothing compared to the maelstrom that I got caught in. The occasional flakes that fall seem serene, not threatening. Of course, they pass right through me. Oh, thank you for the hydrating, randomist. I'll take some of that water now. I even took more water because I need it. I'm reading a lot. Abigail leads me into the woods. I try not to pay attention to how I can't hear my footsteps in the snow or how the cold doesn't bother me. It's convenient, sure, but it's wrong. The two of us walk side by side, deeper and deeper into the forest. This will be the farthest I've ever gone, since previously I'd never passed the church. Just like Morgan a few nights ago, Abigail seems to know exactly where she's going.
Abigail, can you tell me a bit about what it's like now? Being a ghost and all.
Abigail's face lights up and she claps her hands together. Her steps become an eager skip.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
She clearly means it.
Where to begin? I found it to be quite convenient personally. As I said before, we're not ghosts per se. Or at least, not in the conventional way. Which is to say, we're not dead. It's more like we're somewhere between life and death. You and I are now fundamentally bound to the forest and to everything else in it. In the forest, everything is connected.
She frowns deeply, puffing out her cheeks.
This is harder than I thought.
I laugh. I guess even after centuries, she never expected she'd have to explain all of this to someone.
It's fine. Take your time.
Everything in the forest is connected. The trees, the grass, the birds, the foxes, everything. And that includes you and I, too.
Connected? How?
Abigail chews her lip as she tries to think of how to explain it. Her frown returns deeper than before. Finally, she just shrugs.
Magic.
Magic.
That makes sense.
Pleased, Abigail nods. I still don't know what to think. I've only just woken up. I don't know how long it'll take for me to process everything and accept it. Or if I ever will. Everything she says makes sense on a conscious level. I'm sure I could ace a test if someone were to ask me questions about it. But when I stop to think about how it affects me, about how these are now the restrictions and limitations that bind me, I'd stumble over nothing and clutch at my chest, feeling sick, but it's an impotent gesture. It doesn't help me feel any better. How? How can I be dead? How did this happen to me? Of all people on Earth. This isn't fair. It isn't fair. I never wanted any of this. I never even wanted to be here. I can't keep my thoughts from spiraling. Every time I try to think about it, I'm just met with memories of dying and of fear. Fear for myself and for the future and what it might hold. Abigail rushes over, rubbing my back as she croons in my ear.
Madison, it'll be all right. I promise. I know it's a lot to take in, but it'll be okay. I'm here for you.
I'm here. She repeats those words over and over, stroking my back until the moment passes. Dizziness fades in waves and I slowly stand back up. In all, my little episode must have lasted seconds at most, but it felt so long.
Madison, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine now.
It
Or at least
happened because you
better.
got stuck in a ghost story visual
Thanks.
novel. Yeah, the marketing, not marketing, like the description for the game says there's at least one ghost girl. Never did I believe that there was going to be the twist of we are also a ghost girl. And also got manipulated into crit failing the wisdom check. True! She could have made a save to prevent this, and yet here we are. Her hand doesn't leave my back.
Are you sure? We don't have to keep going right now. We could save this for another day.
I brush away the notion.
It's fine. Let's just keep going. If I just sit and do nothing, I'm sure I'd feel even worse.
If you're sure.
We resume our trek. The silence drags on for a while. Abigail shoots me glances every now and then, as if I'll disappear if she looks away for too long. In a morbid way, it's kind of funny. I looked at her the same way not too long ago, but she was bright and radiant, and I'm dead, I guess. It brings a question to the forefront of my mind.
Earlier,
Honestly, kind of expecting there to be a single choice pop up there for like 2 different plot routes. Yeah. When it said I need to make a choice, I'm sitting here ready like, okay, where's the selection? What are our 2 choices? I assume stay inside or go into the cold. Nope. Not a choice in sight, but you know what? I'm here for it. I have signed up for this wild ride. Abigail stops. I try to avoid eye contact.
you said something earlier about Tara. How it wouldn't be possible for Tara to even see me.
Correct.
She speaks with measured words. Despite how excited she's been, she's visibly holding herself back. Like any wrong word will set me off again. It's not too far from the truth.
But I was able to see you, even before all of this happened. So why couldn't she see me?
Abigail lights up again, a look of pride beaming across her face.
That was projection. I've had a lot of practice. I'd be happy to teach it to you too, but it took me some time to learn.
I see.
Decades. Abigail laughs nervously, trying to hide her slip. We lapse into an uneasy silence again. I take deep breaths, trying to distract myself from the hundreds of questions weighing on my mind, but my breath feels empty, the lack of cold wind glaringly absent if I focus on it. So I focus on Abigail. She leads the way confidently. A passive smile rests on her face, and she looks more at ease now than I've ever seen anyone be. Every step she takes seems to push us forward, farther than any natural pace. The words she said earlier replay in my head about how the forest will help take us to our destination. We pass through a tree, but when I look back, it's meters away, as if not out of sight, it's meters away, if not out of sight completely. Magic. Being able to simply pass through any obstacles we encounter makes the walk much faster. Even so, I automatically step over debris or turn my shoulder completely to avoid scraping the trunk of a tree when I can. I feel the heaviness in my chest start to fade as we trek on. Abigail catches my glance and smiles warmly. I smile back. Genuinely now.
Did you spend much time in the forest when you were alive?
I did. However, I never traveled very far. Why do you ask?
I was just thinking about how you know your way around so well. It kind of reminds me of the girl I met here in the village, Morgan.
I've had plenty of time to see it all. It's simple too, once you know how to do it. As long as you know where you're going, the forest will guide your way there. I'm certain you'll get the hang of it someday.
I force an agreeable smile. In spite of everything, talking feels good. Talking about anything. So I try to keep the conversation going.
What was Eysenfeld like back then?
Much the same as it is today, as far as I can tell.
Oh my god, 200 years of not changing except maybe getting electricity and Wi-Fi. Ugh.
Quiet and isolated. We rarely had any visitors. Even news of the outside world, or the rest of the country, was slow to arrive. But I longed for it, for the stories that would occasionally make their way to us. Sometimes friends of my father would head into the city for a few weeks, taking the goods that we had grown and made to trade, and bringing back things we lacked. And they'd return with gifts for all of the children, my sister and I, or the little boy across the road. Gifts and stories about wondrous devices they'd seen, or about the marvelous people they met.
Her steps slow and then come to a stop, and her eyes take on a far-off, dreamy look.
When I was alive, I always wished to see it for myself someday. Instead, I had to satisfy myself with books and with other people's stories.
Oh, that's kind of sad though. Like, it's always sad when it comes to ghosts and the things they leave behind that have gone unfulfilled, but very specifically, she wanted to see the outside world. She wanted more than just her village in the forest, and now she's stuck here forever. Oy! Oh, this poor girl.
Her voice trails off, ending with a hum of satisfaction, remembering something but not speaking on it. I wait quietly. It doesn't feel like the kind of moment that I should interrupt. Soon enough, she looks over at me with what I've come to think of as her typical smile.
I'm sorry. I hadn't really thought about these things in a while.
It's okay. I hope they're not painful memories.
She shakes her head.
These ones aren't. What about you? There are so many things that I want to know, but I hardly know where to begin asking.
Apparently fundamentally linked to the magical forest place. Yup. Can never leave is the implication I'm getting. Abigail points up to the sky, devoid of any clouds right now.
Machines soar overhead day and night, but I've never known what they are. Or watching as Eysenfeld becomes more modern, but not understanding. I want to understand.
She looks at me expectantly, like I could quickly rattle off all the major inventions since her time and how they've changed our lives. From the way the corners of her eyes glimmer with tears, it's clearly just how badly she wants to know. It must be horribly frustrating. She mentioned machines overhead. She must mean airplanes and satellites. How unbelievable would it sound to her that a enormous metal craft can fly through the sky and carry hundreds of people? Or about cars? Or how just about everyone owns one? I'd need another 200 years and then some just to catch her up on what she's missed. And think about that for just a second, I feel like maybe I understand her loneliness a little bit better. Abigail quickly straightens up, maybe realizing that she was being kind of childish. She adjusts her impeccable collar and dodges my eyes.
I'm sorry. Again. That can wait.
You're fine. I'm sure I'd feel the same way in your position. After we meet your friend, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Or at least everything I can. I'm not exactly the best storyteller, and I'm not very good at explaining why things work, but if that's still enough?
I phrase it like a question even though I already know what her answer will be. Sure enough, she springs towards me, skipping past like a stone.
Oh, would you? I'm sure you're wonderful at telling stories. I could tell from the way you read to me back at the church. Do you remember?
Like I could forget. That's a day I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Is it? Why's that?
She crowds up close to me now. To be honest, she reminds me a bit of a film camera, zooming in, then out, then leaping past to focus on something else.
Well, that was the first day that we spent time together, right? And that's when you showed me your name.
Abigail goes very still. Several times she looks like she's on the verge of saying something, her mouth fluttering or her half gesturing something. But each time she stops.
I suppose it was. I just didn't realize it was that significant to you.
Of course it was. That day changed everything for me.
I bite my tongue from saying more. Things didn't exactly change for the better. Deeper and deeper we go, and the forest gradually grows quieter. The rustling of creatures underfoot gets less and less frequent and then stop entirely. The birds chatter less and then not at all. Even the wind settles down. Abigail's the only one who doesn't act any differently. She still hums to herself or glances over her shoulder to make sure I'm still there. Like I have anywhere else to go. As we get further into the woods, the snow is thinner and some places are totally without it. There are even a few patches of green, something that I'm pretty sure shouldn't be possible given the weather. The trees, which have been growing claustrophobically close together, start to spread out a bit more. I gasp when I see what's ahead of us. A grove of immense trees, larger than any I've seen before, lies before us. Like the redwoods back in America, they're so huge as to seem to hold up the sky. Totally bereft of snow, a few defiant branches hold leaves. They cast shadows over Abigail and I and everything around us. An aura of life pervades the area. My skin prickles. The sensation is vivid, running up my arms like a spark. More than the church, where we are now feels like a holy place, something sacred and primal. As we pass by, I have the distinct feeling that I'm being watched from all sides. The back of my neck is slick with sweat, and I brush my forehead as the pressure of being observed starts to hit me harder.
What is this place?
I don't mean to, but my voice comes out as a whisper.
We're at the center of the forest now. These trees are the oldest ones here. They're the ancestors of all the rest. All of the life in the forest comes from here.
I believe it. There's a quiet vibrance to this place. I walk a little bit slower, feeling as if I don't want to cause a disturbance. I trail behind Abigail, who seems totally indifferent to the atmosphere. It makes sense. She's probably used to it, and this place's luster has worn off for her. I can't help but gape. Without the snow that I've gotten so used to elsewhere, this feels like a wholly different place, another world altogether. Abigail leads me around one of the massive trees, and my jaw drops even further. Ah! It's the tree thing! There, crouched in a small clearing, is the forest spirit from the other night, the same one that stood in the storm and scared the hell out of Tara and me. Somehow it's much smaller than it was then, though it's still several feet taller than me. Yeah, one look into its piercing red eyes, and I know it's the same. It had been looking away, but turns to face us. Its body creaks and crackles as it moves, like an old door rattling in the wind. My breath catches in my throat as I fight down the instinctive rising terror. Pocks and scars decorate the barks that form its skin, though it has a vaguely human form, its body is clearly wooden. Little trees wind together, interlocking to shape its body. It regards me with a kind of indifferent stare, similar to when we first witnessed it at the church. The impossibly red glow of its eyes is subtle now, and the previously winding and dying trees look more like its body is merely hugging itself. I look to Abigail to see her reaction, but she just watches the two of us with a slight smile, waiting to see what happens. You wonder if Evelyn is some sort of evil winter spirit thing? That's why the rest of this place is so cold and icy. The sudden murder blizzard and the menacing comments about things would make sense in that context. That's a good theory. I don't know how much of the coldness in the setting is because, like, it is the middle of winter. The winter solstice is when she plans on absorbing Morgan or, like, taking over her body to use her as a host. But that is a good theory of just, like, a winter fae exercising an iron grip on the people here. That's when it hits me.
This is your friend?
That's right.
She acts as plainly as if she just introduced me to a fellow human, not a mystical creature. Abigail leaves my side to go to the spirits, and she nuzzles her head against its side like a cat.
This spirit is the guardian of the forest. It helped me save you, just like it saved me long ago.
It shifts slightly to accommodate her, standing a little bit taller. It makes no vocalizations, though. Nothing close to speech.
I see.
I don't really. Visions of its tall and imposing profile against the stormy sky really clash with what's in front of me now. But still, I know she's telling me the truth. I take a fraction of a step forward, expecting it to bare its teeth or warn me off somehow. It doesn't react, though.
Does it have a name?
If it does, I don't know it. I just think of it as the forest spirit.
I think back to how Morgan had first described it, as if the forest itself had come alive. I don't think she knew just how right she was. Its namelessness makes it feel even more wild and untamed. I can feel myself being regarded and judged by it, and I'm tempted to turn tail and run. I force myself to look up and to meet its gaze. It stands still, it's unnervingly silent. It reminds me of a grotesque scarecrow in a sense. From my peripheral vision, I can see Abigail look between the spirit and I, probably wondering if she should say something more. Or, knowing her, wondering what to say. I preempt her.
I've come to say thank you for intervening and for saving me. Abigail told me that you helped. I don't really know how I can ever repay you. I owe you my life. Or, well, whatever's left of it.
Yeah, whatever's left of it is the proper phrasing there. I'm not sure what I could even offer a supernatural tree spirit to begin with. Its eyes watch me, impassive. Also, I want to say, the detail of having a little bird nest in the tree spirit, very nice. Love that. It really sells like a gentle giant demeanor, even though it's meant to be kind of scary and imposing. I swallow the lump in my throat and keep talking.
I don't know what happens now, either. I'm still getting used to all of this. But again, thank you.
Then, not knowing what else to do, I bow stiffly and step backwards. Still, it doesn't react. The whole thing is awkward and uncomfortable, but as with everything else, I'm at a loss. I can't have a conversation with the thing, and the details of what exactly it did are sparse. Feels like a waste to have come all this way for just a few sentences, but I'm not sure it even understood those. It occurs to me that I have no idea how much the forest spirit knows, or even cares, about the affairs of humans. I guess it must care at least a little since I'm here. The spirit turns its head to face Abigail, who smiles and pats its side. She says something to it, but I'm too far away to hear what, and then as wordless as ever, the spirit rises and lumbers off into the forest without a second acknowledgement. Abigail watches it go, then she turns and faces me with a bright smile.
So what did you think?
She has all the pride of a child with a new toy. I stare after the spirit, still barely visible between the trees.
I don't really know what I think. I'm part grateful, part terrified, part shocked. When I saw it before, I thought it had to be a monster or something. It just seemed so ferocious and huge that I assumed it was evil. So seeing it like that is weird.
It's certainly intimidating at first. When we first met, I was also rather fearful, but I quickly realized how kind and gentle it was, at least towards me.
I'm still brimming with curiosity over Abigail's own history, but she's made it clear that she doesn't want to tell me yet, so I won't pester her about it.
Why wasn't it enormous this time?
It can make itself larger or smaller at will. The night that you saw it, it must have had a reason.
And you're able to talk to it? And understand it?
Not quite. I speak to it and it understands me, but it doesn't have any words or language. Some of its mannerisms I've picked up over time.
Oh, that's such a cool way to convey a nature spirit. Just not having language, but still being able to understand little bits and pieces just solely through vibes and mannerisms. Ah, that's cool.
We've had quite a long time to get to know each other after all.
Right.
Abigail walks over and links her arm around mine. I startle at the touch, but more so how casual she is about it.
Ready to go back to the church? Unless you'd rather stay here, in the forest. I imagine you'd be more comfortable with walls and a roof around you for now, though.
Yeah, I would be. Let's go back.
Arm in arm, she leads the way back.
Oh, Morgan. Oh, no.
God damn it.
Okay. Ooh. I wonder how much they know, but the only way to know is to find out.
We're in Evelyn's private drawing room. Tara is kneeling in front of the back door, wiggling a paper clip around the lock. Looks like she's never done this before.
Tara, let's go. This is a bad idea.
I'm not leaving till I get in here. She knows something about Maddie. I know she does.
I look around the room. I've been in here plenty of times, but never into the connecting study. Evelyn hasn't so much as opened the door to it with me in the room. I'm starting to regret telling Tara about it, though, if we don't get out of here.
I'm not disagreeing, but this isn't going to help. We need to...
Shit!
She hisses and pulls her hand away. Her fingers are brilliant red and she holds them to her mouth.
Are you okay?
I think it burned me. What the hell? Screw this. Let's just break the door down.
She takes a step back from it. Looks like she's ready to kick it. I put my hand on her shoulder. I really can't think of a worse idea right now. She'll just end up hurting herself.
Listen to me. We have to get out of here. Trust me.
She doesn't move to kick the door, but she also doesn't seem to have heard what I said.
If she hurt Mads, I'll kill her.
Tara vibrates in my hands. In this state, there's no telling what she'd do if I weren't here to stop her. She'd probably be lighting a fire in the corner of the room or something by now. I can't let her get hurt anymore, though. I can't let anyone else get hurt.
Listen, Tara. I've tried to force it open before. I think she has some kind of ward on it. No matter what we do, I don't think we're getting in there.
I'm not sure what Tara hopes to find in there anyway. Even if it is locked, I doubt Evelyn is arrogant enough to leave any real clues lying around in there.
There has to be some way in. There has to. We'll get at that office and we'll find out where she took Mads. I don't care how much weird magic bullshit Evelyn's got. We're gonna rescue Mads.
She still hasn't given up hope that Maddie's alive. I wish I could share her optimism. All I can feel is guilt. All of this was my fault. If I'd never asked him to come here, no one else would have been hurt.
Tara, we need to go. Whatever burned you probably alerted Evelyn. She could be on her way right now.
No, we can't give up now. Mads needs us.
Tara, we need to consider the possibility that...
Tara wheels towards me and grits her teeth. I can't tell if any of the anger she's feeling now is from me. If it is, I can't blame her. She hasn't been willing to face the truth. Oh, the truth got duplicated. She hasn't been willing to face the truth of the situation, but she has to face it eventually.
Then what, Morgan? That she just killed my friend? Do you seriously think she'd do that to Mads just for looking around the woods?
Yes, I do.
My voice is colder than I mean for it to be. I instantly wish I could take it back, but she still doesn't understand. I get that she doesn't want to face the idea of Maddie being dead, but she can't ignore the danger we're in. The look in Tara's eyes, however, says this isn't helping right now.
I'm sorry. You're right. We don't know for sure yet. But we can talk about this later. Right now, we really need to...
Behind me, the door to the room slowly creaks open. My heart stops. I can't move. I can't turn around. I already know what I'm going to see.
Good morning, Morgan. Tara.
Instantly, I dash between Evelyn and Tara. Nothing good could come from these two being in the same room together. I have to keep them apart. Evelyn just laughs. Just the sound of her voice makes me want to run, but I can't.
You both seem so on edge. I'm sorry you don't seem to find my drawing room as relaxing as I do. Maybe it's time for some redecorating. How would you feel about a more earthy palette?
She crosses the room to the window and leisurely picks up one of the curtains, pretending to examine it. I can feel Tara behind me seething and getting angrier by the second.
No opinions? You come into here uninvited, and you'd think you could at least pretend to be polite.
Now she glares at me. I can feel the temperature in the room drop instantly. I used to think it was something that was just in my head. I've changed my mind about it recently. It really is getting colder.
You never could, though, could you? You never could play along. Always so obstinate. You have to fight every step of the way, just like when you were young. Always cutting your own hair short. Because nothing was ever good enough for you. The clothes I bought, the food I made, and you had to control just one thing.
A rush of heat and cold crawl in the nape of my neck. A rush of shame. Evelyn's mouth twists slightly, just enough into a smile, and she breathes a freezing laugh of pride.
When was it you realized you couldn't even hold scissors anymore? And you ran around town begging someone to cut your hair. No wonder no one else ever wanted to be around you. I imagine that's why you had to look all the way overseas to make a friend.
She shoots a glance at Tara, baring her fangs in a grin. She's not even trying to hide what she is.
And well, look what happened to them.
That's too much for Tara. She's been quiet this whole time, maybe from the same fear that gripped me, but now she steps forward. I hold up my arm to prevent her from getting too close.
What the hell did you do with Maddie?
Evelyn turns back towards the window, barely acknowledging Tara at all, and stares out at it absent-mindedly.
You know, the forest is a very dangerous place. Every year, it seemed, there would be a new death. Someone would go missing in the winter. We wouldn't find them until the spring thaw.
She turns around. The look on her face is so placid and empty. I've never seen anyone so completely devoid of empathy.
That's why they're off limits now. That's why we have the curfew. There hasn't been a death like that in almost 10 years. Something we are very proud of.
She turns back to Tara again and takes a step forward. Somehow the room seems to get even colder as she does.
That is, until your friend. It's honestly frustrating that she would ruin our record so selfishly. I wonder if she had any idea of the headache she was going to cause me.
She shakes her head. She's smiling again.
Enough of the bullshit! Mads wouldn't go out there and get herself lost. She wouldn't. She's way too cautious for that. You did something to her and you're gonna tell me, or I swear to God.
Evelyn looks up. Her smile is gone, and her eyes are as sharp as her fangs. Tara goes silent the moment those eyes are on her. I'm shivering now. I pull my arms close to my body. The air seems to crackle with ice. I try to take a step backwards, but Tara won't budge. I'm not sure if it's out of anger or fear.
I've been so patient with you, Morgan. Endlessly patient. With you and your friends. A mother's patience never wears thin. But then, I never was much of a mother, was I?
No, don't!
Tara is raised in the air, bound by an invisible force. A look of fear spreads across her face. Oh my god. I reach out my hand, but it's too late. Behind me, Tara rises slowly in the air.
What? Morgan, help! What's happening?
Her eyes are wide with terror. Tears well up in my eyes. I have to do something.
Please, don't! You don't have to!
Evelyn's mouth shifts slightly to one side. She looks so disinterested. She doesn't even take pleasure in it. She barely notices us and what we feel.
How many years did I give you the carrot, Morgan? How many? Eventually, you'll have to learn.
And just like that, Tara shoots backwards and slams into the wall so hard the whole room shakes.
Ooh, the way her eyes. Ooh, I don't like that.
She crumples to the ground in a heap. She's not moving. Evelyn doesn't move as I run to Tara and lean down to look at her. She's awake, still twitching.
Tara, don't move! Just stay still! You'll be okay!
Well then, please make sure you put everything back where you found it. The maids have enough work as it is.
My heart starts beating faster. The heat on the nape of my neck spreads down my back. But instead of the hollow pit in my stomach that's supposed to follow, I feel my shoulders stiffen. My breathing gets slower, more controlled. The edges of my vision start going dark. I feel myself biting down on my own lip. I look down and I see my fists are clenched so tightly my knuckles have gone white. For the first time, I don't feel any fear. Just hatred. And with that, she turns away. The room instantly returns to its normal temperature, but I'm still freezing. Her heels click on the hardwood and get quiet as she leaves. She stops at the door.
Have a lovely day, girls.
Evelyn disappears and the door slams behind her. I still can't move. It isn't until Tara lets out a loud groan that I snap back to my senses.
Are you okay? Did she break anything?
I don't think so.
Can you stand?
She makes it halfway up before stumbling. I grab her and throw her arm over my shoulder. She winces and lets out a tiny whimper.
Let's get back to the house. I've got a first aid kit there.
As long as I get to lay down, we can go wherever you want.
Of course. You can use my bed.
But didn't mean to hold down the enter key. She takes a few shaky steps before leaning against me. It's a start.
I think you're gonna have to take the lead on this one.
Tara does her best to help me get her up the stairs, but whether it's due to injury or shock, she's barely able to stay standing while leaning on me. Climbing a staircase is difficult, but at the moment there isn't really anywhere else I can take her. When I open the door to my room, Geladura is in the center of the bed cleaning her paws contemplatively. She doesn't look up at us.
Come on, let's get you on the bed.
I half expect Tara to give me some kind of knowing look as she stumbles over to the bed, but she doesn't. She just nods weakly. The way they just moved the art. Very good. Tara collapses face first over the sides of the bed. Geladura doesn't even budge as it shakes with the weight. She acts like she doesn't even notice.
Teladora, move please.
No response. She just continues slowly raking her tongue over her paws. Ever since Tara and Maddie got here, she's been particularly obstinate. I wish I knew why. It's hard not to be frustrated with her, especially with everything that's happened today. But I do my best to just gently force her to move by climbing onto the bed next to Tara. Geladura finally looks at me, paw held indignantly in the air.
There's plenty of room on the floor.
Oh, that's a fun voice. It really fits her. She's such a pretty cat. Tara shoots back up, yelping and almost knocking me over. She doesn't seem to notice as she just stares down at Geladura with wide eyes.
Did your cat just talk?
Geladura cranes her neck around to look at Tara, then speaks again.
No.
Her voice is languid and drips out of her mouth like syrup. Tara's eyes dart back from the cat, to me, to the cat again, hoping for some kind of concrete response.
Yeah, I told you.
Her face lights up with newfound energy. The lines of paint that had creased it disappear in an instant.
I knew it! I knew I could trust you! Sure, it was weird that you didn't actually talk, but I get it. Shy around strangers. That's valid, and also, big mood. But I knew it. I knew you weren't lying.
I smile. After everything we've been through together, part of me feels warm when she says that. My chest glows with a warmth I've only felt around Tara. After everything, it should be obvious that she believes me. But Tara's sincerity catches me by surprise every time. Geladura doesn't seem to find it as endearing. She rises methodically, then paws towards the foot of the bed. I'm worried about her. Every month she's gotten more and more cat-like, but this was the first time that she didn't speak at all. And we're so close to the full moon now. She's not going to get much stronger than this. I can't help but wonder how much time she has left.
Geladora, how are you feeling?
She looks up at me with her bright blue eyes, alive with magic and intelligence.
I feel hungry.
Is that a little bleb there? I love this cat.
Not faux Victorian, but do you feel like you were close with that assumption? Yep, you got the vibes for the voice down, I think.
Did you bring me food, Morgan? I don't think you did.
She stares at me. The expression on her cat face is unreadable.
I didn't. I'm sorry, Geladora. It's been a difficult morning.
Morgan looks at Tara.
You don't have anything, do you?
I think I have a melted chocolate bar in my pocket, but can magical talking cats eat chocolate?
Probably not. Geladura regards Tara silently, her white tail swishing slowly across the bed sheets. Then, without saying anything or giving any other indication of her intentions, she turns and hops onto the windowsill.
Geladora, wait.
She turns her head back to me and gazes into my eyes. I feel like I'm being measured. I always feel that way around her.
No. You wait.
She turns away and sways her tail lazily.
I will be back.
With that, she leaps from the window to the branches of the nearby tree. She slips through them like a rush of white water until she's gone from sight. Tara and I sit there quietly for a few minutes before she finally speaks.
Your cat is weird.
Yeah, a little.
Tara smiles, Morgan smiles back, and the two sit together. Geladura is gone for hours. I need to talk to her. Things have changed so much today. I think she'll know what to do. I hope she will. In the meantime, I tend to Tara. She protests at first, saying she's fine. I doubt she thinks that, but I want to confirm that for myself. Or I don't doubt she thinks that. She's been becoming more cat-like. I wonder what the deal there is. My guess is, like, as the fey creature that is pretending to be Evelyn gets closer to the full moon to try and absorb Morgan, or like to steal Morgan's body, I'm guessing maybe she's getting stronger and she's able to like enact more of her influence on other things maybe and like force them into her vision of them. But that's only a guess because there's nothing that's really been able to like give me that impression that her magic works that way. But that's really the only thing I could think of for like a cat creature getting more cat-like over time. Unless like Morgan's losing her connection to the supernatural or something. I don't know. Eventually I'm able to convince her to let me look. Her back is essentially one giant bruise, but that's it. It doesn't look like anything was broken at least. It's a relief, but maybe we're just lucky. Maybe next time Evelyn will do worse. There's no telling what she's capable of. And I can't let anyone else get hurt.
So what's the deal with gelato?
He's still calling it gelato. I open my mouth to speak out, but before I can, Tara cuts me off.
I know she can talk. Please don't say she can talk. You're gonna say she can talk, and I'm seriously asking you don't. I want to know what her deal is. Promise me you won't say she can talk.
I promise I won't say she can talk.
Tara nods.
Her name is Geladura.
Tara stares at me for a second before we both laugh.
Okay. Her name is Geldorado. But like, why can she talk? I've met a lot of weird cats, but none of them could actually talk.
Well, it's because she's not really a cat.
Of course.
Okay. Tara tries her best to sound like she's completely understood the situation now, but it's obvious she hasn't. I take a deep breath.
Geladora isn't a cat. She's a fairy.
Okay.
I don't know a lot more than that. I know Evelyn cursed her to be in that form. Her memories are hazy, though, and it's only been getting worse.
Okay, so I wasn't actually too far off base that Evelyn has something to do with it. But it's less that, like, Evelyn's getting stronger and more just... it's kind of one of those things where a lot of stories have it where your body can influence you as a person. Because, like, there's a whole bunch of thought in a lot of philosophy of where exactly does you come from? Your soul? Your body, a mix of both, etc. Like, what even is the concept of a soul? Is it just your brain chemicals? So on and so forth. And so the idea is, if you get put into another form, like a younger body or a different animal or something like that, then the idea is, even though your mind was once human, by being in that different form, you will slowly be changed to it. Because there's a concept that, like, our bodies are not detachable from the human experience. And then, of course, on the complete opposite side of that, you have transhumanism, where it's that the body should be molded to the human experience. So I guess they're going with that angle, where, like, even though she's a fairy, being trapped in a cat's body is slowly turning her thoughts more and more cat-like. Probably to the point of eventually the curse will become permanent, even though it could have been broken at one point in time.
She wasn't always like this. She's been around as long as I can remember. She only started talking to me when I was 12, but even back then, she's forgetting she was ever a fairy. I'm worried that soon she's not going to be anything other than a house cat.
Tara nods, seemingly taking everything in, and then she's quiet a moment, thinking about it.
She doesn't really seem that helpful.
I nod my head sadly.
She used to be. I'd have never known anything about what Evelyn was without her.
I bite my lip.
For a long time, she was my only friend. She was the only one I could really trust. I still believe in her. I still believe she can help.
I look away. Even if I'm telling her my story, there's still so much I'm not ready to share about growing up here. I don't know if I'll ever be ready.
I know it sounds like I was just a lonely little kid looking for a friend. But I promise she has the knowledge we need in there somewhere.
Tara starts to lean towards me while letting out a grunt of pain as she moves. I go to push her back down into bed, but before I can do that, her arms wrap around me. She gives me a gentle squeeze and I lean into her in response. I want to hug her too, but I know that wouldn't be doing her back any favors. So I sit there and let her hold me. Try to take refuge in it. Try to remember that I'm not alone.
You don't have to make excuses. I believe you, and I'm sorry you had to grow up like that. It's their loss that they didn't stick around to see how cool you turned out to be.
She pulls back and grins at me. That same goofy grin I've seen hundreds of times before. But it's so much better in person than it was on a screen. And it's exactly what I need right now. Tara and I wait out the day watching dumb videos on the internet, trying to take our mind off things if only for a moment. They take longer to buffer than to watch. It's dark by the time Geladura slips back through the window. She's quiet, but even if I hadn't seen her, I'd still know she was there. Something about the air in the room changes when she enters it, the same as Evelyn. Geladura thinks they were close once. She doesn't know how, but I believe her.
Hello, Geladora.
Meowdy.
Tara! Fucking meowdy. Oh, delete this. Morgan stops slightly at Tara's greeting.
How's your hunting?
She looks at me, and if ever a cat could give a self-satisfied grin, I swear she would right now. Her voice seems to luxuriate in it.
It was good, Morgan. Much better than your hunt this morning.
She jumps into my lap and rubs her hand against my head. Or rubs her head against my hand. There we go.
How does she know about that?
I know much about Evelyn.
Her voice is deep as stone and rumbles in her throat with a purr. She stops rubbing on my hand for a moment and looks up at me.
And Evelyn knows everything about you. What did you think would happen, cursed child?
I hate when she calls me that. I spent years dealing with it looming over me, and the last thing I want is her rubbing it in. Even more, I hate that she's right. I should have known this would happen. I should have kept Tara from going into the office. But I never imagined Evelyn was that strong, and Tara's paying the price for my failure.
Evelyn is as good a hunter as any cat. She'll never let her prized vessel out of her sight. She's watching you even now, Morgan. And when the moon is full, she will finally strike.
And then, still in my lap, she curls up and closes her eyes. I'm not going to get any more out of her tonight. Tara doesn't say anything for a while. She looks contemplative even, but when she does speak, she asks the question I knew she would.
Why'd she call you cursed?
I wish I could lie. It may be the first time I've ever wanted to lie to someone other than Evelyn. But I can't. Tara deserves to know what she's involved in.
Because I am.
Tara just stares at me, half in shock. She quietly waits for me to continue. I hesitate a moment before continuing regardless.
Evelyn is not my real mother. My real mother died before I was born. And whatever Evelyn is, she took her body.
Oh God.
She's done it to our family for years. Jeladora and I pieced it together from town records and scraps of my mother's diary. Every couple decades, she has to change hosts. And
I look into Tara's eyes. This is the first time I've ever told all this to anyone.
And you're next.
Tara says the words I don't want to, and I nod.
Evelyn's going to make her move on the night of the full moon. That's what Jeladora says.
I close my eyes. I know she's right, but I don't want to admit it, even to myself. The full moon is so close. And then I feel a hand grip tight on my own. I open my eyes and I see Tara staring back into them.
Wow, that's a lot. And, it's really hard for me to know what to say here, but thank you for telling me. We're gonna stop Evelyn, and if it has to be before the moon is full for whatever reason, then we'll do that and we'll save Mads. We'll stop her, I swear.
She's smiling so big and so broad, and she sounds so damn confident I want to believe her. More than anything, I hope she's right. For the first time in my life, I want to trust someone. Back to Maddie, okay. Juice, thank you for putting in more points to my husband's team. That's a good use of your points. I would suggest that we introduce Evelyn's chest to the business end of a broadsword, but since she apparently has telekinetic powers, that would be easier said than done. Yeah, I get the feeling we're gonna have to trick her somehow, which is really hard because Fae love playing tricks and trying to rig things in their own favor. I can't figure out what exactly would be the angle that we're looking for, because she doesn't seem to have any stated weakness so far. If we're going with traditional Fae weaknesses, then what is it, iron of some kind? They don't like that. So that's something, which would kind of help with the idea of stabbing her with a weapon, but getting close enough then is the issue. You don't know if it's too late, but you have now had a change of heart, Juice. I'm sorry, I cannot refund any points put into a point challenge unless it is canceled before completion. It is not like a regular point redeem where I have a thing there where I can reject it. For the point challenges, oh, interesting. Okay, never mind. I can stop my explanation. Not for a point refund. What is your change of heart, Juice? Oh, you're swapping teams. Oh, so after putting your last points into my husband's team, are you changing to mine? Silver is a very common weakness for magic. Yep, that's also something. I think if silver would work, then I'm sure Jeladura or Morgan would have figured it out. It's very common to have jewelry made of silver, for example. So I don't know about that. But that could be an angle to try and find. Maybe Evelyn's just really good at keeping silver away from herself? Maybe? Nah. Silver bullet to the heart. Okay, hang on. Silver bullets, I think, is generally more for werewolves. Right? Like silvered weapons, for example, in D&D. So yeah, I don't think Evelyn's a werewolf. Not even close. Werewolves don't do body snatching. So I don't know if bullets would exactly be the answer. I'm starting to get used to it, just a little bit. I've done my best to keep a regular human schedule as much as I can, going to bed at night, waking up in the morning. Even if they're unnecessary, they help me feel a little bit more like myself. Like not quite everything has changed. Hunger or not, I'd kill for a cheeseburger or something, though. I don't know what I'd do without Abigail. She's never far from my side, and she's my anchor through all this. Endlessly supportive and positive. I know that she views my circumstances, well, differently than I do. That she enjoys having me here. But I can't fault her for that. I still can't fathom the depth of the loneliness she's felt, with nothing but a silent tree spirit for company. The days that we spent together have been pleasant enough, but I still don't want to accept this fate. I can't. I rise from my spot on the stone floor. Sunlight pours through the stained glass window of the church and has been for some time now. There hasn't been much snow since the storm I was caught in. All of my time has been spent here in the church or exploring the woods with Abigail. I try to see the charms from the places she's taken me, but they all feel the same. Trees and rocks and snow in varying combinations. The forest may be huge, but it's stifling in how repetitive it all feels. I keep hoping that Tara and Morgan might come by so I could at least see them, even if they can't see me. So far, they haven't. I look around the church expecting to see Abigail waiting like usual, but she's nowhere to be found. I can hear her, though, from just outside the church, singing. I move through the doors to watch. Just a few feet away, she stands with her back to the church and me. Her arms outstretched but not fully. She sways softly as she sings. And God, how she sings. Her voice has a lilting cadence, and not even the wind dares interrupt or quiet her. It's unreasonably beautiful. The kind of voice that if you heard it on the radio, you'd have to pull out your phone to see who you're listening to. And to think, I get my own private concert like this. She faces the sky, and I don't need to be able to see her face to visualize the smile that I can hear in her voice. The song she's singing is wordless, but still beautiful. I wonder if it's something she came up with herself. I imagine her spending years playing with the melody, or maybe she's just making it up as she goes along. I notice then that I'm not the only one watching. A small flock of half a dozen or so birds crowd around her feet, watching in rapt attention. They hop around, occasionally cheeping to join in. She waves a hand and they flutter about, never perching on her, but never leaving either. From the trees, just barely peeking out, a young deer observes as well. It isn't close enough for her to touch, but close enough for me to count the spots on its belly. It's just like something out of a cartoon, where she's the fairy tale princess who's friends with the wildlife. Kia? Disney princess girly? Let's see. Do you think she'd be related to Professor Lupin? Probably not. Silver is expensive. That's true. It is considered more affordable when it comes to jewelry than gold, but silver is too expensive. Silver's used in like antique cups and bowls, electronics. Maybe only be really effective as a weapon. That's all speculation. Yeah. It could be that it's like an amount of it too. Like, I would think having silver jewelry might act as a warding thing, but maybe that's just not enough silver, depending on, like, some places will say it is full silver, but it's actually some other metal coated in silver, you know, it's plated. So that can always be a thing too. Thought gold more of the electronics thing, can't say if it much experience. It turns out it's both. Oh. I think a lot, instead of gold or silver, the most common thing that I hear about is actually copper, because that's supposed to be really good for wiring, right? But I'm not surprised that other precious metals are used. Make a suit of silver to wear when you go out. Aha, yeah. Just gotta make sure that you don't drop any of it. Or that you're strong enough to wear an entire suit of silver. And just, start lifting some weights to prepare. I wonder if this is because of her in particular, or if animals don't feel threatened just because we're spirits, not flesh and blood. All too soon it's over. Her voice fades away without wobbling, and the birds instantly disperse. The deer bounds back into the woods, invisible. She turns to face me.
Good morning, Madison.
I'm blushing and I don't know why.
What do you mean you don't know why? You just saw a beautiful woman singing. Yeah, I wonder why you're blushing.
Good morning. That was amazing.
Thank you. I hope I didn't wake or disturb you.
Nah, not at all. Besides, if I'd known, I'd have gotten up early just to hear more.
Aw, you're flattering me.
No way, not at all. I mean it. You have a beautiful voice.
Now she is blushing too.
Thank you.
How did you learn to do that without scaring away the animals?
It wasn't really a matter of learning. It just happened naturally, over time. I sing for myself, first and foremost. I think eventually, they realized that I wasn't a threat.
It seems like they were enjoying the show too.
It's quite the compliment if even the birds like my song.
There was a deer too. You might not have seen him though. He was kinda hiding in the bushes.
Oh, was he? I'll have to introduce you next time. He's quite friendly too.
Really? You know him?
Most likely. I suppose it could have been a new deer. I'd have to see him to know for sure.
God, she really is a Disney princess. I just casually going like, oh, the multiple deer have listened to me. God damn.
Nowadays, there are these things called petting zoos, where you can pay money to walk around and pet tame animals. I've never heard of them just making friends with people, though.
That sounds marvelous. Have you ever been to one?
These girls kind of remind me of those old dress-up Flash games. I mean, it's a visual novel. You can't have them doing super kinetic poses. It's mostly going to be static. If you're talking about the fashion, I will admit, a lot of the fashion in the visual novel has been simple. But that's generally for the sake of the artist, because it's really hard to draw multiple poses for a very complicated outfit. And then this one specifically, she gets a pass for her very old-timey dress because she died 200 years ago. This girlie is a modern-day girl, and like other than the scarf and the hair clip, like you wouldn't really, I don't know. I don't like the way that the scarf hides her shirt. And then like, I think that's meant to be a brown skirt down there, but it is very much like, oh yeah, she's dressing cozy, she's not really dressing up. And technically that fits how I would dress in real life. Like you go to a winter place, you're not dressing up, you are dressing cozy. But still, yeah, I will agree that the fashion is kind of plain. But again, that's mostly for the sake of the artist to not have to draw 50 different variations of a fancy outfit.
Not since I was a lot younger. They're mostly for kids.
Adults in the modern world sound awfully boring in that case.
None of the characters have also been depicted as being people who would care about elaborate fashion. True. I think the closest one could be Tara if she cared about fashion, because like she is the flashy YouTuber, but she clearly doesn't. She's just interested in her cryptids and girls. That's it. Gonna go back to lurking juice? Sounds good. Enjoy your lurk. Abigail walks to my side, standing close like she always does. I wonder if it's intentional. Together we face the forest. She touches my arm so lightly that I wonder if that's intentional too.
If you're feeling up for it, there's someplace I'd like to show you, here in the forest. It's one of my favorite spots.
Of course, lead on. I'd love to see anything that you think is special.
Petting zoos are pretty great. Yeah! I am never solely contented with petting zoos though, because what I really want is just be able to pick up any of the small creatures. I just want to pick them up and squeeze a little bit. Not to hurt them, I just want to squeeze a little bit. But petting zoos are very strictly, you can only pet, do not grab. But they're still fun when I actually go to them. Besides, it's not like I have anywhere else to be. I refrain from saying that part out loud. I am genuinely interested in what she wants to show me. I like spending time with Abigail. But I hope that she'll also be willing to answer some more of my questions now too. Having fun together is nice, but it just feels like a distraction from the matter at hand. Speaking of hands, Abigail takes mine ever so gently.
Let's go then.
We take off at a brisk pace, but the distance falls away faster than normal. I am borne along by her boundless enthusiasm and surely more than a little magic. Trees fly by at a blur impossibly fast. It's like being on the train again. Like snowflakes, they melt into my vision faster than I can really notice. The speed is some gift of the forest, I imagine, a consolation for what it's done to me. Our footsteps are formless against the snow. We're walking in the air. It's the same as when I first met Abigail. That feels like an eternity ago. For at least a couple hours more, I try to push those thoughts away so I can enjoy whatever it is she wants to show me. I want to enjoy this. For my own sake. For her sake too. I have trouble thinking of anything other than her. The gentleness of her grip, the light and joyful way she moves across the ground, the certainty with which she pulls me forward. Every so often, she turns around to make sure I'm still there, though I'm sure she's very aware of our interlocked fingers. I know that I am. I guess I can add that to the ever-growing list of feelings to sort through. The force shifts even faster than it did a few days ago when we went to visit the spirit. It changes too fast for me to keep track of any reference points. If I try to focus on one spot for too long, I get a little dizzy. So I stop focusing on that and just go with the flow. Eventually, Abigail slows our pace and the passing of the forest reverts to normal rate as well. At first glance, it seems like any other part we visited, but when I look closer, I start to notice small differences. Some trees are devoid of snow, with piles of it beneath. Oh, I accidentally hit enter. History. Devoid of snow with piles of it beneath them as if someone brushed them clean. Others are decorated with strange paint-like streaks of color. Mostly blue, but some are white. Other trees, icicles dangle from the branches and give off a strange glow. When I approach to examine one, the glow dims. Abigail pays it no mind. This must not be strange to her either. I hurry to catch up, though she's only gotten a few steps away.
We're almost there. It's just up ahead.
Oh, you wish you could pet a hippo if just once, but it would be the last thing I do. Apparently, hippos are crazy dangerous. Like, they look so round and soft, but it's like under that fat is like all muscle. And they've got those giant mouths with the giant teeth. Like, they can kill you. I don't know behaviorally what hippos are like. They might be a little territorial. But I know they are capable, just full stop, just killing someone. Anything, really. Hippos are exceptionally dangerous. I remember seeing a post at some point back months ago, but it was just talking about like the bite force of a hippo and how it could easily break a human limb just like that. It's like, what the hell do you mean? What do you mean they can just bite you and then break you? Your favorite animal, you're very aware they will kill you. Understandable. Have a nice day. I'm the same way with any big cat. It's like, oh, I know they'll kill me, but if I could just pet one once, that would be amazing. Not just a little territorial. That thing would kill you for being its eyeline. Oh, great. They're the apex, not even predator, apex herbivore? I don't know. They are at the top of the ecosystem, and they're territorial, of course. They said, fuck off, it's my place now. Through the trees, I can already see where she's taking me. Splashes of brilliant pink peek out just ahead, mostly obscured by the barren brown trees. I don't even have time to be curious about where they are or what they are before we arrive. Oh my god, that's so pretty. They're like willow trees. This is totally like a fay grove or something like that. A splendid grove of colorful trees spreads out before us, surrounding a small pond that must be enchanted. The leaves that hang from the trees are salmon pink, flecked with flickering lights. Lavender bushes crowd their bases, sparkling with dew or magic. While snow covers the ground all the way up to the shores of the pond, the trees themselves are devoid of it, much like the forest spirit's home. I wonder if the two are related somehow? Even more remarkable, though, is that the pond itself is also unfrozen. Its glassy surface is smooth, save for the occasional ripple that spreads across. It's small enough that I can see clear across the other side. It makes this place feel even more secret and hidden. You could wander the forest for years and never stumble across it. I move slowly towards the water. This place deserves calmness.
Oh, Abigail. It's beautiful.
The water laps at my feet, though remains undisturbed. Like a vampire, I have no reflection, a fact that I pointedly tried to ignore.
Where are we? What makes this place so special?
This is one of my favorite places. Isn't it lovely? As for what makes it special...
Her eyes twinkle conspiratorially.
Fairies.
There's a beat of silence. I feel like I should be surprised at her answer, but I'm not. After everything I've seen, fairies are downright mundane. I remember her mentioning them before too. I look around, wondering if I've missed them hiding somewhere, but I don't see anything. Abigail laughs.
Just as decorators. They aren't around right now. They much prefer the nighttime. They're far more active in the moonlight. You can still see traces of them, though.
As an example, she cups one of the icicle-like baubles that hang from the trees. Inside, a faint light beats like a heart, dim enough to be invisible in the daytime.
I'm sure they're around, watching. But I've only met them once myself. It may be years before you do.
There it is again, the promise of eternity spent like this. I bite my lip.
I think that's okay with me. I've had enough magic for 1 week.
Yes, understandable.
She walks back to the shore of the pond and sits down. I take a seat beside her.
Really though, thank you for bringing me here. It's nice.
I'm glad. I wanted to show you that not everything about it is bad. That unlife does have its own little moments of niceness.
I look at her, but she's staring pointedly away toward the pond. Her cheeks redden a little bit.
Unlife is a good word for it.
Do you think so? I worried, before you woke up, that I would have forgotten how to speak, or forgotten words. I talked to myself to keep in practice, waiting for a day when I would meet someone again. That's also why I sing, so that I don't forget how much I enjoy it, even if nobody listens. I know that it's silly, but sometimes a bit of silliness can be what helps me keep going.
I don't think it's silly at all. Besides, if I could sing like you, then I'm sure I'd do it all the time too.
I could teach you, if you'd like.
Oh no, you don't know what you're getting into. I'm pretty sure I'm unteachable when it comes to singing. You'd have birds flying miles away instead of coming to listen.
Unfortunate she's tone deaf. Ripperonis. She laughs.
Come now, I'm sure it can't be that bad. I knew nothing of singing when I first started. I simply practiced and practiced. Everything gets better with practice and time.
My singing voice has got to be the one exception.
My middle school choir teacher even told me there was no way I would ever be a singer. It was one of the most traumatic days of my 12 short years back then.
In all of existence?
Out of everything.
Abigail's so sweet. She is! It is so nice with like everything supernatural and crazy going on in this narrative to have like the ghost girl, who is very explicitly supernatural, also just be so sweet. I'm a little worried there's some kind of like, haha, actually, yandere mode, but like, I don't think that's what they're going for.
In that case, I suppose I must hear it, just to know. You can't promise something like that and then not demonstrate.
No way. Not happening.
What if we sang a duet?
Definitely not.
Oh, you're no fun.
She playfully swipes at my shoulder.
Are there any instruments that you do enjoy? Any that I've heard of, that is?
Piano. I've taken lessons since I was a little girl.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. I miss it.
I flex my fingers staring down at them, remembering the feeling of keys. Even before coming out here, it had been a while since I played. I don't think I ever consciously stopped, it just happened over time.
Most of the time, the only music I'd have the opportunity to listen to was during prayers, or the occasional traveling performer. Sometimes I'd convince Mr. Braun, who played the organ, to show me some of the pieces he'd learned in the city.
She says this with a sly smile, sharing some private joke with me.
Do you remember the names of any of the pieces? I wonder if I've heard of them.
Oh yes, there was...
She bites her nail thinking about it.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
She squirms, wiggling around like she's hoping the memory will fall into place. Finally, she shakes her head.
Maybe not. It seems I've forgotten.
Didn't notice this earlier, but the animals can hear them, despite the living people seemingly not being able to. Yeah, very common in ghost stories that animals are more attuned to the supernatural. I think it also has like an additional explanation here, where we've established there's a magic that connects everything in the forest. So they have a bit of the magic in them too. Even if it doesn't make them supernatural, that's the connection that's being played on there for them to hear her. And that's why regular people can't hear her. There's no connection to the forest.
Do you think there's a chance, though? Are you very familiar with songs from, well, my time?
Some of them, yeah. A lot of the most famous and respected composers come from those days. From this part of the world, too.
Abigail sighs wistfully and looks off in the distance.
I'm glad to hear that. They must be magnificent to be remembered so many years later. How nice that must be, to leave behind a legacy, to be missed.
To be missed. The way she says it is wistful, a dreamy sigh, like something that she longs for. I glance over, half expecting her to be crying, but her face is steady and calm. She catches me looking and smiles.
I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a little nostalgic.
You don't need to apologize. I like hearing what's on your mind.
I'm glad. It would be rather unfortunate if, after everything, we didn't get along.
We both laugh at the idea.
I do have another question, though. A personal one. I know you said I can ask you anything, but...
I meant it. Please, go ahead.
Well, before, you said that you've never even tried to... go back. Escape. Whatever the right word for it would be. Why is that? Doesn't it bother you, being stuck like this?
Abigail scratches at the soft dirt beneath us. Of course, her fingers move impotently through it, changing nothing.
If you don't want to answer, that's okay.
I don't mind. I'm just thinking of what to say. So, I suppose that you've been thinking about it a lot, right? How to go back.
I nod.
Almost constantly. I don't know if it's possible or anything, but don't get me wrong, I'm beyond grateful that you saved me at all. But it feels like we're so close to being alive, but not.
What are we feeling, guys? Theory. Abigail's eyes are green. Morgan's eyes are green. Evelyn's eyes are green. How are we feeling that Abigail is like maybe the first victim that Evelyn killed in order to take her body, and somehow Abigail was able to stay behind as a spirit when the others weren't? Maybe like something went wrong in the first process, or maybe it was even a failed attempt. But how are we feeling that Abigail's actually Morgan's distant ancestor? Do we think that could be likely? Like maybe that'll be the key to Abigail getting a body. Is it something to do with Evelyn?
Everything's changed, but at the same time, it's like nothing has. I don't feel much different, but everything's different.
That would make sense since she would feel less disconnected. Yeah, narratively, Abigail does end up just being like a random ghost girl in the woods. If she was related to the whole thing going on with Morgan and Evelyn, that would be a nice way of tying the two plot threads together.
I have a whole life out there. Or at least I did. I can't just forget about it. Or move on, or give up, or something.
I understand.
She's quiet, and I wonder if I went too far. If I asked something I shouldn't have? In a lot of ways, it's one of the most intimate and personal questions I could possibly ask. Then she shifts around to face me better.
I didn't have much left once I moved on. My family, and those I care about. I had no desire to return to them. And then time started to pass. At first the days felt slow, torturously slow. I did nothing but sit around and mope, never straying far from the forest spirit who had saved me. But then I started to explore more, to get to know the forest. find moments of happiness. I was still terribly lonely, of course. It has been, until you got here. But I can honestly say that I didn't hate it. I sang, I watched, I found my own joy where I could. Eventually, time left me behind. The people I had known grew old and died. I'm sure many forgot about me, long before I forgot about them. At some point, there was nothing for me to want to go back to. The rest of the world outside this forest is just a maze that I don't know how to navigate. Here in the forest, I know nearly all there is to know. There's no grief or loss or pain. There's just peace.
Before I can respond, she stands up, brushing away imaginary dirt from her gown.
Would you fill up for another walk through the woods? Perhaps this time I can show you where the wisest, most handsome-looking owl nests. It's been so long since I've said hello to him.
She offers me a hand. I take it and the obvious subject change, and she helps me to my feet.
Sure. Let's go.
With a smile, she leads me back towards the trees. So many of the conversations that I have with Abigail are painful reminders, either of the years of solitude she's endured, or of what I can look forward to in my own future. Both make me very certain of one thing. I'm glad she's here with me. Ooh, back to Morgan! Okay. The voice acting in this game is really well done. Oh, absolutely, yes. I was talking about it last night, but I really appreciate the grounded direction they took with the voices. Not having to do like high-pitched anime girl voices for anything really helps in terms of like being able to read a lot of narration. And also just, it makes it really nice to listen to them. I do wish that like more games would go this more grounded approach. It's just solid performances. There are definitely like some characters or some lines where it's like, oh, I don't like that line read, or like, oh, you in general you kind of like sound like you're acting, but overall, I like it. It's been days since Evelyn attacked Tara, since Gelodura spoke to her, days of fruitless searching for Maddie, and Tara is still trying to act like she's okay. She pores over every piece of local history we can find. She makes jokes, she tells stories. She pretends she isn't losing hope every day we don't find Maddie. She's lying. It's her body that tells the truth. She pulls me closer when she's under me. She stays in my arms longer than she did before. I doubt she even notices she's doing it. But years spent hiding my emotions have made me pretty good at spotting it in someone else. Is she doing it for me? For herself? Both? That's the only thing I still don't know.
Morgan?
I can hear Tara's voice calling from the kitchen. I smell the smoke a second later. I'm out of the bedroom before I realize I'm moving. My mind fills up with a million possibilities. What if Evelyn's already here? What if the cabin's burning? What if...
I think I owe you a new pan.
Tara, no! Tara's fidgeting nervously. A cloud of black smoke billows from the pan on the stove. I can't even tell what's supposed to be in it. Whatever it was, it's charcoal now. Girl failure Tara has returned. She said she can't cook and she means it, apparently.
You guys don't have, like, a fire extinguisher in here, right?
I let out a breath I was holding. I shouldn't have panicked like that. I'm glad she's okay.
We don't need one. Let me see that.
I walk past her and grab the pan. Before she can say anything, I open the door and toss whatever was in the pan into the snow. I want a rag under the tap and toss it to her.
Why don't you get the smoke off the wall before it stains? I'll take care of this.
I'm still coming down from my adrenaline. I have to make a conscious effort to say it as gently as possible. I don't want her to think I'm mad at her. Tara! I was saying the girl failure thing kind of only as a joke, but no, you're just proving me right! Girl failure indeed! She seems happy being given something to do. She smiles and tries to salute, but with the wrong hand, she ends up slapping herself in the face with the wet rag. I swear she does stuff like that on purpose sometimes. While Tara scrambles to duty, I start washing out the charred remains still clinging to the pan. After a few moments, Tara shuffles nervously behind me.
You don't cook much, do you?
does not cooking at all fall under not cooking much? Because if so, yeah.
Then why did you...
Her eyes look towards the counter and I follow her gaze. There's a tray sitting there. It's a mess. A piece of clumsily sliced fruit, a cup of liquid, blackened toast.
You were making me breakfast.
Tara looks guilty.
Yeah, well, you know.
She looks down and starts fidgeting with her shirt.
I figure that since we're leaving the cabin, it'd be a waste to just leave it here. And I don't know, you've been really helpful and stuff. And I thought maybe I could pay you back a bit. But I just wasted the food anyway.
My mind reels. I can't utter a single sound. I don't really have any friends. The few people I'm on good terms with would never do something like this. Evelyn stopped preparing meals for me the instant I could make them for myself, and even when she did, they weren't much more than leftovers of what she made for herself.
It was a dumb idea. Sorry.
Tara and Morgan confirm their feelings for each other with a tearful kiss. My body moves on its own, my arms outstretched and wrap around her. Before I know it, I'm reaching up to her face and pressing my lips against hers. The minute I actually process what I'm doing, I pull away and drop my arms to my sides. We both stand there awkwardly for a moment before I'm able to speak.
Thank you.
You're thanking me for screwing up making breakfast?
I'm thanking you for trying.
Oh, right. I guess that makes sense.
I doubt someone like her would understand why this means so much to me. She has good people in her life. Random acts of kindness must be commonplace for her. But for me, I've never been treated as anything but a tool. I've spent years turning the idea in my head, thinking that I deserved it. It was easy enough to believe. So this moment means more to me than I could possibly say. Even if I actually knew how to talk to people, I couldn't do it. The best I can do is try to repay it in kind.
Maybe we could make something together? After all your videos have taught me, I'd be happy to teach you a few things in return.
Are you sure? I mean, I literally know nothing about cooking. All I do is slow you down.
She's protesting, but the smile on her face makes it clear how much she really wants to do this. Seeing that grin in person is way more radiant than seeing it through a screen.
That's okay. I'll take the lead, and we can go slow.
I take her hand again. She squeezes it, and I squeeze back.
Now, let's start with teaching you how to use a stove without burning the house down.
That's probably a good one to know, yeah?
I grab some sausages from the fridge and toss them in the now clean pan before putting it back on the stove.
Okay, so you're going to want to have the heat a little lower than the absolute maximum for this one.
I figured the higher it went, the faster it would cook.
Tara, no!
Technically, you're right, but that's also how you burn things beyond recognition.
Yup.
I move behind her and put her hand on the pan handle, pressing against her back to move her hand side to side.
Keeping it in motion is a good way to make sure it cooks evenly.
Right, cool.
I take her through the basics. She handles instructions surprisingly well. It helps that she's eager to learn. After the sausage, we move to toast, then coffee. She's sloppy, but she makes it work.
You're doing great. I'm impressed.
Well, doing it with you is a pretty effective motivator.
Tara, stop that.
Very subtle.
When am I anything but?
We finish up with the eggs and sit down to eat. She powers through her meal, finishing before I'm even halfway through.
Holy shit! That was so good!
Looks like you're a better cook than you thought.
Oh, please. That was like 25% me at most.
Tara with the meme response. As usual, that's just her personality. Wonder if this means that Maddie did all the cooking when they lived together? Yeah, certainly. I have no doubt.
But
And apparently
thank you.
Maddie also takes care
I
of the
definitely
cat more
learned
than
enough to surprise
Tara
Mads
does.
when she gets back.
The mention of Maddie instantly sucks some of the joy from the room. Nice as this has been, I know it's only temporary shelter from the clouds still looming over our heads. Her smile doesn't falter at all, but I can see her eyes twitch slightly after she speaks. I wish I could think of something reassuring to say. I'd try just agreeing with her, but I know how hollow it would sound. But once again, she pushes it back inside. I know how that feels, although I have a much harder time smiling afterwards.
And the best part is that we don't have to wash any of the dishes since we're leaving after this.
We're washing the dishes.
Oh, come on!
She reluctantly drags herself over to the sink. I remain seated and continue eating. A few seconds later, Tara reappears casually.
Hey, quick question. It should be okay if we leave Maddie's stuff here, right? I'd hate for her to come back and be missing all her super important films.
It should be fine. With us out of the way, Evelyn won't have any reason to focus on the cabin anymore.
Hey, Morgan, can you come here for a sec?
I jog down the hallway to find her staring at a hefty black bag sitting in the hall.
What's that?
It's Mads' camera equipment. I was just thinking that maybe we should shoot a video before we leave.
Like, film an episode?
Not quite. More like a summary of what's happened, for reference. Kinda like a black box in a plane. That way there'll be a record. Something that could help anyone else who decides to look into this.
A dead drop.
She flinches at the term. It's probably a bit too morbid for her liking.
It's worth a shot. I can help you film it.
Are you sure? That's a professional quality camera. Even I don't know how half the shit it does works. That's Maddie's domain.
I'm sure I can figure something out. It can't be too hard to get the basics down.
I grab the bag and sling it over my shoulder, then grab the tripod with my other hand.
All right, let's get to work. Okay, so, wait, let me...
Hang on, I think I've got it.
No, that's just going to access the archive. We need to get the focus right for the main shoot.
Things aren't going well. Neither of us can figure out how to work the camera. My only contribution has been getting it on the tripod. Most of the terms Tara's using fly over my head. She claims that Maddie's the one who knows all about how to make it work, but even her limited understanding is worlds away from mine.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more.
Don't sweat it, you're doing fine.
Lie.
Maddie never taught me much. She, makes the videos. I just do the talking.
Her voice is quiet. Maybe this was a bad idea. All it seems to be doing is making her miss Maddie even more. And I'm sure as hell not good enough to replace her. At least I finally managed to get the camera to a point where it's actually filming.
Oh shit, you got it!
She's humoring me. The picture isn't even close to being in focus, and I somehow managed to make the colors even more washed out than this place already is. It doesn't look anything like her most recent videos.
I can do better. There are still settings I haven't tried.
Tara claps me on the back, a bit too hard. She's so obvious.
Don't worry about it. The stuff is confusing. Maybe the blur will make it look more mysterious or something.
Sure.
She leans against a tree in front of the camera. On her signal, I hit what I hope is record. I give her a slight nod and she's off.
Hello, everybody! Welcome to a very special, not quite an episode of Terranormal. We've had a lot of crazy shit go down in the past couple weeks, so Morgan and I are putting this together to make sure we don't miss anything. Who's Morgan, you ask? She's our inside woman, as they say. We wouldn't have found any of the stuff I'm about to tell you about if not for her, and she's been a hell of an assistant, too. Mads would be manning the camera right now, but, she's not here right now. It's complicated.
Her voice dips for a moment before launching back into her professional cheeriness.
So, where to begin? Well, I suppose I should start with a little story about a spirit, also known as the only time I've had fun in church.
Lamau! True! She launches into her story without having to take a single moment to think about it. I feel like I'm watching her transform in front of me. Her uncertainty is gone, her anxiety is gone. That melancholy she's had inside her since Maddie disappeared is gone. It's like she's glowing. I wish I could tell her how wonderful it is to see, but I know I'd never be able to say something like that.
Anyway, that's pretty much all we have right now. Hopefully Mads will be back soon.
I hear her voice shake for a fraction of a second. She corrects it instantly, but I know I heard it.
I'm not gonna lie, there's some bad shit out here. Maddie got caught up in it somehow, but it's nothing that's gonna last. Am I in danger too? Sure, but that's nothing new for me. You're talking to a girl who nearly got eaten by a bear because park rangers suck at their jobs.
No, I think you were just being irresponsible.
I'm just making this so we don't have as much to go over when we find her. The dry air out here is killer on my throat, so I could use the help.
She coughs loudly. I'm not sure if it's real or just for emphasis.
And Evelyn, if you find this, know that we're gonna make you pay for what you did.
Her voice breaks again. This time it's unmistakable. Maybe this was a bad idea. She takes a minute before she starts talking again. Her voice is shaky. Her face is a strange expression I've never seen before.
I'll do whatever I have to do, you know? If you're watching, I want you to know that. Can you just give me my friend back? Can you just do that now?
Tears begin to flow down Tara's cheeks, and she begins to crumple as she continues speaking.
I'll do anything, I swear. I don't care if we don't find any more evidence. I don't need anything else from this trip. I just want Maddie back.
I can't just watch this anymore. I leave the camera and run to her side. I throw my arms around her and I feel her body sink into mine.
I'm sorry, Tara. I'm so sorry.
I wrap my arms tighter as I feel her legs give out. It's all I can do to keep her upright as she starts to sob into my shoulder. Unease settles in my chest. I've never had to do anything like this before. But I have to try. I have to do something.
Yes, it's a choice. Fuck. I feel like the healthy thing is to let her mourn, right? Oh my god, she needs this, and we have to keep fighting. Are there multiple endings in this? Fuck! Oh god, it's a good thing you can save whenever. Holy shit.
Oh. I feel like I should let her mourn. That feels like the more emotionally healthy response, because she's been keeping herself in denial about Maddie for a while, and like this is good to let her be sad about it. I think trying to pretend like she's not dead would be very bad in the long run. Everything that's happened has been my fault. There's probably nothing I could say that would make up for that. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Just hold her like this. Physical comfort is all I'm good at after all. I'll take care of her. It's the least I can do. I lower her down to the ground slowly. I don't even feel the snow on me.
Take your time. Getting it out will help.
This is all such bullshit. Why would she take Mads? She wasn't causing any trouble.
She grabs handfuls of my sweater where her hands rest against me. I don't stop her.
I could have helped her. I could have talked this out with her, but I didn't. And because of that, I
squeeze her tighter. There's nothing else I can do. I give up on thinking of something to say. I'm better at saying nothing anyway. Man, this makes me feel like it's the wrong dialogue choice because she keeps on saying, I'm not good at this, I'm good for nothing, I can only hold her. Like, no, Morgan, she's relying on you. But it's okay, we'll play it out, we'll play it through.
I should have let her stay home. I should have listened to her when we were out here.
She pulls away from me and sits down in the snow. Then she smiles. It's a bitter, broken smile. The kind of smile you can only form when you don't know what else to do.
I just keep ruining things, huh?
Tara, you aren't the reason the two of you came here. I was. This is on me.
She has to know I'm right deep down. I don't want her to hate me, but I'd much rather she hate me than hate herself. So I hold Tara. I hold her with as much tenderness as I can, and she breaks into heaving sobs on my shoulder. I feel her body rocking with loss and pain, and her hot tears fall and freeze on the ground below us. I let her feel the extent of her grief. It's a pain I can never understand. The pain of losing someone important to you. Meeting Tara, I've only just started to know what that bond is like, but I can't compare to what she has with Maddie. Tara's wailing grows muffled as she buries her face in my chest and hugs me tightly. Hesitantly, I stroke her hair in return. Time passes. Eventually, Tara grows quiet. She sniffles and shakes in my arms, but relaxes with each breath. I never found any words to say. We sit there together until finally Tara lifts herself from me, her face red and puffy. She gives me a weak smile and wipes her face. I start to pack up the camera as she cleans herself up. Seems like this might have helped after all. I should probably just leave it be and head back with her, but one thought keeps burning in my head. I have to tell her.
Tara, Oh, I'm going to make sure you get Maddie back, no matter what.
She stares at me like I just spoke to her in another language. And she finally gives me a smile that doesn't have an ounce of sorrow in it.
I know. If anyone can, it's you.
I'm not sure what she means by that. I hope she's not thinking the same thing I am. She probably thinks I'm just talking big, like I'm some brave knight about to go kill a dragon. I wish that was true.
Oh no, Morgan, no! She's so maladjusted that she's gonna go straight to the person who's trying to kill her and go, hey, if I let you have me, will you give her back her friend? Oh, Morgan.
But I'm thinking about the one way I know I can save her, the way that only I can. And that's to give Evelyn what she wants. Me. We don't talk on the ride back. Tara doesn't even fidget. I figured the wet pants would make sitting still even harder for her than it already is, but she's completely still. It isn't until we stop in the village that she speaks.
I hope you don't think I'm mad at you for bringing us out here.
You aren't?
Nah, I know you just wanted to make something good happen for all of us. Things just didn't work out that way is all. Besides,
Her voice trails off into mumbles. After a moment, she takes a deep breath and restarts.
Coming here meant I got to meet you. I'm sure as hell not complaining about that.
I'm sure you've met plenty of fans in person.
It doesn't fit with the theming, but you're vaguely expecting Maddie to just wander into frame. Like, hey, you guys have the camera. Yippee, you can see me. If only. That would solve a lot of problems. But our two protagonists are kept away from each other.
Yeah, but you're not just a fan. Not to me. You're a lot more than that.
What are you saying?
She suddenly looks away from me. I think she's trying to hide the fact that she's blushing poorly.
I don't know, just I haven't ever really met anyone like you before is all.
Yeah! For a moment, strange thoughts fill my head. I want her to say more than that. I don't know what I want it to be, I just want more. But I know better than to ask for that.
If it helps, I haven't met anyone like you before either.
Well, I could have told you that one. I am one of a kind, you know.
No argument there.
I'm having a hard time looking at her. I don't know why, this is a new feeling. I push it away and reach for the carriage door instead. There's a weird air in the carriage now.
Let's get inside. We still gotta figure out how much of your stuff we can fit in my closet.
I mean, I could just leave some of my clothes on the floor. That's what I do at home.
Not happening. I like being able to see my floor.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
I can't help laughing. She laughs too. She's going to be okay. I know she will. And I'm going to make sure that she stays that way.
Morgan, no. I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice. Help me. Help me. We're gonna play it out. We're gonna play it out until I hit a bad end, or just maybe it's just gonna be a sad thing in the epilogue. I don't know, man.
Women, cute girls, woohoo!
Oh gosh, Nightery? Is that how you say your name? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
This does kind of seem like a lead up to a bad end, but I also doubt this would give you a single option for a choice just to have one lead to a bad end. I don't know at this point. I was kind of expecting to not have any choices after 2 chapters of none, but here we are. Choice anxiety. By now, I've all but given up on being able to see Tara again, but I can't abandon the idea without at least trying to get through to her. She deserves to know that I'm okay. Or at least okay as I can be, given the circumstances. At first, Abigail was hesitant about interacting with other people. I don't blame her. After 2 centuries of solitude, talking to 3 complete strangers within the course of a few days would be a pretty jarring shift. Despite that, she understands how important this is to me. She also warned me that we can't venture too far in the village itself. The magic of the forest only extends so far, and there's no telling what would happen to us if we went past it. The border of magic isn't clear-cut, so she made me promise to stay close to her. Just in case. I really am lucky to have someone as accommodating as her with me. Even if we fail, it means a lot that she's willing to try. I try to fill her in on what to expect. I try to fill her in on what to expect from Tara and Morgan's personalities, doing my best to be as charitable as I can when telling her how likely Tara is to completely flip out when she sees a ghost. Because like if they're going with the one of these is notably a bad idea thing, they would have given you the choice to not engage in literal ghost theory. Oh, okay, hang on. Abigail herself is fine. It's just the whole running out into the snow definitely would have been like a, oh yeah, don't do that, to continue the story choice. Or I guess, maybe they intend for running out into the snow to be the canon choice, or who knows. Once she's fully prepared, we make our way to the cabin. It's empty. There's not a trace that anyone has been in here for days. All of Tara's things are gone. That's an instant relief. It seems like a planned exit.
Did you find something, Madison?
I can't help flinching as Abigail floats through the wall next to me. Incorporeality is one of those things I haven't been able to get used to.
I think so.
Incorporeality.
Seems like the two of them went back to the village.
I don't even entertain the idea that she went home early or anything like that. It's not in her nature.
Do you think so? That sounds like it would be dangerous. Why would they put themselves in danger like that?
I have no idea. Hopefully we can ask them ourselves.
Abigail starts to back away, looking down at the ground.
Madison, of course I'll do my best to help you, but I feel like it would be remiss of me if I didn't warn you to not get your hopes up. It took me years to be able to manifest myself. The chances of you being able to communicate with them so soon are low.
That's okay. I didn't have much hope to begin with.
I don't like being this dour about things, but I don't see how else I'm supposed to feel. She looks stricken by my words, and I hastily try to gloss it over.
I mean, hey, you never know. If you can do it, maybe I can come along with you. The two of us together are bound to be able to accomplish more than we could on our own.
True.
Together.
She looks down, grabbing handfuls of her gown. She agreed to come with me before, but it seems like she's having second thoughts.
What's wrong?
It's just that accompanying you would mean returning to Eysenfeld again. I haven't returned since, well...
Oh, no. I never even thought to ask about that. I've tried to avoid talking about her death as much as possible. Strange as it sounds, it feels like it would be rude, in a way. Invasive. But I should have at least checked with her before suggesting we make our way there.
I'm sorry, Abigail. I didn't mean to...
To my surprise, she hurries back towards me and nearly bumps her head against mine as she closes the gap between us.
You don't have to apologize, Madison. I agreed to help you, and I'm going to honor that commitment. Besides, maybe it could be good for me. I can't avoid going back there forever. And having you there will make the burden of memory much easier to bear.
Her conviction, combined with her invasion of my personal space, makes my face flush red, and for a moment it looks like she's worried she has upset me. I give her the best smile I can manage. After years of making Tara normal, I'd hoped maybe a bit of Tara's charm and social skills would have rubbed off on me. They haven't.
If you say so. As long as you don't feel like I'm forcing you or anything.
Not at all. You've been nothing but kind to me, Madison. I want to repay that kindness.
If anything, I still feel like I'm indebted to her for saving my life. But I know she wouldn't see it that way. I've done my best to be polite, but I haven't exactly made any grand gestures of thanks to her.
Thank you, Abigail. Really.
Of course. Now then, shall we?
We shall.
Lead the way.
I hope they get to meet up. Every time Tara and I visited Eysenfeld, we were stared at wherever we went. Now, seeing everyone walk by Abigail and me without so much a glance is unreal. Abigail gazes at the buildings as we pass by, occasionally pointing at ones she remembers from her time. Her voice is a strange mix of excitement and melancholy. I'm not sure if I should encourage her mood or try to comfort her. As we enter the town square, we start to encounter larger groups of people. Each time one passes close by, Abigail grabs onto my arm and moves closer to me. Is she scared of crowds? Or is it something about the villagers themselves that has her shaking? I'm tempted to ask her, but I think better of it. For all I know, this fear could be connected to the way she died. My mind runs wild with possibilities. Maybe she was burned as a witch, or cast out of the village. This definitely isn't helping. I need to focus. Thankfully, it's not too long before we reach Morgan's house. I just hope they're here, and more importantly, I hope we can reach them.
Are you ready, Abigail?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, it's so normal. We phase through the wall and into the kitchen. And there they are. Tara and Morgan sharing breakfast, close enough to touch. I'd give nearly anything to be able to hug them right now. My feelings are a mixture of guilt and elation, and worry, but more than anything, I'm glad she's okay, both her and Morgan. I need to talk to Tara. There's so much I need to say and ask.
Tara! Can you hear me?
Morgan, this is delicious. How the hell do you know how to make all this stuff?
Apparently she can't. She doesn't even look in my direction.
Most of it I picked up from older folks in the village. The rest I pieced together from random cooking videos.
When all this is said and done, remind me to give those channels a shout out in an episode, because this rules.
I try waving my hands in front of their faces, hoping that maybe movement will convey what my voice clearly can't. Once again, no reaction. Morgan leans towards Tara, passing right through my hand.
Maybe you'll learn enough while you're here to make a few cooking videos yourself.
Are you asking because you actually think that'd be good, or do you just want to see another video where I almost burned my house down?
Morgan shrugs and gives Tara a small wink. When Tara chuckles in response, I feel another surge of sadness. I knew I shouldn't have expected this to work right away, but I'm still crestfallen. Having them this close hurts in a way I couldn't have imagined. All the time I spent feeling ignored while I was alive seems so trivial compared to this.
So what's the plan for today? Got anywhere in town we might be able to hit up for local lore?
Most of the official records of town history are sealed up in Evelyn's office, so those are off the table. But we might have some luck checking out older buildings around town. She's done a good job of cleaning up evidence of what Eysenfeld used to be, but maybe you'll notice something I didn't.
Used to be? What?
Sure, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Her voice barely contains a trace of the fire I'm used to. I have to hope that at least the remaining trace is a sign she'll regain the fire someday. At least she's not alone. Morgan reaches out and puts her hand on Tara's shoulder, squeezing gently. When she speaks, her words are soft and strained.
Are you going to be okay?
What do you mean?
After yesterday, if you need some time to rest, nobody's going to blame you.
Tara looks down at her feet. I can't read her expression, but the low volume of her voice tells me all I need to know. A quiet Tara is a worrying rarity.
I mean, I guess a little time off could help me, as long as we get right back to looking for Mads afterwards.
Of course.
I feel like I should be hurt that she's not focusing on finding me, but I'm not. I'm just glad that she's got someone with her to keep her from burning herself out. I still don't feel any kind of power within me that I could use to manifest myself. Abigail's my only hope. I turn to her, trying to keep my voice level despite my desperation.
Abigail, do you think you can manifest? Even if I can't reach them, maybe you can.
Abigail nods, but she's frowning. My heart wasn't exactly soaring, but I can feel it sink even further.
I'll try, but whatever power I had that allowed me to appear to you has felt much weaker since I used it to save you.
Interesting. Maybe it's like a connection to the forest type thing? Abigail closes her eyes and starts to lift higher off the ground. As I watch, I feel a strange feeling in the air around me. As if it's bending around her, being pulled aside so she can step through the border between our worlds. For a minute, it seems like it's actually working. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I'm going to say when I feel the energy in the air start to fade. Abigail seems to be struggling, furrowing her brow as she sways in the air. Her face scrunches and guilt stabs me like a knife. Is she in pain?
Abigail, stop. It's okay.
Maybe if I just try a little harder.
I reach out and gently take her hand, lowering her to the ground. She opens her eyes, breathing hard. As much as I want to see Tara, it's not worth making her feel like this.
It's okay. I promise. We can try again some other time.
Abigail gives a faint nod and stares down at her feet. Her hands ball into fists as her shoulders rise and fall.
I'm so sorry, Madison. I don't understand why this is happening.
There aren't any rulebooks for this sort of thing. I don't blame you for not knowing about things most people think are impossible to begin with.
Yep, good response. The disappointment I'm feeling takes a backseat to concern for Abigail's well-being. I've already put her through a lot by making her come here in the first place.
We knew beforehand that this was a long shot. I'm just happy I got to see them again.
Are you sure?
I'm not. But I know that if I tell her that, she'll want to try again. It's better this way.
I'm sure. You've done more than enough by coming with me.
I look back to Tara and Morgan, taking what I pray isn't my final glance at them. To my surprise, Tara is leaning against Morgan's shoulder while Morgan's arm is wrapped around her back in a loose hug.
Thank you. As messed up as all this is, I'm glad that you're the one helping me get through it.
Tara's voice is soft, and it carries a vulnerability I don't think I've ever heard from her before.
Same here. We make a good team.
Tara raises her head to look at Morgan, their faces inches apart.
We should have a team name, like the Dream Team or something.
We'll work on it.
I already had a feeling that the two of them had something going on before all this happened. I'm not that surprised if I'm being honest. Stuff like this has happened before with her, but it's always a one-night stand or some kind of quick fling. Never the kind of thing that would merit real vulnerability. Then again, she's never been in a situation like this before. Maybe losing me brought out a part of her I never knew she had. As if in response to my thoughts, Morgan leans forward and kisses Tara. It's a lot more than a simple peck on the lips. This is something deeper, so deep in fact that I have to turn away. It seems wrong to spy on something that's that intimate. Next to me, Abigail has also turned away. Her face is bright crimson and her hands are close to her chest. I didn't stop to consider that this is the first act of intimacy she's seen in 2 centuries. For all I know, this could be the first time she's ever seen 2 women kiss.
You okay?
She looks up at me, slightly alarmed.
Yes. I'm okay. I just wasn't prepared for something like that.
Trust me, I wasn't either.
Abigail pauses for a moment, closing her eyes and taking a calming breath. A small smile crosses Abby's face as she blushes, her wide eyes softening.
It is nice though, isn't it? A love like that can give someone incredible strength.
Yeah, I'm happy for them.
I really am. Maybe this will help her cope better now that I'm gone.
But we should probably go. I feel really weird being here for this.
Of course. Maybe we can try this again another time.
Her words lack conviction, but she doesn't protest. I'll have to think of some ways to cheer her up once we get back to the church.
Hey, do you want to maybe...
The front door creaks open. All 4 of us freeze as we face the entrance. Evelyn stalks in and slams the door behind her. She doesn't say anything, but neither do Tara and Morgan. Tara's shaking, and Morgan places a protective arm in front of her as she glares at her mother. I shiver too, desperately wanting to look away, but feeling unable to. A part of me screams to do something, anything, to get her away from Morgan and Tara. Yet there's a stronger part of me screaming, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. But I feel just as frozen as the day I died. I feel Abigail on my arm pulling me backwards. She pulls my body through the connecting wall, and only when Evelyn is out of my vision can I breathe again. Abigail presses against me just as stunned as I am. I try to keep calm, telling myself that she doesn't know we're here, that she can't hurt me anymore. Evelyn passes through the door and by the corner where Abigail and I are lurking. And she stops. Slowly her head turns to look where we are, where there's otherwise just empty space. She's so close I can see her face contort in recognition and shock.
Madison!
I jerk my head towards Abigail to see that she's already started to head for the wall, waving for me to follow her. It's enough to snap me out of my trance. I run to her, casting a backwards glance at Evelyn to make sure she isn't following us. She doesn't move, but her eyes track us as we run. Right before I pass through the wall, her mouth opens.
How?
I don't stick around to find out what she says next. Abigail and I run as fast as we can, facing through buildings and people with reckless abandon. After what we just saw, all other fears feel inconsequential. Oh no, not the dreaded "I'm kissing you because I'm about to get myself killed" moment. No, randomist. I think Tara and Morgan are still gonna be alive for a little bit longer, because now she knows that we're not fully dead. On one hand, that's helpful. On the other hand, terrifying. Hiding your feelings to save another's never goes well in fiction. Yeah, that's true. There's a whole lot of, oh no, these girls are so messed up going on. But we'll see how that plays out. By the time we're back in the forest, it's clear that Evelyn has no interest in pursuing us. For now, at least.
Madison, are you okay?
She puts her hand on my shoulder, pulling me closer to her. My head throbs painfully and my breathing is shaky, but her touch grounds me.
I'm not sure, but I'm a lot better now that we have some distance between us and her.
I look back towards the village, half expecting her to come flying at us like some kind of demon.
She saw us, Abigail. How is that possible?
Abigail looks down at the ground and I realize she's shaking as hard as I am.
I wish I knew. Madison, she said something to you before we left, didn't she?
Yeah, I didn't catch all of it, but I think I know what she was going to say. She looked shocked when she saw us. Confused, even. I think she didn't know about us being out here.
Abigail's voice is barely above a whisper when she speaks. Her face is drained of color.
But now she does.
The message is clear. As long as Evelyn is in Eysenfeld, we can't be. I'm sorry, Tara. I'm sorry, Morgan. But it looks like you're on your own. Ooh! Abby! Abby! Abigail POV, give me your secrets! Give me your secrets! Oh gosh, Abigail is very, like, sweet and soft. The midday sun sits high in the sky, setting everything aglitter. The vibrant music of the forest, the pitter-patter of dripping snow, the chitter-chatter of birds, and the accompanying breeze is especially loud today. Oh, Kuratheris. Oh, I hope I'm saying it right. Please let me know if I'm saying it wrong. But thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. The events of yesterday are a forgotten nightmare, and so today must be a dream come true. Madison stands with her back to me and to the church, facing the forest. Her head is tilted back ever so slightly. For the first time, she looks truly at peace. For the briefest moment, she's framed by the sunlight, and then, perhaps sensing me watching, she turns around and smiles at me, and I can't help but smile back. Without a doubt, the past several days have been the happiest of my extraordinarily long existence.
Good morning. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I did. It's getting a bit easier.
That's wonderful.
I know that isn't true, that she tossed and turned inside until early in the morning. I know, but I understand. Whatever it takes for her to feel more comfortable, more at home, I wish that I knew how to help. For me, sleep was the last thing on my mind after I passed. I explored endlessly, backtracking over and over again until I knew every step of these woods. I made the most of my situation as best as I could, and rather well if I do say so myself.
What would you like to do today?
Let's go back to that forest clearing. The one where the fairies live? I'd like to see it again.
My soul sings. That, out of everywhere we've been, that would be the place she wants to return. I rush to her side, drawn to her presence like a magnet. Simply being near to her makes me happy. A part of my mind screams at me that I don't deserve it, the same way that she doesn't deserve to be so miserable. Still, I put on my brightest smile as I touch her arm.
That sounds perfect. I'd like nothing better. Shall we go now?
Yeah, sure.
As is tradition, I lead the way out of the church and towards the forest. The trees and branches part invitingly, familiar and old. I ask the forest to take us to the clearing, and I can feel it ripple in response. Not physically, but in my heart. I know that the forest is listening. It's difficult to explain. So much of this existence has become habit and routine for me that I keep on taking for granted the difficulties Madison must be going through. The emotional turmoil, coupled with the way her own understanding of the universe itself keeps changing. I feel another pain in my heart at that. The stab of guilt once more for enjoying her presence. Madison accompanies me unhesitatingly, her steps more confident than they used to be. We walk side by side. I relish the closeness. I wonder if it even crosses her mind. When we reach the clearing, Madison sighs contentedly, relaxed and easy. A tranquil expression settles on her face. Like a masterpiece of art, I'd spend the whole day appreciating that look if I could. The grove's serenity is contagious. I also feel a little more at peace here. We head for the shore of the pond, as still and glassy as ever.
I really love it here. It's so calm.
I nod. Of course we've discussed it before, but I don't mind. I could listen to her talk about anything for any amount of time.
It actually reminds me of somewhere back at home. There's a little lake near where Tara and I live. Sometimes I like to go and sit down there to think. There are a ton of geese and ducks around too. Sometimes they won't leave you alone, so you just have to ignore them.
Man, I wish geese and ducks wouldn't leave me alone. I love birds. I would feed them if I had the proper food for it, but I think in most places it's illegal to feed the birds, at least if it's a public property. I want to pet the ducks and the geese. I know the geese are violent, but I still want to pet them.
I envision a flock of birds surrounding Madison, all quacking and vying for her attention.
Maybe they want you to sing to them too.
Madison laughs, sweet and subtle. It's the most beautiful sound in the world.
Nah, they just want food. It's really popular to go down and feed them. Moms do it with their kids a lot. But then the birds get so used to it that they think every human has frozen peas for them.
Oh my god, I want to do that.
They must be disappointed quite often then.
Yeah.
She trails off, looking wistful. I'm sure that she's thinking of home. I try not to ask her much about her life before I met her because I know that the memories hurt. To my surprise, though, Madison clears her throat and continues talking.
I wish that you could see it someday. My home, I mean, in America. I think you'd like it there.
I might love birds, but birds rarely love me, especially when they seagull seven me.
Don't remind me. I have a sixth sense for when it's going to seagull seven me. I can tell every time it's going to happen.
It's fine. The seagulls may not love me, but I still love them. Not all love has to be returned.
I'm sure that I would. I'd love to see any place that you care so much about. All of the buildings and the lights.
I try to envision what it might be like, but it's futile. There's so much that I don't know, so many things that I haven't seen. Trying to imagine it is like trying to imagine a color that I've never seen before. No matter what she says, it's impossible to visualize. Even the memories I have of the few times I left Eysenfeld have long since faded. To me, the only world that exists now is the forest.
I keep thinking, in your time, what would I have been like? Would I be the same person if I never fell in love with films?
Films?
Oh, it's like a play that you can watch anytime. They're really compelling.
I see.
Madison moves her arms a little, looking like she wants to say more, but eventually just shakes her head. She smiles a bit sadly.
There are so many things like that. Films or events in history that are so normal to me, but that I keep forgetting you don't know about. So if I ever say anything that makes no sense at all, I can try to explain.
There are a lot of things I've wondered about, it's true. For instance, sometimes I'll see great noisy machines up in the sky. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Madison giggles again, but I don't know why.
Yeah, those are called airplanes. They're kind of like giant carriages that carry people around. That's how we got from America to here.
What? Don't tease me like that. There's no way something like that could fly.
Oh no, nobody tell Abigail about the jet fuel memes, okay? Or any of those conspiracy theories. Nobody tell her that.
No, it's true. It's really true. They're the fastest way to get around the world. There are also these things called cars, which are much smaller and only fit a few people. But most people own their own car and use it to get around.
Do you have one?
I do.
Why not use that to cross the ocean?
She laughs again, and I don't know why. At first, I feel embarrassed, the gulf of knowledge that I lack nearly as wide as the ocean that she claims to have crossed. But then she steps closer, placing her arms around me in a light hug. Again, I don't know why. But it's lovely. I feel myself relaxing, leaning against her arms and just enjoying the closeness, the comfort, the affection. Far too soon, Madison relaxes and I regretfully pull away from her. She gazes up at the sky, and for a brief moment, I anticipate another lesson about the modern world.
I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day. About how you've never wanted to leave this place.
Yes, I'm far too cowardly for that.
And in many other ways, too.
I don't think that's cowardly at all. It's difficult to leave behind what you know and what feels safe. In fact, it's really scary. I know that the two don't really compare, but before I decided to quit Terra's show, I felt the same way. Like I was afraid to leave, just because I was so used to it being part of my life. But I decided that if I wasn't happy with how things were, that I should just take the risk and change something. Everyone has those worries, though. That doesn't make you a coward.
Madison half smiles, the side of her mouth curling up just a little bit.
If we ever do find a way out of here, maybe you could come back to America with me.
She's joking. I'm sure that she doesn't mean it, or at least not fully. And yet, my heart flutters like a bird taking flight. Even after everything that's happened, that should even have concern for someone like me. She truly is the most extraordinary person I've ever met. And as happy as her offer makes me, it hurts like a knife in my heart because I know that it could never be. I wouldn't deserve that kind of happiness anyway. Still, I smile back in kind.
That might be nice. Would I have to ride on an airplane?
Oh, definitely. People don't really take boats across the ocean for travel anymore. Not nearly as much. Pretty much everyone flies.
Isn't that scary? How does something so heavy manage to stay up in the air?
It's kind of scary the first few times, but you get used to it. As for how it's possible, well, there's all sorts of science behind it, but that would take too long to explain.
And also, I don't even know if you know half the science behind airplanes.
Anyway, though, you could stay with me and Tara. We've got plenty of space. Or we could help you find your own apartment. There's a lot you'd have to learn about the modern world, of course, but it'd be worth it, and we could help you learn.
Madison continues on, explaining this and that procedure we'd have to go through and how we'd overcome each obstacle. I play my part, smiling and nodding along. It's an easy role. It does sound wonderful. In fact, there's nothing I'd like more. And though at first I thought she was joking, she's being completely serious. Makes it hurt even more. Because I know it's impossible. I close my eyes to help hide the tears that have sprung there unbidden. Fortunately, Madison doesn't even seem to notice. Her voice trails off, and when I open my eyes again, I see that she's looking past me, her eyes wide with awe. I spin around, fluttering about far too early in the day.
Are those the fairies you
Little
were
ice
talking about?
fairies?
Yes.
Look at them! A handful of them flit amongst the trees and lights, paying us no mind. They move like dancers, their motions fluid and in sync with each other. As one rises up to adjust a hanging light, another fairy weaves between branches, carrying something in its hands that I can't see. Though I only spy a few of them right now, I'm sure that many more are just out of sight, deeper in the grove or otherwise nearby. Madison watches them with unabashed awe.
What are they doing?
I shrug.
I'm not sure. I've never seen them out during the day like this. Usually they stay hidden in their hive until the moon is out. They aren't like humans. They're something entirely different. Even though I've spoken with them before, I don't really understand them.
Wait, they can talk? Like they can speak human language?
Yes. They aren't the most eloquent, but yes.
I see.
The only time I've talked with them was the first time I came to this grove all on my own. At first they had tried to drive me out, but eventually realized that I meant them no harm. Since then we haven't interacted.
They're part of the forest too, right? In the connected way that you were talking about before.
Yes.
She makes a sound in acknowledgement but doesn't say anything more. Whatever implications or meaning that might have to her goes unspoken. Soon the fairies disappear once more into the trees, whatever business that called them here finished. They go silently, not even the hum of their tiny wings reaching us. After only seconds, we're left all alone again.
They weren't anything like I expected.
Really? How so?
In stories I've heard, fairies are always smaller and look like little people with wings. Not like what we just saw. And they usually live in flowers and fields, not the snow. But those are just stories, of course. I keep having to remind myself that this is real life, and that real life doesn't care what happens in stories.
Madison looks down at the pond. Gently, she places the tip of her foot into the water. Of course, the water remains still, like she isn't even there. She takes a tentative step forward, still standing upon the water. It supports her effortlessly. Her hands are slightly outstretched as if she might lose her balance or footing and fall in. She turns around to face me.
I had an idea, actually, about getting out of here. Do you think that the forest spirit could help us? It's powerful, right? Maybe it could use its magic to make us humans again. We could even talk to it together. You'd seriously be welcome to come back with me and Tara. I'd like that a lot, actually.
I can't look at her, can't meet her eyes. All I can do is nod, trying to smile and hoping that she doesn't see my tears.
I'd like that too. Perhaps it could help. There's certainly a chance.
There isn't. Her face lights up. Even the prospect of leaving makes her happy.
Great! Maybe we can plan together what the best way to ask it would be?
I just nod again. It's all I can do.
Sure.
I can't bring myself to tell her the truth. That no matter what she asks, what she says, there's no way the spirit can grant her wish. It's not just something that can be reversed. Her mortal form was destroyed by Evelyn just shortly after I saved her spirit. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, Madison Raines no longer exists. Neither the forest spirit nor I have the power to remake her. There's no escape.
Ah! I see. That's not good.
Another morning. Nothing's changed. You weren't expecting this to be as angsty as it's turning out to be. You fool! You must not be a Yuri connoisseur, because all good Yuri requires drama. Also, any good romance requires drama. Like, not like melodrama, but like something to amp up the stakes. If it's all fluff, then like it can be cute, but there's not really anything that makes it engaging. You can't just have all of the highs and none of the lows for your romance. And considering this was billed as like also a fantasy novel, like a modern fantasy novel, then like, yeah, it makes sense that it's more than just the romance is the focus, even though it's very much a huge part of it. Most of the Yuri I read usually doesn't involve existential dread on this level. Shaking my head. You gotta broaden your horizons. Expand the types of Yuri that you're interacting with. There's so much more to be had. No progress. No hope. The only difference this morning is that Tara's still asleep. It's the first time I've woken up before her since we started sleeping together. I'm glad she's still sleeping. I can tell she needs it. I slip out of bed and dress silently. My next move should be heading to the shop. Sticking to routine is what kept Evelyn off our backs. For now. The instant I start thinking about Evelyn again, I'm hit by a powerful urge to climb back into bed and wrap my arms around Tara. Hold her for a little longer. I don't. She needs her rest, and there's still some time before she leaves. Somehow, thinking about that makes me feel even worse. I try to push the thoughts away, but her voice does that for me.
Oh shit, what time is it?
She's sitting up in bed and rubbing out her eyes. She's still wearing her clothes from the night before, or at least the top half. Her sitting up doesn't mean she's actually awake.
It's still early. You can rest more.
No, it's fine. I got this.
I'm just going to go spend some time in the shop so nobody comes to check in on us later today. Get some sleep. I'll be back soon.
You sure?
I move back to bed and kiss her forehead before lowering her onto her pillow.
I'm sure. I'll wake you up when I'm back.
Okay, cool. Thanks, babe. Thanks.
Pulling out the babe? Dead silence.
I knew what you meant.
I'm out the door before either of us can say a word. I don't want to think about that right now. I just need to get to the shop. I'm so focused that I almost slam into Evelyn the second I step outside.
No need to rush, dear.
My brain jumps into panic mode. Why is she here? She's never here in the morning. Did she come for us? The door isn't shut all the way. I could run back inside, grab Tara, get out. I know deep down that it's pointless to try. If she wanted us dead, we'd be dead. I don't know why she's sparing us, but if she changes her mind, we won't get a warning.
What do you want?
Her mouth curls into a frown.
Am I not supposed to take an interest in my daughter's life? I thought you had outgrown that phase.
I grit my teeth. The sight of Tara's body being flung into the wall, Maddie's room in the cabin hauntingly empty. She doesn't have the right to even pretend to be my mother.
I'm not your daughter.
Morgan!
I flinch as she raises her voice. I hate letting her get a rise out of me, but there's too many memories making me afraid of that sound. She just sighs and her features sink. She almost looks visibly hurt. Only almost. There's still something inhuman about her expression. Something I've never been able to understand. Something that's really cool. Look at Evelyn's sprite right now. There's like the shifting thing, like her eyes aren't fully there. That's there in every single one of her sprites that I've seen. They're always like not properly defined eyes.
You can be so cruel sometimes. You weren't always. When you were young, you were the sweetest thing. You would never imagine the things you say to me so casually now.
I clench my fists, have to keep it together. My nails push slightly against the skin of my palm. As always, my fingers freeze before they draw blood.
I'm going to work.
My voice comes out as a rasp and I cringe at the weakness of it. She puts her hand on my shoulder as I try to walk past.
Work can wait, dear. I'm sure your customers will understand. I have something to show you. I thought since you were so desperate to see in my office, I could give you a little glimpse of what I keep in there.
Evelyn drops her hand, her lips twisting into a sickeningly sweet smile.
If you're not interested, however, I'm sure your American friend would be eager to join me.
My blood freezes. I want to hit her, I want to scream at her. I'm not sure if it's fear or the curse she's placed on me that keeps me rooted to the spot. I can't even look up at her. She knows she's won, as she always has. I can feel her eyes on me as she waits for me to follow her. The moment passes and she makes a sound of affirmation. She turns away.
Now come with me, dear.
I figure out where we're heading after a couple minutes of walking. The forest. If she's taking me in there, then this could be it.
Ah, here we are.
I look back to the house for what I hope isn't the last time. What's going to happen if Tara wakes up and can't find me? What if she never sees me again?
Tara.
I mutter her name under my breath. Some dumb, childish part of me hopes that she heard it somehow. It's better that she's not here, but I still wish she was.
What was that, dear?
Nothing.
I ought to thank your friend. She's made motivating you so much easier. It's nice to see you caring about someone other than yourself for once. I'd almost think you were finally growing up, if you weren't so stubbornly holding on to your teenage rebelliousness.
Don't say anything. I keep my face blank. 1, 2, breathing. She pays me no mind. We walk into the forest, past the initial tree line into its depths. At least I know where we are. Or I thought I did. As we keep on walking, I realize that I don't know where we are at all. I don't recognize any of this. The trees are different. These aren't the ones I know. They aren't even the ones I saw when we started walking. I've walked this path dozens of times. There's no way I'm making a mistake. The branches blot out the sun even more than usual, and the shadows seem to blend around Evelyn. I can hear the creaking of old wood in the darkness. It almost sounds like the trees are moving. I've never seen the forest behave like this. I've never seen anything behave like this. As we walk, Evelyn keeps turning her head to glance at me, probably trying to see how scared I am. I don't let my expression waver. I won't let her in. She won't win this one. The things around me don't even look like trees anymore. They're too gnarled and rotten. They twist into shapes that should be impossible. They form walls around us as we walk, pushing us forward. I can't help drawing in on myself. It's like the whole forest is closing around us. It's getting harder to breathe. Breathe? Uh-oh. It's getting harder to breathe. I feel like I'm about to be crushed by the forest itself. And just when I think we can't take it anymore, we break into a clearing. Interesting. Okay, she can just come here when she wants. Oh. And in the center of the clearing is a beautiful radiant tree. It's actually green. Real, brilliant green needles. The trunk is so thick and sturdy that the bark makes it look armor-plated. The rich scent of pine fills the air. Then the shadows around us are kept at bay by shimmering golden light. I can breathe again. Crisp, clear air fills my lungs. The awful sensations of the twisted forest are all but forgotten. I reach out my hand to it, but only reach. Something inside me tells me that I'm not supposed to touch it. That I'm not even supposed to be here.
What is this?
She ignores me, or at least I think she does. I don't turn around to look at her. I'm too transfixed by the tree ahead of me. I don't know how long I stand there staring, but after some time I notice the air around me change. My limbs begin to numb almost immediately. When I look back at Evelyn, she's glowing, an oily shimmer all over her body. And she's smiling at me? Smiling.
You were so peaceful, so calm. I can't remember another time when you were so relaxed. I hate to interrupt it. Really, I do. But I only have so much time to spend here. Do you understand?
She starts walking towards me. That's when I see the knife in her hand. I try to open my mouth to speak. I try to move my feet away from her. I can't. Completely still. Impulse crashes against nature. My heart hammers in my chest. Every muscle in my body is frozen. I can't even shake.
This forest spirit. It's so young. As small as it is, the power within it is enough to melt the ice in this place, to draw you in. You love it so much, even though you'd only just met it moments ago.
A rush of understanding fills me. The warmth, the peace in this place. A haven from the cold, and we are the intruders.
I always knew you were part of this forest. Much more than any of the others. This confirms that.
She grabs my hand and holds it up, examining my palm, running her fingers over its creases as if it's like nothing she's ever seen before.
I thought it would make you dangerous. It didn't. It made you weaker.
She presses the blade to my hand. My mind screams at my body, desperately trying to get my muscles to respond.
Her one chance at success, of escape. And you're weakened by it.
She laughs to herself like she knows a joke that I'm not in on. Is that Tara's mother? No, it's Morgan's mother. It's quotation marks mother because that's actually some creature, a fairy of some kind in her mother's body. And now apparently setting her up for the body transferal thing that she's trying to do early? Question marks? With a swift motion, she drags the knife against my palm. I stare in horror as blood trickles and pools from the open gash.
Since you loved it so much, I wonder how it will feel for you to be the one to kill it.
My strings are cut in that moment and I fall over. The rush of sensations rush over me all at once. The pain, the cold. I scream out, clutching my palm. I turn and try to crawl immediately, my instincts shouting at me as I fall to my knees over and over. Get up! Run! Run! But it's too late. Evelyn grabs my wrist so hard, I feel like the bones are about to break, and she swings me around and presses my bloody palm into the forest spirit.
Before I can rip my hand away, I feel a voice bursting forth from within. What the hell? Pain rips forth from my chest the more I try to hold the words back. I cover my mouth with my hands and stumble back in horror. But it's too late. An unexplainable sound fills the air. A hideous groaning. I know what it is. I do. I don't want to admit it to myself, though. It's the spirit. Oh dear. Blackness moves up the shining green needles. The calming aura disappears completely and is replaced by something else. Pain. It's pain. I fall to my knees as the trunk begins to twist into itself. Bits of bark fall into the snow. The rotting blackness creeps up from its roots and the unsteady trunk begins to sway. The needles wither and die. My head is filled with its suffering. I hear a crackling then. A black tar seeps out from the bark, smelling of death. Oh, and it's burning? Morgan screams in pain and terror as the ancestral tree before her is killed. It bursts into flames.
No.
I try to hold my mouth closed. Incantations leave my throat in a voice that's mine but yet isn't. Maybe this really is the bad end path then. Maybe, I think. Evelyn stands farther back now, watching the scene before her. Her face is contorted into a terrifying grin. She's enjoying this. The crackling grows louder. My breath catches in my chest, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Evelyn, hand outstretched.
No! Don't! Stop!
Ooh, that was loud. Sorry, guys.
Oh, with a crack louder than thunder, the spirit's trunk splits in two. A beat of silence follows. And then I hear the screams. It comes from all around me, something crying out within the woods, a shrieking, earth-shattering wail. My heart breaks. It's not something in the forest, it is the forest. Somehow the trees around me are screaming in pain. I'm screaming now. I can barely hear myself through the shrieking vortex around me. I can't look. I bow my head, still screaming as the fire burns. Even the fire feels wrong. It's cold, freezing. Fire blooms around the tree, shooting high above the tree line. In one giant, blinding burst, the tree is gone. All that's left is a circle of scorched earth. The burn is more intense than anything I've ever seen. It looks like it stretches down forever. Somewhere in my heart, I know nothing will ever grow here again. The screams start to fade. I slowly take my hands from my ears.
Thank you for being such a help, dear. Really.
Morgan looks back at Evelyn with gritted teeth.
You're a monster.
How funny. Your mother said the exact same thing. You really do take it.
I can't gather my thoughts enough to respond. The screams are still echoing in my mind.
Never forget this day, child. In the brief time you have left, I want you to know for certain that you don't stand a chance at changing your fate. You never have. None of you ever had. And when the time comes for you to serve as my vessel, I'll make sure the next one won't either.
She reaches out toward me and I prepare for the worst. But all she does is pat my head and ruffle my hair.
You can find your own way home, I assume. I know how much you love these woods.
Oh, man. Oh, man. How do we even come back from this? She gives another chuckle as she turns and walks away, heading back into the shadowy trees. She disappears into the darkness. All that's left is me and the disgusting burnt circle. My mind is blank, numb with shock. Quietly, slowly, one thought begins to take form. I say, don't fucking give up. She'll pay for this.
No matter what it takes versus we don't stand a chance against power like that.
I say, she'll pay for this. She's tried to break me for years, over and over again. I've never let her, and I'm not going to let her do it now. I don't care how powerful she is. I don't care what she did to Maddie. She's going to pay, and Tara and I are going to make sure of it. We'll destroy her, once and for all. We'll leave this place behind for good, together, and nothing's going to stop us. Oh my god. I think there's like 5 chapters in the game, plus an epilogue, so like, holy shit. I really hope that I can at least get myself onto a decent enough ending path with that. Ooh. Maybe this is really the bad end path. He did a bad ending path in the other games and it was fun just being all alone at the family dinner. Jesus Christ. I can only assume you were the one who killed the family at the family dinner. How does one come back from this? I thought that you just hug it out. I think we're way past the point of hugging it out. Like maybe if we had met the tree spirit first and hugged that, then maybe we could have power of friendship our way through this, but that's too late. That's not an option anymore. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to scroll. I'm just checking the time. It's already 4:17. This is probably a good stopping point, but I think I'm going to try and see if we can get to like a perspective change, because I feel like there might be a little bit more to wrap up with that scene. I open the front door and its weight drags me forward as I stumble inside. I prop myself up on the knob, trying to catch my breath. I can't. Tara must have heard the door because her footsteps come booming down the stairs. She doesn't fall. I'm surprised given that the last 5 times she ended up slamming into the wall. I keep telling her to be careful. This time I'm glad she isn't. Closing the door behind me, I finally managed to enter the kitchen as she rounds the corner.
Holy shit, you're okay. I thought when you didn't come home,
I'm okay. Don't worry. It wasn't anything.
I can't seem to finish my sentence. My head is swimming. I stumble again, ready to collapse to the floor.
Let's go upstairs. You need some rest. Come on.
Her voice is warm, quiet, and reassuring. I can't believe it belongs to the same girl that spends her days yelling about the Loch Ness Monster, but it's what I need right now.
Thank you, Tara.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. We're the dream team, remember?
She flashes me a now very familiar, wide-mouthed, goofy grin. I can tell she's trying to distract me from the fear and worry I can see in her eyes. She's never been hard to read, but by now she's an open book. But at least she's trying. That counts.
Come on, let's get up there.
Tara holds my arm to steady me as we go up the stairs. I hate being like this. I'm not supposed to be weak. I can't be weak. I ignore the shaking in my legs and force myself to stand on my own. Even if I'm just walking to the bed to sit down, it helps.
You just sit here for a minute and relax, okay? I'll go make some coffee or something.
I thought you didn't even know how to make coffee.
That's where the or something comes in.
It takes me a second to realize that I'm laughing. Everything's gone wrong, but I'm laughing. Every time I start to lose hope, she makes me laugh. She's smiling again. It's genuine this time.
I guess I'll take the risk. Thank you, Tara.
I'm not good with words. I want to kiss her to thank her genuinely. It's not the right time. I kiss her cheek instead. Tara hesitates, staring at Morgan blankly, her eyebrows set together into a look of worry. She doesn't say anything, just turns and heads for the kitchen. Maybe that was a mistake, but I don't think it was. The music suddenly got... Yeah, it's dulled now with her going into her own thoughts. Ooh, that's not ominous. A whirlpool of panic hits my brain the instant she leaves. It threatens to overcome me, crashing over my thoughts and pulling me deeper into its abyss. My breathing runs ragged. I close my eyes, counting to 100 as I've done so many times before. But it's not enough. The forest, Maddie, Evelyn, Tara. I try to raise my head above the water. I can't do this. After everything, with Maddie, with Evelyn, Tara shouldn't have to deal with my problems too. And neither of us has time to deal with all the feelings I know we're not talking about. If I'm a bigger part of the picture than Maddie, I know what that's going to lead to. I'll hold it in. I'll be fine. I shake my head. It's so much harder to lie to myself than it used to be. Those heavy footsteps save me from the mess in my head. Tara slips back into the room with 2 mugs of what I think is supposed to be coffee. The smell of coffee always makes me feel calm, but right now it just makes me feel sick.
Here we go. If the caffeine in this doesn't wake you up, then at least the taste will.
As long as it doesn't kill me.
No promises.
I bring the mug to my lips and taste it carefully. It's not bad. Or I'm just desperate. Either way, I keep drinking it.
So, what happened out there? Did she hurt you?
Not really. She just went on about how I can't do anything to her. It wasn't anything serious.
No, girl, stop hiding things you have to tell her!
Bullshit.
Thank you, Tara, thank you. I want to tell her not to worry, but I can't. Evelyn's laughter rattles around in my head the second I open my mouth. I place the already empty mug of coffee on my desk. I hear Tara's sharp intake of breath behind me and I spin around, my heart racing. Fear and worry reflect in her eyes as her gaze looks between my face and my hand. I look down at my own palm, still bleeding gently. It throbs now that I'm looking at it. With everything that happened, I forgot about it. Tara reaches forward and presses my hand between her own, applying a gentle pressure to it. Her concern is more than I can handle. I can't lie to her.
I'm sorry, Tara. We've already got so much to worry about. I didn't want to give you more.
I want to look out for you, Morgan. I can take it.
The two of us sit silently for what feels like an eternity. Every sentence I try to form falls apart the moment I open my mouth. Screaming echoes in my head. But eventually I do it.
And then I couldn't stop. I was killing it.
Tara rubs my hand, staying quiet as I continue talking. I feel my eyes stinging the more I speak, but I have to hold it together.
It was burning. It was burning and dying. It was like the entire forest felt it. I couldn't stop the magic no matter what I did. And after everything was said and done, Evelyn, she...
I feel a tightness in my chest. I've never spoken like this before, to anyone. Not even Geladura.
She told me my real mother was just like me.
I can't bring myself to continue. Voicing the implications out loud would make them more real than they already are. My real mother is gone, and whatever similarities we bore mean nothing now. All that matters is that she lost.
Shit, Morgan,
The stinging's getting worse.
She probably doesn't know how much we know. If she's trying to scare you, that means she's really scared of us. Her pulling weird shit in the forest isn't gonna change anything.
She can't understand. How do I tell her about the screams of the forest? That black fire?
The trees were...
I cut myself off. What am I doing? I already told myself I wasn't going to let this get to me, and here I am, already about to lose it. I have to keep it together.
You're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have made such a big deal out of it.
Hey, that's not what I meant. I want to hear what you have to say.
She sits down next to me. The stinging in my eyes isn't going away no matter how many times I try to blink it back.
You know I'm not the best at, like, saying stuff. Or knowing how to say stuff.
Then what are you good at, girl? You're not the muscle either. I know, maybe she's better at running than the others.
Isn't that your job?
Yeah, but do I ever look like I know what I'm doing?
She holds my hands as I chuckle.
You've got a point. But I'm okay, I promise. It was just some cheap scare tactic.
Maybe it's being a gay girl failure. That is indeed the one thing Tara can do. And you know what? We love her for it.
I wouldn't let something like that beat me. Like you said, this is just a sign that we're on the right track. Just because everyone else before us failed, that doesn't mean that...
Morgan.
She's good at being cringe. Oh, Tara. You're trying your best. I guess that's all we can really ask for.
Huh?
You're crying.
What? No, I'm not.
Inch by inch, I reach up and touch my cheek. It's wet. I can't be crying. My eyes are still stinging. I've been holding it back.
It's okay. You can cry.
I told you, I'm not...
My voice cuts off as I let out a choked sob.
I'm not.
Tears flow down my face for the first time in years. Each one burns my skin like a tiny painful reminder of how pathetic I'm being. I desperately try to wipe the tears away even though I know it's pointless. They just keep coming. I squeeze my eyes shut instead in hopes that it'll somehow force the tears back in. And then once again, I feel Tara's arms around me. She squeezes me so hard that I start thinking she's trying to wring the tears out of me.
Let it out. You know I've got you.
I let it out. I throw my arms around her and rest my head against her shoulder. All I can do is hope that the fabric muffles my sobs. She rubs my back slowly and presses her lips to my forehead. I already feel like I'm burning inside, but her warmth is different, soothing. My whole body shakes against Tara. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't say anything. She just holds me close. This isn't the girl I spent years watching yell about monsters on the internet. This isn't even the girl that stepped off the train a few weeks ago. Something about being here changed her. As I cling to her for dear life, I realize that it changed me too. I can feel my tears start to slow down when that thought crosses my mind. I'm finally able to catch my breath. Tara's grip on me loosens as I stop shaking. When she takes her lips off my forehead, I have to fight the urge to pull her back down. I pull away and sit up instead. It's nice to be able to wipe my cheeks and actually have them stay dry. Looking at her now, I can see that Tara's face is stained with my tears too. Or stained with tears too, it's my fault.
I'm sorry.
I feel like they should perhaps revisit the broadsword to the chest idea. I don't think they can get close enough for that. Morgan clearly has some kind of thing stopping her from actually moving, doing anything against her mother. And Tara, well, if she's not the muscle, I don't know how she's going to stab Evelyn.
Hey, it's cool. I don't think anyone on Earth or anywhere else would say you don't deserve a minute to get it all out there.
If you say so.
For what it's worth, I think you stand a way better chance than any of the people that came before you. After all, you've got one thing they don't.
What's that?
She breaks into another massive grin that the tear streaks on her face can't hope to tarnish. I know what she's going to say before she even brings out the finger guns.
Me, obviously.
I start to chuckle before bursting into laughter. Real, full laughter. Every now and then a sob slips in. I don't mind as much anymore. As always, she knew how to make me feel better.
My incredibly humble savior.
Hey, if I can't stay on brand even under the threat of death, I don't deserve to be popular.
I love that about you.
Yeah? Whoa! She's using love? I clamp my mouth shut the instant the words leave it. I don't know where that came from. Tara's expression makes it clear she doesn't either.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
We look away from each other. I do my best to focus on anything in the room that will hold my attention.
Hey, can I say something?
When I look back up at her, I can see that her entire face is bright red.
As much as I love to joke, I'm 100% serious about you having something that they didn't have. More than one thing, actually.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you're really brave. Like, the bravest person I've ever met. You're smart, too. Hell of a lot smarter than I am. You're...
I know a confession when I hear one. She scrunches up her face in the cute way that she always does when she's trying to figure out what to say next, which means I've seen a lot of it.
You're all the things that I act like I am. You're smart, you're brave, you're strong. You're not afraid to fight back against bullshit. You're beautiful, you're capable. You've been through a ton of bad shit all your life, and you're still fighting, even against things nobody else out there believes. I spend nearly every day of my life thinking about the strangest things in the world, and I still couldn't have imagined someone like you really existing.
If I hadn't watched her ramble for years, then I'm sure that by now she'd be incomprehensible, but I can hear every word, and I can hear my heart beating faster with each one.
And you're just really awesome and fun to be around, and being here with you is one of the best things that's ever happened to me, and I don't want this to end, and
You're in love with me.
I'm in love with you!
Oh, wait, did I just... And she... We both sit in stunned silence. I try to tell myself that I don't know where that came from. Another lie. I've known for a while now, just like I know that I...
Look, I'm really sorry. I know we agreed from the start that we wouldn't catch feelings. I swear I've never had this happen before.
She's a mess. But she's a mess I'm in love with.
I get if you're upset, and I'm sorry for bringing us up now while we've still got this other shit going on. And when this is over, I can just leave, and I won't make a big deal about any of it, and we can just go back to living our own separate lives.
A nice special kiss. I grab her cheeks and pull her face toward mine before she even realizes I've moved. I bring our lips together hard and kiss her in a way I never have before. I don't know how to describe it. I just know it's something new. We've kissed plenty of times, but this isn't like any of those. It isn't like any kiss I've ever had with anyone. It's healing, it's grounding, it's incredible. It only takes a second before she kisses back hard. She grabs me again and I can feel her hands moving along the length of my body. It's like she's looking for handholds. I realize in the back of my mind that this is the first time we've had a kiss this deep without one of us putting their tongue in the other one's mouth. I'd laugh if I didn't have more important things to do with my mouth. We do have to stop for breath eventually. All we do is blow hot air into each other's faces for a split second before coming back together. This is too good to let it end so soon. One of us is crying. It had better not be me. We break to gasp for air.
I love you too, obviously.
All they needed was a month, and the threat of death at every corner, and one of their friends high-key kind of dying. But all they needed was a month! I'm sorry, I hit my mic. Has anyone tried killing her with a staple gun? No. Has anyone tried a gun? I mean, I assume maybe previous people could have tried guns previously, but I don't think they would have really had any good ones. So I'm assuming no staple guns, no regular guns, no laser guns, nothing like that. Yeah, randomous. It's some unspecified European country in an isolated forest. I don't think anyone there has any guns. Unless it's like, you know, hunting rifles. Which I guess like a hunting rifle could be effective at killing a person, but I don't know about a fae. Tara plants smaller kisses on my bottom lip as I speak.
Yeah, I kinda figured.
Saying it out loud feels incredible. It's like dropping weights I've been carrying for miles. I can feel everything Evelyn took from me coming back in force.
I guess I really do have you after all.
With an air of finality, we break apart but remain close. Tara presses her forehead to mine and nuzzles my nose. Tara's blushing hard, looking at Morgan determined.
I'm not going to let her hurt you. I promise.
I know.
High-key literally dying, mostly. Yup, sorry, Maddie, you are dead and all, but I guess the most important way, the spirit, but...
We're gonna beat this thing, Morgan. We're gonna kick Evelyn's ass, and we're gonna save my best friend. And when we leave the shitty village behind for good, I want you to come with us.
Yeah, of course.
I'm still not able to match her level of confidence. I love her, but that doesn't magically guarantee things will be okay. I'll keep trying to get there, though.
So, what does this make us?
What do you mean?
Are we, like, dating? Or...
She rubs the back of her neck and smiles awkwardly.
I mean, it's been a while since I've done something like this, and this isn't exactly a normal dating scenario.
I know what she's trying to say. We don't know what's around the corner yet.
I don't know. Not that it's anything against you, of course. I love you a lot. I don't doubt that for a second. But I don't know if I can put a name on that love right now. Not with everything else we're dealing with.
And here I always thought fighting an ancient evil monster would be the perfect setting for asking someone out.
She doesn't sound mad. That's a good sign.
Maybe, if everything turns out okay, we could give it a shot. Putting a name on it, I mean.
She cranes her neck up towards me and kisses my cheek.
Saving it for after we kick some ass, huh? I can dig it. So, what does that make us? For right now, I mean.
Can we just be people who love each other? Stay friends, the way we are right now, but in love.
Okay, you're not just friends right now. You're at least friends with benefits right now. You've been sleeping together regularly. You moved in together like 2 weeks into knowing each other. Like, there are circumstances, but you're not just friends right now.
Yeah, I think I can do that. I do have one question, though.
Shoot.
Can we kiss more often now?
That works for me.
Friends with benefits who love each other. Yeah, I guess that's just the answer right now. I already know she's about to kiss me, but I beat her there. My lips meet hers on the way up. Her squeak of surprise melts away as we hold each other. I'm still afraid. I'm still uncertain. But this helps. She helps. Thank you, Tara, for everything. Alright, and that's the perspective switch I was waiting for. We got to see some cute shit. There's normally, probably not normally, I was reading the text partially. There's probably going to be some horrendous fallout of the spirit being destroyed that Abigail and Maddie are going to find, but that's unfortunately going to have to wait for the next stream. I am hungry. I need to go eat. Ah, shit! Joe! Hi! Oh my god! I was just about to wrap up! Oh, hi! How are you doing, Joe? Okay, well now I have to go for a little bit longer. Okay. For all of you raiders, I am playing a visual novel called Heart of the Woods, and it's about two girls who do paranormal investigations, going to a strange, small faux European village, and investigating the supernatural paranormal stuff that's happening, and it turns out there's fae bullshit! There's ghost bullshit! It's all kind of connected with a haunted, magical forest. So we have done so much. One of the main characters has already died, but she's a ghost now, so she's still kind of alive. One of the other characters has some deep connection to the forest and was used to kill a powerful forest spirit. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Yup, evil body snatcher bullshit. Ghost Yuri? Yes, Ghost Yuri. Where there was already one ghost girl, and now there is another ghost girl because the main character is a ghost. Also, thank you for the Hydra redeem. I will go for a little bit longer because we're probably going to start seeing some of the consequences of an ancient forest spirit being destroyed with this perspective shift. I can't just stop while you guys are here. I need to show you just how horribly gone to shit everything has turned into. It's been a weird morning. Usually when I get up, Abigail's awake and ready to go, and usually she has been for several hours. This morning, though, I woke to find her dozing nearby, long past when she'd normally be up. She complained about having a headache, so we decided to take a walk through the forest to clear her head. Safar seems to have had the opposite effect, though, and we've been walking in an uncomfortable silence. It's been maybe an hour or so when we first noticed the buzzing. At first, it was very faint, like the sound of the wind or the rustling trees, but then it started to get louder and louder.
Fairies!
Women, cute girls, woohoo! I hope that said as Jethist. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. If I'm saying it wrong, though, feel free to correct me. It's the first word she's said in ages. She pulls me closer to her as the buzzing gets closer, and sure enough, the source of the noise comes into view. Dozens of fairies, maybe even as many as 100, flutter past overhead. They form a cloud rushing through the forest, nimbly weaving over and under the branches. When I first saw the fairies back in the clearing, their movements were graceful and delicate, but now they're frenetic and urgent. The swarm travels right toward us, but they don't seem to notice or care about us at all. The buzzing has grown to an almost ear-splitting level, and I realize it comes from their wings. Like bees, their tiny wings beat rapidly to keep them up. They're a blur against the fairies' snowy-looking bodies. Suddenly, several of the fairies split off from the rest and dive towards us. I fling up my hands to protect myself, but they come to a halt overhead. This is my first chance to get a good look at them. Their bodies are smooth and pale with a whitish tinge. Their eyes are beady and small, looking more like tiny flecks of obsidian than anything with sight. At first it looks like they're wearing gowns, but then I realize what looks like clothes are part of their body. Colorful plumage helps make each fairy distinct from one another. Rather than legs, their bodies taper off into a point, like little ballerinas. Like snowflakes, no two look the same. One of them turns a somersault while the others hover anxiously.
Our queen! Is that you? Have you returned?
Their voices are all identical, squeaky and raspy, yet impressively loud despite their tiny size. It takes a second for me to realize that they're addressing me?
I'm sorry. I'm not your queen. I'm just an ordinary human.
Thanks for the hydro redeem. What the hell?
A
Hang on.
human? Ordinary? Don't think so.
They crowd in a little bit closer, their fingers grabbing the empty air as if to pick me up and carry me away. I take a step backwards with Abigail still holding tight to my arm, but the fairies just creep in even closer. Their wings beat hummingbird fast, distractingly loud.
I promise, I'm just a regular person. You're mistaken if you think I'm your queen.
A mistake? Have you seen her? We've been looking.
We haven't seen her. We haven't seen anything like her.
I have no idea of what a fairy queen looks like, but I'm sure I haven't seen anything that fits as
Oh, I have put two and two together. They're not looking for Maddie, they're looking for Morgan. Morgan's lineage, the thing that I was talking about where she almost certainly has fae blood in her. Is she like descended from a fairy queen? Or is she potentially like a fairy queen in disguise? Like turned into a human? Ooh, thoughts, many thoughts. I have no clue what is like a good place to stop the thoughts. I'm just gonna keep reading.
How long has she been missing?
It's hard to say. Did you know? Time is a human concept.
Their answers aren't helpful at all. They at least understood my question, which means they have some knowledge of time. It doesn't make a difference, though. The rest of their swarm has moved on, the buzzing fading once again, but they don't seem bothered.
If we see her, I'll be sure to tell her you're looking.
That won't be needed. She surely knows. That's why she's our queen.
The fairy's peculiar way of speaking in turn is almost comical. Since they haven't left us alone yet, I assume they're still expecting or hoping for something. I'm a little afraid to find out what.
Do the three of you have names?
We don't. We have no need. Names are for humans, too.
They all nod in unison. Given how everything else about them seems to be insect-like, I just assume they have a hive mind of sorts. It would fit with everything else I know about the forest. I'm getting a bit tired of all the different networks and connections. It's silly, but it feels a little like not knowing the password to a friend's Wi-Fi. To help keep them straight in my mind, I give each of them a name. The one with the purple flower is Hey. Anand has the blonde hair, and then the last one is Frio. Beside me, Abigail tugs at my sleeve surreptitiously. She's angled away from the conversation, trying to lead me out of it. Turn back to the fairies, putting on my best customer service voice.
We have to go now. It was nice to meet you. I hope you're able to find your queen soon.
I don't want to turn my back on them, so I wait for them to say their farewells and leave. But instead they come in even closer, causing Abigail to gasp.
Don't go! What if you stayed? You could be our queen. You would do. We could make it so. It would be easy.
Alarm bells ringing in my head. I start to step backwards with Abigail keeping right on me.
There isn't anyone else. Not everyone is suitable. But you are. Let us show you what it'd be like. We can give you a taste. Would that be all right?
Their buzzing and flittering slows as three pairs of eyes stare at us. Abigail squeezes my arm. I move my mouth to say no, but the way their gaze pierces into me roots me to the spot. Like tiny dancers adorned with glitter, their skin shimmers in the low light filtering through the clouds.
Medicine. Come on, let's go.
This section is called The Empty Throne. Help! 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 Everything has gone to shit! But I can't. Or rather, I don't want to, not yet. That's the third Hydra Redeem Gel, good god. Thank you.
What if I know something useful, Abigail?
We know lots of things. Secret things, clever things. We can know you, too.
Gel! Thanks for the 2k points towards the point challenge. Oh man, I love how my husband's team has fucking 23k points. I'm going to commit. Alright, it's fine, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine. I don't have to worry about it. Traitor. Being the new fairy queen could be dangerous, but it would probably give her power. It would give her power, and I think that's why she's considering it. Uma would be great, but it's funnier if I suffer. How is it funnier if I suffer if the point of farming my husband for content is to farm him for content, not me? Tch! They're pests, their buzzing is a little too loud, and the voice is a little too shrill, but... Wait, but...
You don't belong here. We can tell, but wouldn't you like to belong?
They creep a little bit closer in a synchronized motion. They're close enough now that I could reach out and grab one if I wanted to, or slap them away. I don't, though. A place to belong. Could they really offer that?
What exactly do you mean?
Would it be like a one-off Uma? Okay, so my plan that I had in mind for Uma Musume, if I were to win, then it was to do our polls to get different horses, and then choose a horse that we would play through an entire career for. And then my husband and I would be able to voice the characters, because I know that there is the option to make the trainer male. So he could voice the trainer, and I could voice any of the horses that go unvoiced. Honestly, I think almost all of the events have the horse speaking, but I think there's some unvoiced stuff here and there. So it'd be like an entire Uma playthrough of one of the horses. And then for Dark Souls, it would kind of, it depends on like how much fun I'm actually having, because Dark Souls is a bit more of a commitment than an Uma Musume game. Like, I'm pretty sure Uma Musume is like, what? Not 4 hours, but it's like, if you're reading everything, 8 hours? Because of all the like the stat training stuff you have to do in the meantime as well. If you're reading the text, it takes much longer than if you're skipping it. But Dark Souls can easily hit like 30 to 40 hours. So I guess it would depend on like what we consider as a good cutting off point. Uma's probably 1 or 2 streams. That was my thought, yeah. He'd still be around for my suffering, so wouldn't he still be getting content farmed? I mean, yes, he'd be around, and he'd be sitting there going like, oh yeah, you should probably do that, and I can be sitting here going, no, I'm trying! But it's still. Wouldn't it be funnier to make him suffer, not me? I guess if I'm actively enjoying Dark Souls, then I could see myself going until like a finished game. But I know it's kind of long, and I don't know how much I enjoy Souls-like stuff as a genre to actually be able to play all the way through. Like, maybe I'll enjoy it more than I think I will. But I think it's probably gonna be like a couple streams or not. A couple streams or 2, 3, yeah, I don't know. At most for Dark Souls, unless I'm actively enjoying myself. He's a cool dude, and cool dude suffering isn't funny, but anime girl suffering is peak comedy? Ugh. Jill. Yeah. Traitor. I get it. You don't care about me. You're not here for me. You're here for my husband. I get it. You know, I guess this is why you're spending Valentine's Day with the lads. You know, eating hot dogs, playing Smash. You know, you're here for the boys, not for the girls or anyone else. I get it. He wouldn't really suffer with Uma. He kind of would. He doesn't like idols. He doesn't like gacha games. He doesn't really care about stat raising games. It's not really like what he's into at all. And he'd just have to deal with all of the singing and dancing and like, hee hee, I'm a silly horse girl, tee hee, writing. Hitting it where it hurts. That's right. I will weaponize what I know about you. You here for the girls? Hey, let's go. Let's go, Lailu. I'm also here for the girls, including FaZe, who may or may not be trying to kidnap me. I can feel Abigail's grip tighten around my coat, but she doesn't say anything. Sensing an opening, the fairies circled dizzingly around our heads.
The forest doesn't reject you, but it doesn't accept you either. We could change that, though. Whatever it is you want! Whatever you're searching for, if you help us.
Drown in my tears. I'm not drinking your tears. I'm drinking water instead. I don't know what slime tears would taste like, but I can only imagine. Well, hang on. You said you're orange flavored, right?
Wouldn't you like that?
With a jolt, I turned to face Abigail. I'm sure she knows what I'm thinking. Whatever I want, there's only one thing. Freedom. Abigail stares back at me for a moment, then presses herself against me. Looking up at the fairies, I nod.
Okay. Just a taste.
Excited, they dive downwards until they're level with my face. Abigail cringes but doesn't let go. As one, the fairies close in, placing their hands on my face like they're checking my temperature. Their hands are frigid, painfully so. It's amplified by the fact that I haven't felt cold in days. My hands jerk upwards out of instinct, ready to pry them away, but I don't. Then one of the fairies moves their hands to cover my lips. One covers my ears, the other covers my eyes. For a split second, I feel like I'm falling through the air. And then it all hits me.
All I see is black.
It's
I'm
being narrated.
alone. And yet, hundreds of presences flood my consciousness all at once. I can tell they're the fairies, but I don't know how I can tell. I'm bombarded by their awareness like tiny darts, not using words or thoughts or intentions, but just feeling. They're somehow distant, as if behind a wall, but so present. I try to find the semi-familiar presences of Hay, Frio, and Anon, but they're indistinguishable from the rest. There's no individuality, no sense of identity at all. They're just the fairies as a whole. But I can feel what they're feeling. Panic and anger and hurt all churned together. The feeling of being lost, of not knowing where to go or what to do, but not being able to sit still. Though I can't tie it to any particular memory or event, the feeling hits me so strongly, so undiluted that I think I might cry. I can feel that they've been scared by something, but I don't know what that something is.
The tree being burnt, probably.
Then, at last, I feel a nudge within my mind. The sensation of being noticed. The presence takes me in, welcoming me. It occurs to me that I no longer exist. I try to ask what's going on, but I don't need to. The moment the question forms, the presence with me starts to answer. Images play in my head, ones I've never seen before. They're grainy, like an old film. If I try to focus on a particular detail, the whole thing becomes muddy. I can see flames burning away at the forest. The fire is so real that I can almost feel its warmth. But when I start to focus on it, that too vanishes. The presence of the fairies weighs on my mind, an uninvited audience to the next part. I can see a fairy stumbling alone, but something's wrong with it. I realize instantly, I can't feel its presence. Where it should be, there's just a gaping hole, so vast and profound that it hurts by sheer exclusion. It's agonizing. I want to tear my heart out of my chest so I don't have to feel it anymore. The presence of the fairies, the whole nest, tries to reach out after it and fill the hole, but it won't allow itself to be touched. The moonlight overhead, which I crave, falls onto the lone fairy who hastens to escape it. The lone fairy flees, and the rest of us mourn. One word pulses through my head, both a condemnation and reassurance. One word, though I don't know what it means. Moonsick. 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 The vision twists,
Who the fuck
and
are
I
you?
can see a woman.
Huh?
But she isn't a woman. She's also a fairy, but not just. I'm so happy and relieved to see her that I just know she's the fairy queen. I can feel how much she misses the lone fairy. I know, because I miss her too. Desperately. I can see her searching, her hope never fading, until one day, she's gone. The loss is even greater this time. A sick mixture of guilt and shame plagues me, because I don't know where she is. I don't even know how long she's been missing. How could I have not noticed? The loneliness is so great that I want to do anything to erase it. Another silhouette flickers, just out of sight, but I can't keep track of it. We all have to watch it together, and then I realize it's me. But just like the fairy queen I saw before, it's also not me. Visions of time pass, months, years, centuries, and
Thank you for
throughout
more
all
water.
of them, all of the loneliness is gone. It all feels right. I could fix this.
I'm thinking. You know how we said Geladura is a fairy that's been cursed to be a cat? And then Evelyn technically is the one that cursed Geladura to be like that. And Morgan said that Geladura has a history with Evelyn. Is Geladura the missing fairy queen? And then Evelyn would be the fairy that left the hive mind? The fairies removed their hands from me and I burst back into the real world with a mighty gasp for air.
Madison, are you alright?
The fairies dart back up, away from the furious glare that Abigail gives them. All I can feel now is her hand clutching me and I put my arm on her shoulder for support. My head spins and for a second I think I might fall over. The dizzy spell passes soon. Once I'm confident I'm not going to collapse, I nod.
I'm fine. How long was I out?
Abigail's face flickers into a look of confusion. She presses her hand to my forehead.
Out? I didn't think they'd even begun.
What?
I watch the fairies struggling to comprehend how so much could have happened in an instant like that. There's no way.
We told you, didn't we? We aren't bound by time. Join us and you won't be either. Now that you've seen, and now that you've felt, will you join us?
Eyes wide, Abigail looks up at me. She doesn't have to say anything for me to know she's begging me to decline. I wish you could have felt how warm it was, how nice it was to belong like that. Yet at the same time, it feels like a distant dream now, something detached and fading. I try to remember the sensation, but I can't. It's water slipping through my fingers. It seems so real, but it wasn't. It was only a second. I can't sign my life away to the fairies for 1 second of visions, no matter how right it felt, no matter how comfortable. I'm sure that I was just seeing what they wanted me to see. I smile at Abigail and then shake my head, rejecting the fairies.
I'm sorry, but I can't. Thank you for showing me what it would be like, though.
How can we persuade you? We need our queen soon. You could be our only hope.
I know you do. But I'm sorry. That just can't be me.
We hope you'll change your mind. We'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for a queen.
And with that, they turn tail and dart off in the same direction that their swarm had gone. Soon all trace of them is gone, like they'd never even been there.
Madison, are you sure you're alright?
Yeah, I'm sure. It was just a lot. Was that really that fast?
Yes. They touched your face and then a moment later you gasped.
That's insane. It felt like a long time. Like years had passed.
God, that must be crazy. Just imagine. I mean, I guess that's probably why she can't remember it right now. Like, it must be so much information for your brain. Like, processing that must be so difficult. Abigail looks troubled, staring off into the forest where the fairies disappeared.
Fairy magic is strange and beyond me. They're similar to the forest spirit, and yet...
Different, but in a way you can't put into words.
That's right. You certainly did see a lot, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Have you ever met their queen? Or seen what she looks like?
Just once, long ago. She and the forest spirit are both guardians of the forest. Did you see her in your vision?
It's probably easier to process as a hive mind, but as one brain it's too much. Exactly, yeah. I think back to what I saw as best as I can remember. The image shifts and shakes in my head, not wanting to be called to mind. More than what she looked like, I just remember how I felt. So happy and relieved to see her.
I did, but I didn't get a clear look at her. I knew who she was, but I don't know if I'd recognize her if I passed her on the street. Do you think you could mistake me for her, like they did?
Absolutely not. You're much prettier than she is.
Whoa, Abigail! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Abigail says it very matter-of-factly as if she didn't just give me an enormous compliment. And she carries on like it too. Be still, my beating heart.
But to the fairies, I expect it's hard for them to tell the difference between humans. So maybe you looked like her to them.
I wonder how long the Queen's been gone. It seems like they'd been coping just fine without her, until something happened to scare them.
Something like what?
Something hot and bright, something burning, something that hurt to think about.
I don't know. I think it had to do with fire, maybe? So much of what I saw felt real, but most of it wasn't.
Fire.
Worry creases her face.
What's wrong? Did you remember something?
No, it was just a thought.
Rather than elaborate, she fidgets with her hands. I don't push the subject.
Maybe that's enough fresh air for today. We can head back to the church.
No! Please investigate the mystery! Please, please, pretty please!
All right.
I'm pretty sure I detect a hint of relief in her voice. No, okay, sure. For the first time, I lead the way home. At least I hope it's the way. I'm reasonably confident. At my side, Abigail remains quiet and lost in her thoughts. With one hand, she clings limply to my sleeve, trusting my navigation. I don't disturb her, instead concentrating on remembering the path. It's to challenge myself. I'm sure that if necessary, Abigail would be able to lead us home from anywhere. Still, I'm beginning to fear that I've led us astray when the grim walls of the church start to come into view. A mixture of relief and pride flows through me. It's also a little bittersweet. I've come to think of the church as home, even though I never felt that way about the cabin. Despite the fact that the concept of home is just a formality now. Surrounding ourselves with walls and a roof doesn't change a whole lot. Clouds are beginning to settle overhead, muting the daylight and making everything murky. It feels fitting for the mood. Abigail speeds up a bit as we reach the doors, and she's the first one inside. She sits down on one of the benches, fatigued.
Mind if I join you?
I gesture at the open spot beside her.
Please do.
Wordlessly, she rests her head against my shoulder.
Headache still?
She nods.
I'm afraid so. Our encounter there sure didn't help.
I'm sure.
They gave me a headache of sorts too. More of a notion that I can't get out of my mind. The fairy's outstanding offer sits with me. As hard as I try, I can't fully push the idea away. If there isn't any other way out of this, then maybe being a fairy queen would be preferable to just being a normal ghost, as long as I could still have Abigail with me. That's a last resort though, because for as long as I can, I have to hold out hope that things can just go back to normal. That Tara and I can leave Eysenfeld the same way we arrived. And that we can take Abigail with us. Beside me, Abigail shifts her head just a little.
I'm sorry. Am I bothering you like this?
No, never.
Not at all.
I wonder if she's close enough to hear my heart beating. Maybe it can't always be like this, but just for now, it's all right. Although it's been a couple days since we met the fairies and they made their offer, I haven't been able to get it out of my head. The visions themselves are just slush by now, with the memories of them having eroded into non-existence. But the feelings remain. The feeling of belonging and of freedom. There's something else I can't get out of my head, though. And she's sitting right beside me.
Madison, here they come.
Sure enough, a mother deer and her fawn come traipsing out of the bushes, no doubt on their way to get a drink. Starlight and the waxing moon makes them look like ghosts at first, barely visible in the dusk. Upon entering the clearing, they see us and both freeze. Abigail smiles encouragingly, reaching out a hand towards them. After a moment's hesitation, the fawn takes one tentative step towards us, then another, and another.
This one's name is Alma.
Hello, Alma.
I greet it the same way I would greet my friend's dog or cat. Deciding we're not a threat, the mother deer goes to the pond while the baby one creeps even closer. Abigail never moves towards it, never pushing too far. Passage of time in this visual novel really is an unusual one. Yeah, I will say it's very awkward how there's like just consistently gaps of 2 or 3 days, but they don't mention, like they don't make it clear that time is passing, even with like how the transition handles it. It's only because it's stated in the text that you get the sense that time has passed. But I can deal with it. It's just every time there's a little bit of a jump as I'm taking somewhat out of it because I have to figure out what's happening. No, thank you for the other hydrate redeem. Then it nuzzles her hand, leaning into the soft scratching motion of her fingers.
Is this the deer that was watching you sing the other day?
Most likely. Alma's a little bit shy and sometimes prefers to keep her space.
You know this deer pretty well, huh?
Of course, we're very good friends.
To demonstrate, she strokes Alma's tawny neck. She doesn't even have to sit up to do so, since the fawn's face is just about level with her shoulders from when we're sitting on the ground. Alma closes her eyes, clearly enjoying the attention.
Would you like to pet her? I'm certain she'd let you.
Sure.
I lean forward, my hand outstretched like Abigail's was, but the second I move, Alma's eyes go wide and she bounds away into the darkness. Her mother watches, alarmed from the shoreline.
Guess not.
Alma, come back. I promise Madison won't hurt you. She's just as sweet as you are.
I'm glad for the darkness and that she can't see me blush. While she's not looking, I scoot a little closer to Abigail, just a bit. The hanging fairy baubles help to illuminate the young deer who watches from a safe distance. None of the fairies themselves seem to be around, though. It takes a bit with Abigail and I both sitting silently, but the fawn chooses to come back after all. Her steps are still reluctant and ready to dart away at any second. She lets Abigail pet her, but watches me warily while it happens, and I don't mind. I'm content to just watch and enjoy seeing how happy it makes it both.
How long have you known Alma? It must have been a while for her to trust you like this.
Oh yes, I've known her for her whole life. And I've known her mother since she was small too.
Abigail waves at the mother deer by the pond, who's returned to sating her thirst.
That's amazing.
I can only imagine the patience, time, and dedication it must have taken to earn the trust of the woodland creatures. Still, all things considered, I'm not surprised they make an exception for someone like Abigail. She exudes comfort. I'm not sure how else to describe it, and I've certainly never felt anything like it before. Maybe being close to her is just as comforting for the deer as it is for me.
Do you have any other animal friends that I'll get to meet?
Oh, certainly, if you'd like. I'm sure Mr. Bearer is asleep for the season, but perhaps once he wakes up. There are also a pack of wolves around, but for Alma's sake, that would be best left to another time.
The deer nuzzles her hand in agreement, and Abigail coos contentedly at it.
None are quite so friendly as Alma and the rest of the deer, though. When I was a child, I wanted to have a deer for a pet. I thought that perhaps I could learn to ride one, like a horse.
Ah, man, you and me both, Abigail.
My sister and I would look for footprints in the snow and track them for as long as we could.
I wanted to ride deer like horses, and then I wanted to be able to, like, I wanted to do the thing where you, like, feed crows and ravens and get them to, like, bring you trinkets. And then I wanted to make friends with raccoons and rabbits. I love animals. Ooh, animals. She looks up at me, smiling, despite the melancholy tone her voice has taken on.
Never got very far, of course. Hardly a few feet into the forest. But to children like us, it was quite an adventure.
You must miss her a lot.
Abigail hardly ever mentions her family. I imagine that despite how long it's been, their memories must still be painful. She smiles thinly.
In a sense.
The deer is still luxuriating under the caress. Her hand moves rhythmically and gently, alternating between petting and scratching Alma's neck. She relaxes a little, resting against my side, but continuing to pet the deer.
More than anything, I think I miss the days of wonder and awe, back when the forest and all of its creatures were still a mystery. Sometimes I wish it could be like that again, that it could be unknown.
You wish that you hadn't met them?
No, not at all. At least, not given the circumstances. I'm quite grateful for the companionship they've given me. For so many years, they've been one of the few sources of company that I've had. But while my love for them has never diminished, I've come to the conclusion that it's grown to the most it can grow as well. That's simply what the world had become for me. A small world of gnomes, and nothing more.
Man, being a ghost must suck. She looks away from the deer and back at me. A few tears spot her face, but she doesn't look sad. In fact, she's beaming.
And then I met you, Madison.
Moonlight frames her face. The lovely night sky, the fairy tale friendly deer, the ethereal woman, it's an image straight out of a painting.
You were my first unknown in countless years. The first soul I could speak with that I didn't yet understand. And what a wonderful unknown you turned out to be.
I'm frozen again. I've never had anyone say anything that sweet to me. How am I supposed to respond to something like that? I try to calm my heart as it hammers in my chest. Looking at her soft expression only serves to accelerate its rhythm. Being a ghost must suck, but Ghost Yuri makes it a little bit better.
Thank you. That's really, really sweet. I think you're wonderful too.
Her free hand darts out to grab mine before I have a chance to react as her eyes widen even more, nearly startling the deer away.
Do you really mean that, Medicine?
Gotta drink some water. I'm almost out.
I really do. You're an incredible person. I can't imagine having to go through what you've been through without losing any sort of capacity for joy. But here you are, still so full of energy and positivity. I hope that I can maintain that sort of optimism.
Abigail lets go of the deer and flings her arms around me in a tight hug. It's a pretty awkward position because of how we're sitting together, but I don't mind. I hug her back as best as I can, my only anchor in the storm of chaos that my life has become. Indignant, Alma slicks her ears back and darts off towards the trees again. Without letting me go, Abigail cranes her neck to watch, this time not calling the deer back. Alma's mother bounds over to join her daughter, and they both go careening off. I lean my head down to rest against Abigail's in what's become a familiar position. When did we get so comfortable with each other? Being like this just feels natural. She parts from me after a moment, sitting up straight again. She tilts her head up to look at the stars, and I gaze with her. The night is mostly clear except for a few wispy clouds. All is still and quiet and calm. Even the pains of the forest don't seem to reach us here.
I wouldn't call myself an optimist.
You know, I'm really surprised this isn't a CG with the purple shrubs and the pink flowers and the beautiful night sky. That would go hard as an illustration.
I don't, nor have I ever really had much hope. There are small comforts and delights, but those aren't the same thing as hope. I can remember names and faces, and even dreams and aspirations that I once had. But do you know what the most curious part of it is?
She glances at me and I notice tears in her eyes. Without thinking, I reach up and brush them away. No reaction. My heart pounds in my chest, nervous about something that I can't identify, or that maybe I'm unwilling to accept. Afraid to be wrong about.
What is it?
I can't remember how it felt for those dreams to be within reach. Even with my meager, lonely existence, there was still a chance. As unlikely as it would have been, there was always a possibility that someday something would change. Something might happen. There was a light, so to speak, to look forward to. And the day that I died, that light went out.
More tears replacing the ones that I wiped away sparkle in her eyes. I move to repeat the motion from before, but this time she stops my hands, holding them in her own between us.
I never gave thought to what this unlife might be keeping me from. Not from the life I left behind, but whatever it is I would have been met with had I lived to the end of my days. For a long time, I considered myself lucky that I was free from hurt and pain and worry and loss. Even if they were predictable and boring, the years here in the forest haven't been unpleasant. But I've never been optimistic. I've never had anything to look forward to. Never, in my wildest dreams, did I imagine meeting someone as perfect as you. Never did I imagine that I would be happy again.
I understand, I know what she's saying, and more importantly, what she means. A shiver runs down my spine.
But Madison, I don't deserve this happiness. Not at the cost of your own. I keep thinking how if I'd been a bit faster, or more decisive, perhaps I could have saved you that day in the snow. And that even if not, I don't know what future I've stolen from you. I don't know what awaits those of us who pass on. All I know is this unlife and its permanence, and the way that you deserved better.
She's crying now, fully. Her chest heaves into a sob, and I pull her closer to me in as tight a hug as I can manage. As kindly and delicately as I can, as gently as she always treats me, I hold her and sway gently as much as our position will allow. I can tell just from the way she cries that she's been holding this in for a long, long time. I let her let it all out. It must have hurt so bad to be feeling this way. I speak in a whisper. There's the CG I've been looking for! Look at them! Oh my god, they're so cute. Maddie and Abigail sit together in front of the moonlit lake.
It's not your fault at all. Don't ever blame yourself for any of this. I know I don't. Ever since we met, that day in the forest clearing, all you've done is made things better for me. I don't know if I ever told you this, but during those first days after we met, seeing you again was all that I would look forward to. I'd go to bed thinking about you, and wake up the next morning thinking about you. And as for everything else, to be honest, I don't know how to feel about a lot of it. So much of it is just hard to process. I thought that it would get easier with time, but it hasn't. But there is one thing I know. One thing that I'm absolutely sure of.
I squeeze her hands and I see her startle just a bit. No matter what I'm missing out on, I'm sure I'd rather be here with you. Ow! I mean it, every word of it. I've never really put too much thought into an afterlife or anything like that, but any time spent here with Abigail is time well spent. And if that means eternity, then, well, so be it. Beside me, Abigail gazes into my eyes wondrously. Her lips move as she searches for the words she wants to say.
Madison.
She shifts so that the starlight caresses her face, perfect and yet not nearly as luminous as she is.
May I kiss you?
For once in my life, I don't overthink it.
Yes.
Her eyelids flutter and close. Her breathing trembles and steadies. I empty my head of any other thoughts. Let's go! Ghost Jerry! I love women! And I press my lips to hers. So soft and so warm, as delicate as the fresh fallen snow, as sweet as cotton candy. Her form shivers against me and I place an arm around her for support and for comfort, mutually. I can feel her getting more confident and more relaxed as 200 years of loneliness are melted away one by one, and we're just left as two souls sharing a first kiss under the night sky. It feels so right that after we've both been through so much sadness and loss, that we're now able to share this moment of joy. Not just share it, but be able to offer it to each other. It's our light at the end of the tunnel. When we finally part, my lips still feel electrified. She regards me with a coy expression, but a happy one.
That was even more wonderful than the many times I had imagined it.
I hope it was worth the wait.
I'd wait another 200 years if it was the only way I'd get to kiss you again.
Oh my god, Abigail. That's such a line, what the hell?
I promise. You won't have to.
Casually just going, I'll wait 200 years to kiss you again if that's what it takes. What the fuck? That's so cute. To prove it, I lean forward and give her another quick peck on the lips. Abigail leans against my side yet again. We've done this several times before, but it's never felt like this. It's never felt this right. Everything feels a little bit brighter now. Alright, well, I think that is now officially a good part to leave off this stream. I've got things to do, like painting trim and eating dinner, and I don't know, maybe I'll go and play another route of Love Curse Find Your Soulmate. Might just be the chaos thing I've seen this year, and it's only February. Let's go. Go eat. Thank you. I will go eat. For now, that is it. I'm gonna double check. Who is streaming right now? Is there anybody we can read into?